Chapter 1 I want to create an utopia. It's a paradise-like country. In the alley, a group of ragged children surrounded a tall and thin man, with longing written all over his little face. This man was sitting on the steps, wearing a black wide-brimmed hat and a shabby white windbreaker. He looked fair and clean, and looked extremely fragile. "Dr. Reddy, don't think that you can deceive us because of our young age. There is no such paradise in the world." A boy who was about 11 or 12 years old yelled, with an expression that said, "You are lying." The other children, obviously led by him, began to yell one after another. "Yes, yes, as long as you work hard, you can have enough to eat, but pirates will come to steal it. It's not possible for every child to have the opportunity to read. Every orphan who has lost his parents will be taken care of by the government. How is that possible?" The children were all talking and gave various counter-examples to refute Dr. Reddy's description. Reddy smiled and did not refute. His body is a native of this world, but the soul inside has been replaced by a soul from another world. The country where he lived before traveling may have had shortcomings of one kind or another, but it was undeniable. It was a peaceful and stable country. There is no famine, no threat of war, there is enough to eat as long as you work hard, and there is compulsory education for all children. Will you take us to that paradise?" A little girl of 5 or 6 years old was holding a dirty toy rabbit with one ear missing, looking at Reddy expectantly. The young man said seriously, "Mia, don't believe this kind of nonsense that can't even deceive children. If Dr. Reddy knew how to get to that paradise, why did he come to Rog Town? Is paradise located somewhere in the East Daxia Sea?" Mia said weakly, but I want to go." Everything fell silent. The other children looked at their leader with hesitation on their faces, as if they wanted to say something but didn't dare. "Don't let Dr. Reddy fool you." The young man was very angry, not because others believed Dr. Reddy's lies, but because everyone placed their hope in an illusory country. How can such an awareness survive in this cruel world? Reddy laughed loudly, raised his hand and put it on little Mia's head, leaned down and touched her forehead with his forehead, and said seriously, "Yak is right, there is no paradise in this world, but we can create it with our own hands. A paradise like utopia. It will take a long time to wait." Little Mia sighed in disappointment. The other children also showed disappointed expressions. Rogue Town is known as the town of the beginning and the end. This is the choke point from the East Daxia Sea to the Great Route. For pirates who want to conquer the Great Route, this is the last place of supply before entering the Great Route. The parents and relatives of children like Yake died in pirate robberies again and again. Every child longs to stay away from this painful life. Although it will take a long time to create the ideal hometown in my mind, it is impossible to realize this dream without trying. Reddy laughed and ruffled their hair one by one. The children dispersed with disgusted faces. Little Mia didn't leave, she hugged the doll and said with longing, "Dr. Reddy, can we really create such a paradise?" "Of course, that's why I came to Rog Town." Reddy raised his hand and pressed on little Mia's head. Little Mia's eyes lit up, and her dirty little face was filled with anticipation. "Is heaven really in the East Daxia Sea?" Reddy smiled and said, "I came to the East Daxia Sea not to find paradise, but to find a small island flying in the sky." "An island flying in the sky?" Xiao Mia looked confused and couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was. Reddy thought for a while, made a gesture like a boat, and added, "Or I am looking for a big boat flying in the sky." At this time, Yake came running in panic with several children. "Hide quickly, the pirates are here again." Yake ran at the front, with a wound on his right arm, a bruise on his forehead, and a broken corner of his mouth. "Those brats are here." In the alleyway behind them, several pirates with turbans on their heads spotted them and chased after them with sinister smiles on their faces. "Dr. Reddy." Little Mia hid behind Reddy in fear, holding the corner of his windbreaker tightly with her dirty little hands. "He's just a doctor. He can't do anything." As long as we hold on until Marine comes, we will be saved. Yake ran to little Mia, grabbed her hand and wanted to take her out of the alley, using his familiarity with Rogtown to avoid these brutal pirates. I don't believe Marine can save us, Dr. Reddy will save us. Because he will lead us to create a paradise. Little Mia refused to let go. Catch that man and those brats, and kill them with the cruelest means. We will all become fearsome pirates. Several pirates shouted from behind. He is a liar. Little Mia's stubbornness made Yak very angry. Jacques, let's run away. Seeing that the pirates were about to catch up, the other children swarmed up with tears in their eyes, trying to escape from the alley with their leader. You go, I want to stay. Yake gritted his teeth and pushed the children to the other side of the alley. Seeing that Yak insisted on staying, the children had no choice but to leave him and little Mia and run out of the alley. Yake watched them flee away, glared at Lydie and yelled bitterly, "We are going to be killed by you." Reddy smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Yake turned away and said angrily, "I'm afraid of death, but I don't want Mia to die alone here." In his heart, the liar Wren has long been excluded from the trust list. Dr. Reddy will save us. Little Mia insisted that Reddy was her savior, and her stubbornness made Yake not want to say anything. I used to place my hope on others just like you. But Marine's justice cannot protect all those who long for stability like us. The GM army just wants to overthrow the old nobles and replace them with new ones to continue to rule the world. That's why I decided to create my own ideal land. Reddy raised his hand and put it on little Mia's head, stood up slowly, and waved his other hand in the air. A panel appeared that no one could see but him. Gene Bank. Gene Analysis Laboratory. Gene Editing Laboratory. Chip Lab. Biochemistry Laboratory. Clone Factory. Reddy clicked on the Clone Workshop option in the list and entered the next level sub-interface. Finished Product Warehouse. Enhance Workshop. Renovation Workshop. Click into the Finished Product Library, and a new list will appear. Gene Wolf, LV4, X5. Genetic Sea Beast, LV5, X1. Reddy connects the dots. 5 black shadows suddenly appeared out of thin air, surrounding Reddy and the other 3. This is a 5-headed monster. They were similar to wolves, but were over 1.6 meters tall at the shoulders. Their bodies were covered with a layer of shiny black scales, and their dark claws were like small daggers. They stared coldly at the chasing pirates. He is a person with fruit abilities, run. Several pirates witnessed Reddy summoning several monsters out of thin air, and were so frightened that they rolled and crawled to escape from the alley. Are you an Esper? Yake was stunned. Devil fruits are treasures in the sea. Each devil fruit can give people incredible power. He never expected that Reddy, a seemingly frail man, would actually be a legendary fruit user. I knew Dr. Reddy would save us. Little Mia didn't know what a fruit-powered person was, but she only knew that Reddy had indeed lived up to her expectations. He had pride on his face and clapped his little hands in joy. I'm just a doctor and a scientist who studies genes. Reddy smiled and shook his head, and extended an invitation to Yake and little Mia. Although it doesn't make much sense, I still can't be indifferent. Are you willing to work with me to save other people? I want to go. Little Mia jumped and raised her hands, holding the corner of her windbreaker tightly with her other hand. Yake hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Chapter 2 Genetic Wolf Warriors. Rogtown fell into a sea of fire. Countless pirates were wreaking havoc on the streets, catching up with the residents who were escaping in a hurry, and killing them with a grin. Please let me and my child go. The woman holding the baby fell to the ground with a pleading look on her face, hoping that the pirate could let her go, or at least let her child go. Don't be afraid, I will let your child accompany you on the road. The pirate raised the saber in his hand with a grin. At this moment, a black shadow flew out from the alley next to him and threw the pirate to the ground. The pirate was beaten to pieces, and when he came back to his senses, he saw a huge mouth full of sharp fangs filling his entire field of vision. Ah! The pirate let out a desperate cry, and before his consciousness fell into darkness, he saw several black figures jumping out of the alley and rushing towards other pirates who were massacring civilians. Maybe Roger had his reasons for starting the Age of Discovery, but for creating so many cruel pirates, he deserves to die 100 times. Reddy walked out of the alley with Yak and little Mia in hand, his face looking very ugly. The prosperous Rogue Town has now turned into a bloody hell. The streets were filled with civilians killed by pirates. Old people, women, children, and even babies died in the pirates' ravages. At this time, a newspaper stained with blood floated over and was blocked by Reddy's feet. Reddy let go of Yake, bent down to pick up the newspaper, glanced at it roughly, and whispered to himself, "It turns out to be the Black Arm Z-Faw's broken hand incident." Black Arm Z-Faw's broken hand incident had a great impact. The Marine headquarters lost a high-end combat capability, which severely damaged Marines' morale and also caused Marines' deterrence to drop significantly. The riots in Rogue Town this time are probably the pirates who were originally hiding with their tails between their legs venting their inner darkness. 5 genetic warriors were vigorously killing pirates one after another on the streets. The shiny black scales covering their bodies are so strong that even a sword cannot leave a mark on them. The sharp fangs and small dagger-like claws can easily tear apart the fragile body of a pirate. It's amazing. Yak looked particularly excited when he saw the 5 genetic warrior wolves killing pirates one after another like chopping melons and vegetables. Dr. Reddy is the best. Little Mia held Reddy's hand and raised her chin proudly, as if she had killed the pirates herself. Reddy looked down at the woman who was begging the pirate. She was dead, but there was still a trace of relief and gratitude on her face. The baby in her arms may have sensed the mother's death and cried loudly. Reddy stepped forward and picked up the baby in the woman's arms. While patting the baby, he said with a heavy heart, "Let's go. I hope I can save more people." 3 people and a baby walked behind the 5 genetic warrior wolves. "Help, help me. These monsters can't be killed at all. Come and save me." "Devil, the devil must have released them." At this time, the situation has turned. The pirates who had massacred civilians before were ruthlessly killed by 5 genetic warriors. The 5 LV4 genetic werewolves were created by Reddy based on the genes of wolves and fused specific genetic segments of pangolins and bears to create this ruthless war machine. According to Reddy's test, LV4 is roughly equivalent to the strength level of Marines' warrant officer. They have the body and sharp claws of a bear, the scales of a pangolin, and the team spirit of a wolf. Whenever they encounter a pirate who can stop a genetic warrior wolf, the other genetic warrior wolves will immediately abandon their opponents and gather from all directions to start hunting. With just one encounter, they can tear apart the target and then spread out to kill other targets. When they drive the pirates to escape further, Reddy will step forward to collect the blood from the stronger pirates as genetic samples and put them into the gene bank. I will also become a person with fruit abilities in the future. When Yak saw Reddy pull out a tube of blood from the corpse, it quickly disappeared into his hand like a magic trick, and he swore with envy. Only those who have truly experienced suffering will truly understand the importance of strength. Gunfire sounded from the front. Reddy put his thumb and index finger into his mouth and whistled, and the 5 genetic wolves immediately abandoned their respective goals and returned to his side. "Marine is here, let's end this commotion." Yake behaved very actively, volunteering to run ahead and lead the way, touching the genetic warrior from time to time, and then burst into giggles. Until then, he showed the same innocence and simpleness as other peers. Rogue Town is known as the town of the beginning and the end. There are many former pirates who stayed here because they were severely hit by reality, as well as countless current pirates who long to conquer the Grand Line. When the Black Arm Z-Faw's severed hand incident spread here, the pirate captains secretly wanted to make a big news and rectify the name of the weakest sea. These people are the most suitable candidates. But the pirate captains who managed to reach Rogue Town alive were not pure fools. Their goal is just to make big news and use bloody killings to increase their respective bounties. Before Marine arrived for reinforcements, most of the pirate captains had returned to their ships with their confidants and newly recruited men, hoisted the black pirate flag and prepared to set sail. When Reddy and the other three arrived at the dock with 5 genetic warriors, there were only 2 pirate ships left on the dock that had not yet set sail. A large number of pirates carried the property they had stolen from the town and carried it back to the pirate ship like ants moving mountains. Seeing the appearance of Reddy and the others, there was some commotion among the pirates. It's the Red Wolf pirates and the Sharp Knife pirates. Yake is the oldest, and he usually takes care of the other friends. He has heard many rumors from other adults in the town, and he recognized the 2 pirate groups at a glance. The bounty for Captain Arthur of the Red Wolf Pirates is 1.5 million Baileys, and the bounty for Captain Joseph of the Knife Pirates is 1 million Baileys. Yak swallowed and subconsciously grabbed a corner of Reddy's windbreaker. The bounty may not necessarily represent the strength of a pirate, but a pirate with a bounty on his back must be very powerful. A total of 2.5 million Baileys should be enough for you to use for a while. Reddy whistled, and the 5 genetic warriors immediately rushed onto the dock. Yak looked up at Reddy, with astonishment in his eyes, and heard what Reddy meant to leave. But little Mia didn't understand it at all. She waved her little fists and shouted to cheer for the 5 genetic warriors. Where are the monsters from? Kill them! But even though these 2 pirate groups have more guns than other pirates who still vent their inner darkness by massacring civilians in the town, the bullets still cannot penetrate the hard scales covering the body of the Gene War Wolf. 5 genetic werewolves crashed into the pirates, causing a bloody storm. One pirate after another fell to their fangs and claws, and a large amount of property was scattered on the ground. Who is it? With an angry roar, a red-haired man wearing a captain's hat jumped from the deck onto the pier and knocked back one of the genetic wolves with his sword. Red Wolf, kill Marine before they come. A man with 2 sharp knives also jumped out of another pirate ship, and a set of fierce combos knocked back another genetic wolf. The other 3 genetic wolves quickly abandoned the other pirates and surrounded them to start hunting. Captain Arthur, nicknamed Red Wolf, and Captain Joseph, nicknamed Sharp Knife, are indeed more powerful than ordinary pirates, but after all, this is just the East Daxia Sea, which is known as the weakest sea. 5 LV4 genetic werewolves started hunting, and their overall combat power was far greater than that of 5 Marine warrant officers combined. The 2 pirate captains only lasted about 10 minutes more before their throats were torn out by the genetic wolf. 2 of the genetic wolves each picked up a corpse and returned to Reddy with small steps. The other 3 genetic warriors continued to clear out the remaining pirates on the dock. Let's go, they will catch up. Reddy turned around with the baby in his arms. Yak hesitated and shouted behind him, "Are you planning to leave Rogue Town?" Chapter 3 Agreement. With Marine's arrival, the riots in Rogue Town came to an end. Although the riot subsided, the town has become devastated, and the bustling town has almost turned into ruins. Rude and cruel pirates don't know how to build, but they are good at destroying. Rex Ensign, take people over there to put out the fire. After finishing the arrest operation, Marine Major Yakovic was so busy that he kicked his heels to the back of his head, leading the Marine soldiers to start post-war work. Major Yakovic, there is a pirate hunter who wants to see you. Just when Yakovic was extremely busy, a Marine soldier came to report. Let him die. Yakovic roared without looking back, then pointed to a burning building in front of him on the right, waved and said, "Come a few people, follow me." The reputation of pirate hunters as a group is not good. Both civilians and Marines are somewhat dissatisfied with this group. But the Marine soldier who came to report was anxious, but Yakovic didn't give him a chance to speak at all. He led a few people and rushed to the burning building carrying buckets. At this time, Reddy walked over with the baby in his arms, followed by Yake and little Mia, followed by 2 genetic warriors carrying corpses. The pirates who caused the commotion have been suppressed by Marine, and the ruthless killing machines like the genetic wolf have also been taken back to the finished product warehouse, leaving only the corpses of the 2 pirate captains carrying on their backs. I'm sorry, Major Yakovich. The fact that Reddy stood up to stop the pirates' atrocities was not a secret in Rogue Town. The characteristics of the 5 genetic warrior wolves were particularly obvious, and the Marine soldiers had already learned the news from other civilians. Major Yakovich refused to meet the hero, which made him embarrassed and did not know how to explain to Reddy. It's okay, I can wait. Reddy walked aside with the baby in his arms, and took Yake and little Mia to find a place to sit down. Dr. Reddy, do you really want to leave? On the dock, Yak didn't get a definite answer from Reddy. He kept feeling depressed, and now he couldn't help but ask again. Little Mia understood this time, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked up at Reddy and said timidly, I know how to work and only eat a piece of bread a day. Can you stay? In her young mind, adults would abandon her because she ate too much and couldn't do much work. Why do you think that? Reddy adjusted his position slightly to make the swaddled baby sleep more comfortably, and then looked at little Mia with a smile. I can stay in Rogue Town to accompany you when you grow up. Little Mia looked surprised. But Reddy changed the topic and said, but if I choose to stay, I will have to give up more children like you. I understand, I understand. Yake interrupted Reddy's words gloomily and kicked the wall as if to vent his anger. Now he believed that Reddy was not a liar and that the ideal land he described was not nonsense. Reddy's stay in Rogue Town can indeed save these orphans and give them a wonderful childhood, but the price is to give up orphans elsewhere. He wanted to be more willful and begged Reddy to stay in Rogue Town, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Little Mia didn't think too much. Her little face with residual tear stains was full of longing, and she said happily, do you want to create that paradise and make more people happy? Certainly. Reddy raised his eyebrows, smiled and rubbed her head. Little Mia received a positive answer and immediately looked at Reddy expectantly. Can I go create that paradise with you? Hearing this, Yake kicked the wall depressedly. So angry. Even little Mia thought of it, but I never thought it could be like this. Yak thought to himself and turned to look at Reddy expectantly. But Reddy poured cold water on him. The road to realizing your ideals is full of thorns, and you have not yet made this awareness. I have this awareness. Yak was unconvinced. He was the oldest among these orphans. He had to suffer a lot to take care of these companions who were younger than him. He thought that he was strong enough to face any difficulties. What I have to face next is not the kind of pirates that caused riots in Rogue Town. Reddy smiled. If you want to survive in this world, the most important thing is strength. If you want to create a utopia, the most important thing is strength. He once hated why his cheat was not the kind of cheat that was invincible at the beginning. But now he has made this realization. This time when he came to the East Daxia Sea, his target was the legendary pirate Golden Lion, who escaped from Impel Down and disappeared into the sea. One is because the Golden Lion is strong enough, and the other is because the Golden Lion is not very smart. If he planned it properly, he would have a high degree of confidence in obtaining the genetic sample of the Golden Lion and creating a powerful clone to enhance his own strength. Yak was stunned. He was only an 11-year-old boy, and the riot that had just occurred in the town was already the biggest crisis he could imagine. So what will Dr. Reddy face in the future? Reddy thought for a while, slightly curved the corners of his mouth, took off the wide-brimmed hat, pressed it on Yak's head, and said with a smile, I prefer white. This black hat represents me. The changes carry my ideals. Are you willing to keep it for me? May I? Yak carefully held the black wide-brimmed hat with both hands, and unconsciously grinned from the corner of his mouth to the base of his ears, with a look of surprise on his face. Let's make a deal. Reddy said with a smile, before I get this hat back, you need to take care of little Mia and others. At first, when Yak heard the first half of the words, he felt a little uneasy, worried that he would not be able to fulfill the agreement between Reddy and himself. But after hearing the second half of the words, he immediately swore seriously, "I will definitely take care of them until you come back to pick us up." Swear. Reddy smiled. The total bounty on these two pirates is 2.5 million belly. If I ask Marine to take care of you a little bit, it should be enough for you to live for 2 or 3 years. I think at that time that's when we meet again. I don't trust Marine. Yake lowered his head glumly. Don't doubt Marine's justice, kid. Major Yakovic walked over. His burly figure made Yako take 2 steps back in alarm, protecting little Mia behind him. Perhaps with Reddy acting as a backer, Yake contradicted him unconvincingly. When those nasty pirates are doing evil, why do you always come so late? Yakovic was silent. Marine's duty is to catch pirates. But pirates don't go out of their way to notify Marine when they commit crimes. It takes a while from receiving the information to setting off. Yake is a victim and a child, so there is no point in arguing with him. These are the bodies of Arthur the Red Wolf and Joseph the Sharp Knife. Reddy was not interested in arguing with Marine about this practical issue. He looked at Yakovic, whose face was blackened by fireworks, and smiled. Can you please take care of these orphans for me when you have time? Chapter 4 Leaving Rogue Town. Outside the Marine base in Rogue Town, Yake retrieved his friends and brought back more orphans who had lost their relatives in the turmoil. Under his organization, the children's emotions became much more stable and they regained the innocence and liveliness they should have at this age. Together they started cleaning the abandoned house that Yakovic found for them. The dilapidated house once belonged to a businessman. At that time, the businessman took a fancy to the Marine base next to it and spent a lot of money to build a manor. But Rogue Town has extraordinary significance. The Marine base established on the island is under the direct jurisdiction of the Marine headquarters. It is not large in scale. Its main task is to capture all pirates who come to the island to supply supplies and prepare to enter the Grand Line. With the opening of the Great Pirate Age, more and more pirates are pouring into the sea, even the East Daxia Sea, which is known as the weakest sea. During the long period of more than 10 years, Rogue Town was almost captured by pirates. This manor was destroyed in a large-scale pirate attack. Then the rich man gave up here, and after years of erosion, it turned into this dilapidated appearance. He's going to be a great leader. Yakovic withdrew his gaze from Yako and looked at Reddy beside him. If you don't object, I want to train him to become a future Marine. Don't ask me, ask him if he wants to be a Marine. Reddy had a faint smile on his face, not caring whether Yak would become a Marine or follow him in the future. Yakovic looked carefully into Reddy's eyes to make sure he was not lying. He shook his head and said, he has a big prejudice against Marine. I can't change the fact. Marine did not protect his family well. No one can make a choice for others, let him decide this issue himself. Reddy waved his hand, walked into the middle of the children with a smile, and joined the cleaning team. After a lot of work, this originally abandoned house took on a new look. Although it still looks dilapidated, at least it can be lived in. As long as the holes are repaired, it will be a good house. Tomorrow we will find wooden boards in the town and fill up the holes, so that we don't have to get wet when it rains. Yake and his friends were busy all afternoon. He was very tired but in high spirits, and he was gesticulating to describe his plan to Reddy. Well done. Lydie looked at the beaming Yak, remembering the country in his previous life where children of the same age as Yak were still pampered by their parents, and sincerely praised him. I will fulfill my agreement with you, absolutely. After being praised by Reddy, Yak touched the wide-brimmed hat on his head, grinned sheepishly, and then confidently expressed that he would work harder to take care of everyone. At this time, Yakovic walked out of the Marine base carrying a suitcase and walked towards this side. This is the bounty for those 2 pirates. Yakovic handed the suitcase to Reddy, but the latter did not accept it, but pushed Yak in front of the suitcase. Keep the money and don't let anyone see it. It was a last resort to let Yak and the other brats keep the money. Reddy was more willing to trust Yak to do this well than to hope that Yakovich could keep it for them. Yak took the suitcase with both hands and immediately sank down, almost losing his hand. He grinned sheepishly and said, "I have never seen so much money. I underestimated its weight. Go and hide this box, little Mia, and the others are ready." Reddy smiled and pushed Yak. The boys like Jacques are in charge of cleaning, and the little girls like Xiao Mia are in charge of dinner. Although clumsy, the little girls worked hard to cook a large pot of vegetable soup, and then directed other boys to move out the long table and chairs, and distributed the plates and spoons they picked up from the ruins. "Dr. Reddy, come quickly." Little Mia was as happy as a little lark, stumbling over with a rabbit doll in her arms, pulling Reddy, and running over there. Yakovich touched his nose awkwardly. It felt terrible to be ignored. "Dr. Reddy, this is the spoon I wash. I washed this. I also washed a lot." The little girls surrounded Reddy, vying to show him the fruits of their labor. This riot did not spread to the whole town. They all lost their relatives in this riot and witnessed Reddy saving them with 5 handsome big dogs. So they like Reddy very much. Even the infant baby seemed to feel the mood of the ladies, babbling, waving and kicking his legs, showing that he was working hard not to cause trouble to the ladies. "I clean the table. It's the house we clean. Yak took us to buy bread." The other little boys were very unconvinced and gathered around to ask for credit, not letting these little girls who loved crying get the better of them. 2 groups of little sparrows were chirping and quarreling, neither of them convinced the other. A smile appeared on Reddy's lips. "Sure enough, I still like this atmosphere." Late at night, Reddy walked through each room one by one, making sure that Yak and the others were all sleeping soundly. He walked outside and arrived at the dock with a smile on his face. The pirate group that caused the commotion in the town during the day achieved their goal and fled with the looted property. The remaining pirates who were bewitched didn't pose much of a threat. After Marine arrived, the riot was suppressed, and the most severely damaged area in the town was the area near the dock. Nearby residents have been relocated elsewhere in the town. Under the night, the ruins were pitch black. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to those little kid?" Suddenly a person walked out of the darkness, and the bright moonlight shone on him. It was Major Yakovich. Reddy put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker and shrugged. "The fact that you can appear here at least proves that you care about those children and that you are a qualified Marine. I believe you can take good care of them. As for saying goodbye to those little kid, I imagined the scene for a while, but I still can't accept it, so let's just forget about saying goodbye." Yakovich smiled. "You are a doctor, and well, pets, they are very strong. Why don't you join Marine to realize your ideals?" "I also wanted to join the Marines." Reddy recalled the scene when he had just traveled to this world, and the expression on his face became very melancholy. "As a time traveler living in a stable environment, when I first arrived in the world of pirates, I felt both fear and disgust. So joining Marine almost became his only choice. But reality is not anime. The factional strife and pitiful stance within Marine made him completely disappointed with Marine. And finally decided to create a utopia by himself. Thinking of this, Reddy shook his head and said calmly, "No matter how bad the order is, it is better than chaos and disorder. But I will create a peaceful and orderly utopia. Although I don't quite understand your thoughts, I can assure you that as long as I am alive, no one will be able to harm those little devils." Yakovich understood the first half of the sentence and knew that Reddy was disgusted with the current world order, but he did not understand the second half. As long as we live in this world, how can there be a peaceful and orderly ideal country? Pirates, celestial dragons, nobles from various kingdoms, and even some Marines who collude with evil, the existence of these people is destroying the order of the world all the time. Yakovich took off his sword and handed it to Reddy. "Your pet is very strong, but you still need a weapon. Please don't refuse. This is just a gift from me to thank you for saving those civilians." Reddy took the saber and pulled out half of it. The sharp blade shone coldly in the moonlight. Even if it was not up to the level of a famous sword, it was still a good sword. "Thanks." Reddy sheathed the knife, thanked Yakovich, and then walked to the dock. Yakovich watched Reddy walk onto the pier, untied the cable and jumped on a small wooden boat to leave the port. He whispered to himself, "Sure enough, I still didn't do enough." Chapter 5 Making Clones. There is a small wooden boat floating on the sea. The waves are rolling and the sea breeze is gentle. The small wooden boat bumped up and down with the waves, and was dragged by a sea beast and sailed into the distance. "First I have to find an island where rare animals live." Reddy was lying in the wooden boat, resting his head on his hands and talking to himself. After all, he was still a man who had read the original work. In the original work, the Golden Lion successfully escaped from Impel Down and came to the East Daxia Sea to live in seclusion, build an army of ferocious beasts, and collect rare beasts everywhere. Reddy also made 2 preparations. The first is to create rare beasts to attract golden lions to come to their door. The second is to find large birds, collect their genetic samples, and create genetically modified organisms that can fly with them. After all, the Golden Lion's floating island is in the sky, and you can always find such an obvious target as long as you spend some time. At noon, a small black spot appeared on the sea level. Reddy stood on the bow and looked out, controlling the genetic sea beast to drag the boat to the island with all his strength. This genetic sea beast is a clone he created based on the sea beast gene and added specific gene fragments from the swordfish. It can swim for a long time and can also burst into high speeds comparable to a swordfish in a short period of time. More than half an hour later, Reddy put away the genetic sea beast, dragged the boat across the shoal and stepped onto the beach. This is an uninhabited island. There is a mountain peak standing in the center of the island, surrounded by dense jungle, and a few birds fly up from time to time. 5 genetic warrior wolves appeared on the beach. Reddy pointed at the jungle not far away, and they immediately ran out. It is not difficult to determine whether there are any rare beasts on the island worthy of the Golden Lion's attention. A rare beast that can defeat 5 genetic warrior wolves must be extremely attractive to the Golden Lion. Otherwise, it is your own food. Reddy walked to a coconut tree and sat down, and began to sort out yesterday's harvest. The panel calls out. Reddy clicked on the gene bank. There are many options on the list, from chickens, ducks, geese, to large sea animals, etc., all of which are genetic samples he has collected before. Among them, more than a dozen genetic samples were selected by him. These genetic samples are the trophies collected yesterday, including the 2 pirate captains. Reddy selected one of the genetic samples, switched back to the main interface, and clicked into the genetic analysis laboratory. A double helix DNA strand appears at the interface. The DNA chain rotates slowly, and each gene segment on it is gradually dyed with various colors to distinguish it. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, the colors vary from light to dark. The darker the color, the more conspicuous the gene fragment is, and a description of the gene fragment appears next to it. This represents the most potential genetic information, or talent, in the genetic sample. Gene rating, LV3. Reddy removed this genetic sample and selected another genetic sample from the gene bank for analysis. But the result was not very good. Except for the 2 pirate captains whose genetic samples barely reached the LV4 evaluation standard. The other genetic samples were all LV3. According to his tests, genetic rating only represents the upper limit of strength. The newly created clones need to be exercised to achieve their desired strength. Let's get started. Reddy took a deep breath and moved the genetic sample of the red wolf Arthur into the gene editing laboratory. Double helix DNA strands dyed in various colors appeared. There is a small window on the side of the window, but there is nothing inside. Gene fragment, select. Extracting this gene fragment requires 100 energy points. A prompt appears. Reddy glanced at the upper right corner of the interface. Energy, 2,584 points. Gene fragment extraction. 100 points of energy disappear. The DNA strand disappeared, and a gene fragment stained light red appeared in the small window next to it. Reddy switched back to the main interface, entered the gene library, and scrolled directly to the bottom of the list. A labeled genetic sample sits quietly at the bottom of the list. Host's genetic sample, LV1. Reddy extracted his own genetic samples and moved them into the gene editing laboratory. Double helix DNA strand appears. Gene fragment addition. Fusing this gene fragment requires 800 energy points. 800 points of energy disappear. The DNA strand in the window breaks somewhere, and the previously extracted gene fragment is embedded. A white light flashed, and the window became completely white. There is a strong rejection reaction to heterogeneous gene fusion. Artificially modifying genes requires overcoming the genetic blueprint's rejection of foreign gene fragments. Reddy's cheat counteracts this rejection by consuming energy. The white light does not exist for long, only about 10 seconds before the prompt appears. Gene rating, LV4. At this moment, there was an extra gene segment stained light red on the DNA chain. Reddy moved the edited genetic samples into the cloning factory. Creating this clone requires 100 energy points and is expected to be completed in 4 hours. A prompt pops up. Reddy switched back to the main interface and entered the chip laboratory. Chip development. Chip manufacturing. Chip implantation. Module development. Reddy selected the chip manufacturing option to enter the next sub-interface. There is only one option inside. Control chip. Completed. Each chip requires 100 energy points to be manufactured. Reddy continued to select, and a prompt popped up. It takes 2 hours to produce the control chip. The entire process of creating clones was over, and Reddy switched back to the main interface and repeated it. The difference is that this time a specific gene fragment was extracted from Knife Joseph's genetic sample and fused with his own genes. Scientific research is really expensive. Reddy complained in his mind and fixed his gaze on the upper right corner of the interface. Based on his own genes and fused with LV4 gene fragments, a total of 1,100 energy points were consumed throughout the process. He created a total of 2 LV4 clones, which consumed 2,200 points of energy. Energy, 384 points. After creating 5 genetic warrior wolves and 1 genetic sea beast, the energy accumulated with great difficulty has almost bottomed out. Reddy leaned on the trunk of the coconut tree and looked at the blue sea in trance. Time passed silently. Clone created X2. Chip manufacturing completed X2. When Reddy came to his senses, 4 reminders appeared. Reddy cheered up and took the final step of creating a clone. Chip implantation. 200 energy consumption. The reserve energy dropped sharply again, leaving only 184 points. Reddy entered the finished product library, and there were 2 more options in the list. LV4 Clone X2. Choose. 2 clones appeared on the beach. Reddy looked at the 2 clones and made a preliminary assessment in his mind. The clone fused with the Red Wolf Arthur gene fragment is more focused on strength, and the clone fused with the Sharp Knife Joseph gene fragment is more focused on agility. The appearance, height, and other aspects of the 2 clones are almost the same as Reddy. However, the muscle outline of one of the clones is more obvious, while the other clone cannot be said to be similar to the original body, but can only be said to be exactly the same. But if you look closely, you will find that the muscle fibers of this clone are tighter, especially in the legs. After a simple test, Reddy also confirmed his assessment. The genetic rating only represents the upper limit of strength. After the clone is born, it needs to eat and exercise to reach the upper limit of strength. Reddy ordered the 2 clones to exercise on their own. Seeing the little energy reserve left, he continued to create a clone of himself. This clone was not fused with other gene segments, nor was it implanted with a control chip. so it only consumes 100 points of energy. Energy, 84 points. At this time, 5 genetic warrior wolves emerged from the woods. Each wolf held a pheasant or hare in its mouth and returned to Reddy to put down its prey. Reddy checked it carefully. There are no injuries on the warrior wolf, which means that there are no rare beasts on the island with genetic potential exceeding LV4. Finding a suitable island in the vast ocean is not easy. Reddy picked up the prey on the ground and walked into the sea, skinning and cleaning it with the saber given to him by Yakovic. After a while, the bonfire was lit. Reddy skewered the washed pheasant and hare on cypress with tree branches and put them on the campfire. After roasting them, he took the 2 clones and wolfed them down. Plus 2 points of energy. Plus 4 points of energy. Plus 3 points of energy. Every time you eat a piece of meat, a reminder will appear in your field of vision. After turning on cheat, he gets an effect similar to the return of life, and can convert food into energy in an instant. After eating 3 hares and 2 pheasants, Reddy gained a total of 472 energy points. The energy reserve is back to 556 points. 5 genetic werewolves were lying under the coconut tree. Reddy rested his head on the cold belly of one of the werewolves, looking at the night sky in trance. A weak body is always a hidden danger. What type of devil fruit should I choose? Chapter 6 Shipwrecked. Between the jungle. 5 black figures moved vigorously through the forest, and soon surrounded a giant bear. Roar. The giant bear was about 3 meters tall, with a V-shaped strip of white hair on its chest. It roared and stood up, showing its fangs at the genetic wolf. The 5 genetic wolves let out a deep roar from their throats, and patiently surrounded them without attacking. Creatures like wolves are good at hunting and will not easily attack head-on. They will often take advantage of the prey's weaknesses before launching a siege. At this time, whistles sounded in the jungle. The ears of the 5 genetic warrior wolves twitched, and one of them took the initiative to move out of the way. Seeing this, the giant bear thought that the wolves had made a fatal mistake, roared again, rushed towards the opening in the encirclement, and escaped easily. The wolves drove slowly behind. The 7th uninhabited island. Reddy took 2 clones and turned out from behind a nearby tree. He looked up at the sky through the gaps in the branches and leaves and whispered to himself. There are many uninhabited islands in the East Daxia Sea, but apart from the inhabited islands, there are very few uninhabited islands with rare animals living on them. Maybe it was swept away by the golden lion. Anyway, he finally found this giant bear on this uninhabited island. Reddy took the 2 clones and walked quickly along the traces left by the giant bear and the genetic warrior wolf. More than half an hour later, there was light ahead and Reddy walked out of the jungle. At this time, the 5 genetic wolves followed his instructions and drove the giant bear to the empty beach to start hunting. When Reddy walked out of the jungle with his clone bodyguards, the giant bear was already at the end of its strength, with many wounds on its body and blood staining most of its body red. Roar. The giant bear smelled Reddy's scent and roared fiercely. Its original intention was to frighten the 3 two-legged beasts and avoid making things worse, but a genetic werewolf spotted the flaw in its roar and suddenly jumped up and bit its right hind leg, and pushed back desperately. Pull! The giant bear roared in despair, lost its balance and lay on the beach. At this time, the other 4 genetic warrior wolves pounced on them at the same time. 3 of the genetic wolves bit its other 3 legs respectively, and the last genetic wolf bit its throat. Soon, blood stained the vast beach, and the giant bear stopped moving. Reddy waited patiently for about 10 more minutes, then walked over with the 2 clones, pulling out the saber worn on his waist as he walked. Arriving next to the giant bear, the 5 genetic werewolves relented, stepped aside and lay down on the spot. Reddy looked at it, then used a saber to cut the fur on the neck along the wound, tear the muscle tissue, find the carotid artery, and then took out a syringe to collect the blood in the blood vessel. Genetic samples include, but are not limited to, the target's blood. Hair, muscles, etc. can be used as genetic samples. However, relatively speaking, blood is more suitable as a genetic sample. Reddy collected genetic samples and disposed of the giant bear's body on the spot. Not long after, a bonfire was lit under a coconut tree on the beach. Large pieces of bear meat were skewered on tree branches and grilled on the bonfire. From time to time, a drop of oil dropped into the bonfire, making a soft chirp sound. The aroma of barbecue fills the air instantly. Reddy leaned against the coconut tree and spent 100 points of energy to analyze the genetic sample of the giant bear. Gene rating, LV4. Seeing the prompt, Reddy was refreshed. This is a very good genetic sample and one of the few LV4 gene samples he has obtained so far. If we use the giant bear's gene as a blueprint and fuse it with other gene fragments, we will most likely be able to obtain a brand new gene for LV5. Woohoo! At this time, several genetic warrior wolves suddenly climbed up from the beach, staring at the sea and making a low warning sound. Reddy looked up. I saw a black spot on the sea about 300 meters away, rising and falling with the waves. Shipwrecked. The golden lion has become extremely low-key after escaping from Impel Down, only looking for uninhabited islands where rare beasts live in the uninhabited sea, so Reddy deliberately avoided the main route. This shipwreck intrigued him. Reddy signaled the genetic warrior to stay on the beach and be on guard, and walked into the sea. Huge water splash. The genetic sea beast turned over in the sea water and swam in front of Reddy. Walk. Reddy turned over and jumped on the back of the genetic sea beast, pointing at the sea area where the shipwrecked man was. Ahem. Sylvadia coughed violently several times and curled up into a ball. Etc. Didn't I fall into the sea? Am I saved? Sylvadia reacted and sat up suddenly. Woke up. Reddy picked up a piece of bear meat that was roasting sizzlingly from the campfire, blew on it, and then put it in his mouth to chew. Smelling the aroma of barbecue, all Sylvadia could see was the barbecue. He immediately crawled to the campfire on his hands and knees, grabbed a skewer of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. Even if his mouth was burned by the hot barbecue, he refused to slow down. But the next second, Sylvadia spit out the roasted meat on the beach, and looked at Reddy angrily. You are giving me such unpalatable food. I am a noble of the kingdom of Shia. You want to kill a nobleman? A pariah. Reddy just wanted to reserve energy and didn't care whether it tasted good or not. But as a nobleman, where has Sylvadia ever eaten barbecue without even adding salt? Not to mention that game has an unpleasant smell without being processed. After being smoked and roasted, the taste is simply terrible. Are you a noble? Ledi Liangxia Kingdom did not know where it was, but he was very interested in the nobleman Sylvadia. Of course, since you saved my life, I can allow you. Halfway through Sylvadia's words, he suddenly heard a low whine. He turned around and saw several monsters showing their fangs towards him. He screamed in fright, save me quickly. I am a noble. Reddy raised his hand to signal, and the genetic wolf lay down again, staring at the almost collapsed Sylvadia. Are they your pets? Sylvadia looked at the genetic wolves in shock and realized that Reddy was not the untouchable who made a living by fishing as he imagined, and his attitude improved significantly. Reddy picked up a skewer of roasted bear meat and ate it. Without answering, he asked, have you ever seen a big ship flying in the sky? You have a vivid imagination. Sylvadia immediately regained his sense of superiority as a nobleman. He was indeed a country bumpkin without any common sense. How can a ship fly into the sky? Although he was mentally prepared, Sylvadia's answer still disappointed Reddy and he reviewed his plan again. Maybe I should make a big bird and look for traces of floating islands from the sky. After discovering that there were several scary monsters around Reddy, Sylvadia also calmed down and planned to go to the nearby area to find some wild fruits or something to fill her stomach. I swear that if I can return to the kingdom alive, I will never go to sea again. Sylvadia walked around the area, but did not dare to go deep into the jungle, and could not find wild fruits nearby. He gritted his teeth and swore in anger. But then a boat appeared on the sea level. "Help, I am a noble and can give you a large reward." Silvitya rubbed his eyes in disbelief to make sure it was not his hallucination, and immediately rushed to the beach, raising his hands and waving, trying to attract the attention of the boat. Perhaps it was a miracle that the boat did adjust its course and sailed towards the island. Chapter 7 Grizzly Bear Pirates. The boat is getting closer. Silvitya's mood was getting better and better. She simply straightened out her dress that had become wrinkled due to being soaked in sea water, and then stood on the beach waiting for the boat to rescue her. "When I return to Rog Town, I will make sure you look good," Silvitya thought in her heart with malice. As long as there are not those rare beasts, this country bumpkin must understand the consequences of the untouchables despising the nobles. The black pirate flag has a bear's head on it. Which pirate group is this? Silvitya suddenly heard a voice coming from behind, and couldn't help but froze for a moment, hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Sure enough, there was a black flag flying on the top of the mast of the ship. No. Silvitya painfully grabbed her naturally curly brown hair with both hands and knelt on the beach. Why are the grizzly bear pirates chasing here? Isn't it enough that they destroyed my ship and took away my cargo? Farewell, my beloved Demasha. Reddy stuffed roasted bear meat into his mouth while listening to Silvitya's desperate wailing, and finally understood. This nobleman of the kingdom of Shia did not become a shipwreck in a natural disaster, but encountered a pirate group plundering him on the sea and took the risk of jumping into the sea to escape. Silvitya suddenly reacted after venting his anger. Hey, why did I forget him? Those pets can definitely deal with the damn grizzly bear pirates. I am willing to pay a large reward, as long as you are willing to help me drive away these damn pirates. Silvitya turned around quickly and begged Reddy. You are a noble. Reddy returned to the campfire and sat down, picked up another piece of roasted bear meat and started eating. One of the genetic warrior wolves picked up a bunch of raw meat from the banana leaf on the side and set it on the bonfire to smoke it. Silvitya was stunned for a moment. I am a noble, what's wrong? Reddy shrugged. I don't have any expectations for the credibility of the nobles, unless you put Bailey or jewelry in front of me. You are insulting me. Silvitya blushed. Reddy raised the roasted bear meat and gestured to him, then looked at the pirate ship that was about to enter the offshore sea. Silvitya became anxious and raised his right hand and swore, I can swear on the honor of my family that I will definitely pay you a large sum of money. How about 10 million belly? Reddy was unmoved. 20 million. Reddy remained unmoved. The pirate ship moored offshore and put down 2 small boats. A dozen pirates jumped on the small boats and rowed the oars vigorously. The boat quickly approached the shore. The giant man at least 3 meters tall standing on the bow of one of the boats was particularly eye-catching. Silvitya was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and cruelly promised a sky-high price, 100 million belly, but you must send me to the nearest town, preferably Rog Town. Make a deal. Reddy smiled and stood up. The 5 genetic wolves responded and surrounded Reddy, staring eagerly at the 2 boats heading towards the coast. Hurry up, we can't let that noble escape anymore. Grizzly Bill stepped on the bow of the boat with his right foot, holding a giant hammer the same height as himself in one hand and pointing to the coast, angrily urging his men to paddle faster. Several pirates on the boat rowed the oars hard. The boat approached the shore at a faster speed. Not long after, the boat entered the sea with a depth of less than 1 meter. Grizzly Bill couldn't wait for the boat to dock, jumped into the water, and waded onto the beach carrying a giant hammer. Be careful, Grizzly Bill's bounty is as high as 3 million Baileys. Silvitya hid behind Reddy, staring at Grizzly Bill, her voice trembling. When the real master really arrived, Silvitya suddenly felt that she had been careless. Can those pets defeat the big pirate with a bounty of 3 million? Captain, those are some rare beasts. At this time, other pirates also landed on the beach. When they saw the 5 genetic wolves in front of Reddy, they immediately shouted in surprise. Grizzly Bill originally only had eyes for the nobleman Sylvidia, but after being reminded by his subordinates, he discovered the 5 genetic wolves and suddenly laughed wantonly. "This damn noble is my lucky star, bringing these rare beasts to me." Sylvidia was forced to the edge of the cliff, unable to escape, so she simply jumped on her feet and shouted, "Stupid pirates, have you seen them? They are legendary monsters, no one can defeat them." He originally wanted to scare Bill the grizzly bear, but the latter was not afraid at all. Grizzly Bill swung the giant hammer with one hand and hit it hard on the beach, splashing large amounts of sand, and walked over with a sinister smile on his face. Woohoo! The 5 genetic werewolves showed their fangs, let out a deep roar from their throats, and lowered their upper bodies slightly to begin to accumulate strength. But then Reddy suddenly said, "They are my pets. I am just a doctor. It will not be good for us to fight." Sylvidia was dumbfounded. "You agreed to charge me 100 million belly to buy my life. Why are you negotiating with the pirates to make peace now? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Grizzly Bill stopped, looked at Reddy, and curled his lips disdainfully. "Who do you think I am, kid?" Reddy shrugged and whistled. 2 of them jumped towards Grizzly Bill, and the other 3 went around to both sides and pounced on the dozen or so pirates who were coming. "Go to hell!" Grizzly Bill picked up the giant hammer with both hands and slammed it forward. A large splash of sand. The giant hammer blasted a huge crater with a diameter of more than 3 meters on the beach. "If Master Shiki hadn't asked us to keep a low profile, my bounty would have been at least 30 million. Grizzly Bill's strength is so great that the weight of the giant hammer, which is taller than an ordinary person, is almost invisible in his hand. He pursues the 2 genetic wolves with one hammer after another. Reddy smiled. "This nobleman is really my lucky star." Ah! The screams suddenly started. 3 other genetic warrior wolves crashed into the pirates. The sword fell on the shiny black scales and could not break their defense at all, but the sharp claws and fangs of the genetic werewolf could easily tear their bodies apart. "Captain, save me! They are not ordinary rare animals, save me! They are demons, ah!" The pirates' wailing made Grizzly Bill even more irritable. His eyeballs were bloodshot, and blue veins bulged on his forehead. However, the genetic warrior wolf did not confront him head-on. He just avoided the giant hammer and tightly wrapped around Grizzly Bill. In a short time, a pile of corpses appeared on the beach. The 3 genetic warriors wiped out the dozen or so pirates, then immediately turned back and surrounded Grizzly Bill with the other 2 genetic warriors. "Get away!" Grizzly Bill was so tired that he could hardly even swing the giant hammer. However, the 5 genetic warrior wolves remained unscathed. They used their high agility to continuously weaken Grizzly Bill's physical strength, and only wait for him to show his weakness before launching a siege. "Who are you?" Grizzly Bill panted and swung his giant hammer to drive away 1 genetic wolf, and then hurriedly drove back 4 more, which exhausted his physical strength even more. Reddy smiled. "I'm a doctor. Friendly reminder, your physical strength can probably last for 10 minutes at most." "Stop, you're right, it won't be good for us if we continue like this." Grizzly Bill never thought that these rare beasts could be so scary, so he was scared. "Kill this damn pirate, they stole all my goods." Seeing that Grizzly Bill was so arrogant and unreasonable on his boat, Sylvidia was so excited that he trembled all over and jumped on his feet and screamed. Reddy smiled and shook his head. "You decide when to start the war, and I decide when to end it. This is reasonable, right?" Chapter 8 Clues to the Golden Lion. The bonfire burned brightly. On the dark sea, only a vague outline of the grizzly pirate's ship was left. Perhaps because Bill was highly respected by the crew, all the people who landed on the island except Bill were wiped out. The pirates who stayed on the ship unexpectedly neither set sail to escape, nor did anyone land on the island to save people. "You will regret it." Grizzly Bill lay on the beach with a bruised nose and a swollen face, breathing heavily, but still glared at Reddy by the campfire. Reddy did not kill him in the end. Instead, he let the 5 genetic warriors treat him as a ball and play pool. Sylvatia stepped forward and gave him a kick, and cursed in a very relieved tone, "This is what will happen if you offend a noble. Are you a golden lion?" Reddy threw a dead branch into the bonfire and said curiously, "I have never heard that Golden Lion recruited crew members in the East Daxia Sea." Grizzly Bill stared and said nothing, lying on the beach secretly gathering strength. Who is the Golden Lion? More than 10 years have passed since the Golden Lion successfully escaped from Impel Down. Sylvatia, who was confused, returned to sit by the campfire and became a curious baby. "A pirate." Reddy casually dismissed the curious baby and whistled. A genetic werewolf climbed up from the beach, stepped forward and slapped the 3-meter-plus Grizzly Bill with one paw, sending it rolling away. The other 4 genetic wolves followed closely behind and continued to play pool around Grizzly Bill. "Stop them quickly, I'll tell you everything." Grizzly Bill's eyes turned into circles. He couldn't stand the mental and physical torture and had no choice but to admit defeat. The whistle sounded. 5 genetic warriors sat around Grizzly Bill, sticking out their tongues and licking their fangs, looking like they were still unfinished. Grizzly Bill sat up with difficulty and told the truth honestly. "Young men, I will lead you to conquer the Grand Route and seize One Piece. One Piece can only be mine." Grizzly Bill, who had just put out to sea and had a bounty of 3 million Baileys on his back, stood on the bow of the ship, carrying a giant hammer to boost the morale of all the members on the ship. But before the encouragement took effect, the pirates on the watchtower suddenly screamed in horror, "Captain, an island is flying towards our ship. Are you trying to trick me?" Grizzly Bill was so angry that he swung a giant hammer with one hand and was about to break the mast and crush this nonsense man to death with his own hands. The other pirates hurriedly swarmed up and barely stopped him. At this time, the island was getting closer and closer, and other pirates also discovered the island, looking up at the sky with dull expressions. Bill was also stunned. There really is an island flying in the sky. Is that a lion's head? A pirate discovered a giant lion's head butting against the horns on the top of the island, with a question mark on his face. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Bill's forehead, and he shouted in surprise, "About 10 years ago, a legendary pirate successfully escaped from Impel Down. He is the Golden Lion Shiki, the admiral of the Sky Pirates." At this time, a figure flew out from the huge island-like ship. "Gee ha 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 ha, hand over all your treasures." The Golden Lion Shiki landed on the bow of the pirate ship as if there was no one around, and the famous swords Kyusuke and Sakuraju that replaced his legs penetrated deeply into the deck. "Even if you are the legendary pirate, I'm not afraid of you." Grizzly Bill's forehead had veins popping out. He picked up the giant hammer with both hands and hit the Golden Lion with all his strength. The golden slash left a deep ravine on the sea surface, which did not recover for a long time. Bang! The hammerhead weighing hundreds of kilograms fell on the deck, creating spider web-like cracks. Grizzly Bill had a dull look on his face. He held half of the hammer handle with both hands and remained motionless in an attacking posture. His heart was completely filled with fear and despair, and there were big drops of cold sweat all over his head and face. The Golden Lion floated back into the air again, looking down at G ha 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 ha. "You dare to attack me, proving that you still have a little bit of value. From today on, I will hand over 100 million Baileys every year, otherwise I will ask you go to hell." Grizzly Bill sat on the beach with fanatical admiration on his face. "Master Shiki will return to the sea and become the new One Piece. If you don't want to die, you'd better offer those rare beasts obediently." Reddy threw another branch into the bonfire with a gentle smile on his face. This guy is a typical late-stage Stockholm Syndrome patient. Because he was defeated by the Golden Lion, he developed an unparalleled admiration for him and was willing to stay in the East Daxia Sea to raise funds for the Golden Lion. But he could understand why the Golden Lion did this. Scientific research is really expensive. "So you wanted to kidnap me?" Sylvatia suddenly jumped up and cursed angrily, "Damn it, I thought you were afraid that if I returned alive, I would lead the kingdom's army to kill your pirate group, so you chased me. Ready? Sivadya jumped to his feet and shouted, I paid 100 million belly, now you help me kill this BD, this is part of the agreement. Shiki-sama will avenge me. Grizzly Bill had fanaticism in his eyes, not caring about his own life or death. Then he became a ball under the paws of 5 genetic warfare wolves. Stop it, BD. Grizzly Bill was not afraid of death, but he really couldn't stand the torture like being thrown into a drum washing machine, so he gave in again. Sylvadia was very dissatisfied and shouted resentfully, be honest, I paid for it. Do you want me to carry you back to Rog Town? Reddy signaled the genetic wolf to stop, and then looked at Sylvadia with a strange expression. Well, let's let him go for now. Sylvadia was not stupid. When Reddy mentioned the pirate ship anchored offshore, she immediately realized that Reddy wanted to use Bill to seize the ship. I'm willing to take you to Rog Town. Grizzly Bill's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed his intention to repay Reddy for not killing him, but he was thinking about how to lure Reddy onto the ship. Without those terrifying rare beasts, how could you fight with me? Reddy stood up abruptly and said with a sullen look on his face, do you think I will believe a pirate's promise? From now on, if I say another word to you, I will lose. Sylvadia had a question mark on his face. In this case, shouldn't I say that I will chop you down, kill you, or kill you? And you? Reddy turned and walked towards the dark jungle, cursing as he walked, a nobleman like you disgusts me. If I say a word to you from now on, I will kill you. Sylvadia's expression was dull. I swear I didn't say anything just now, I just looked at you. Can this also make you angry? After a while, Reddy came out with a cold expression, as if he was unhappy with everyone. Seeing this, Sylvadia and Grizzly Bill immediately lowered their heads. Can't afford to offend. The whistle sounded. The 5 genetic wolves stood up in response, showed their fangs and drove Bill the grizzly bear towards the boat stranded on the beach. Sylvadia quickly followed. Soon the boat pushed into the sea. 3 people and 5 wolves jumped on board, crowding the boat to the brim. Grizzly Bill rowed hard, grinning with big yellow teeth and grinning silently. Soon after the boat sailed more than 100 meters away from the coast, 3 Reddys walked out of the woods naked. One of them, Reddy, whispered to himself, I was sloppy, I didn't prepare a few more sets of clothes. Chapter 9 First Contact with the Golden Lion. The boat rowed to the side of the pirate ship. Grizzly Bill put down his oar and shouted towards the boat, It's me, your captain is back, pull us aboard quickly. Several heads popped up on the side of the ship, holding oil lamps and looking down. The captain is really back. But what to do with those rare beasts? They are terrible monsters and cannot be allowed on board. Several pirates reached a consensus almost instantly and did not dare to put down the rope ladder. Grizzly Bill cursed, I have reached an agreement with them. Now we are a team. Let's pull up those rare beasts first and let Hilda and the others take care of them. Soon a rope ladder was lowered on the deck. The 5 genetic warrior wolves flexibly hooked the rope ladder with their claws and climbed onto the boat one after another. They were fooled. The deck instantly burst into cheers, followed by several roars of wild beasts. 3 grizzly bears roared and ran out of the cabin, biting each other with the 5 genetic wolves. Grizzly Bill turned around with a ferocious smile, clenched his fists, and said with a proud smile, Who do you think I am? I am a captain in Master Shiki's future fleet. I didn't expect that there are still people on my ship. Tamed 3 grizzly bears. Speak, weren't you very arrogant just now? Reddy remained expressionless and allowed Bill to roughly push him up the rope ladder. It's over now. Sylvadia was trembling all over and fell into the boat, with no color on her face. When Grizzly Bill escorted Reddy and Sylvadia onto the deck, 3 grizzly bears with a shoulder height of nearly 1.8 meters were comparable to 5 genetic war wolves. These 3 grizzly bears have obviously been specially strengthened and have a great advantage in strength. The toughness of their fur has also reached an astonishing level, not inferior to the scales covering the body of the genetic warrior wolf. The narrow deck is not suitable for fighting the genetic wolves with both strength and agility. The 5 genetic wolves can only rely on their numerical advantage and the scales covering their bodies to bite together with the 3 grizzly bears. Hilda, bite it. Victor, did you not eat at night? Dole, use your advantages and suppress them with power. The deck seemed to have turned into a coliseum. Dozens of pirates climbed on the cables like monkeys and shouted feverishly, so skillfully that it made people feel distressed. This is one of the reasons why they did not abandon Captain Bill. After all, on the vast sea, 3 out-of-control grizzly bears are like Shinigami on the boat. Trapped them with rope nets and caught them alive. Grizzly Bill, holding Reddy and Sylvatia in one hand, interrupted the beast-fighting performance. The genetic wolf's claws were very sharp and its fangs were very sharp, but it was difficult to break free from the special rope net made by the grizzly bear pirates, and he was quickly captured alive and put in a cage. Take him to the cabin and lock him up. This is a special treatment for you. Grizzly Bill threw Sylvatia to his men, then threw Reddy over, and said with a grin, "Put him in the bottom cell." No. Sylvatia closed her eyes in pain and allowed the 2 pirates to drag her into the cabin. Reddy's treatment was much worse. He was tied into a dumpling by the pirates and carried to the basement cell and locked up. I will personally wash away the shame after asking Master Shiki. Grizzly Bill watched Reddy being carried away by his men, and then waved to his men to bring the phone bug over. Brumuru, Burubru, Baga. The appearance of the phone bug becomes similar to the golden lion Shiki, and even imitates the rudder on the top of Shiki's head. Master Shiki, I caught some powerful rare beasts. Grizzly Bill mentioned Reddy and the 5 genetic wolves, emphasizing the power of the genetic wolves, but Reddy, the owner, only mentioned them casually. Gee ha 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 ha. Good job, Bill. I'll go there tomorrow. The golden lion was very satisfied with Grizzly Bill's confession, and he did not hesitate to praise him. He said that he would consider officially recruiting the grizzly pirates, and then ended the call. Young ones, we will soon become a member of the Sky Pirates. Grizzly Bill got the promise from the golden lion Shiki, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He arranged for other pirates to bring out the wine and hold a carnival party on the deck. It's late at night. The deck was littered with sleeping pirates. At this time, several test tubes flew onto the deck from under the ship and shattered. A faint fragrance soon filled the deck, and the snoring on the deck became louder after a few seconds. Lydie soaked in the sea water and watched the genetic sea beast dive into the sea with a clone on its back, then jumped out of the sea and flew into the air. The clone arched its body, grabbed the giant mouth of the genetic sea beast with one hand, and suddenly exerted force on its legs. Using the genetic sea beast as a pedal, it jumped high and landed on the deck. Another clone jumped onto the deck in the same manner. The rope ladder is lowered. Reddy put away the genetic sea beast, boarded the ship along the rope ladder, and then made a gesture to the 2 clones. The 2 clones immediately spread out and tied the sleeping pirates into rice dumplings with cables. And Reddy walked to Grizzly Bill, called up the interface, and entered the biochemical laboratory. Finished product warehouse. Sample library. Virus development. Drug development. Synthesis laboratory. Reddy entered the finished product warehouse and took out a test tube. There are about 5 milliliters of colorless and transparent liquid in the test tube. This was an additional product from his previous experiment with cheat, a powerful anesthetic. Reddy pulled out the stopper and poured all the powerful anesthetic in the test tube into Grizzly Bill's mouth, ensuring that the latter would not wake up unless he slept to death for 3 days and 3 nights. About half an hour later, Reddy relied on powerful narcotics to capture the pirate ship. Including the 3 grizzly bears, none of the members of the grizzly bear pirates escaped, and they were all tied up by the 2 clones. Reedy came out of the cabin holding the handle of his saber with his left hand. He had already put on the shabby white windbreaker again, followed by 5 genetic wolves. Reedy walked onto the bow of the ship, looked at the dark sea, and whispered to himself. Hopefully the plan goes well. Which BD did this? Please untie me. As the first pirate woke up and found himself tied into a rice dumpling, he woke up the other pirates. The powerful anesthetic was very effective, but the sea wind on the deck was very strong. So the pirates did not inhale much anesthetic, and it only slightly deepened the depth of their sleep. The 5 genetic werewolves showed their fangs and stared at them eagerly. The deck fell silent for a moment. The pirates were stunned. Who released them? Then they saw Reedy leaning on the side of the ship, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Why did he come out? At this time, a small black dot appeared in the sky. This little black spot was getting closer and closer, and it turned out to be a giant pirate ship transformed from a small island. Soon a figure flew out of the boat. The golden lion Shiki landed on the deck. Seeing the pirates tied into rice dumplings on the deck, his eyes moved to Reedy and grinned, "Gee ha 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 ha. I am very surprised." As he said that, the golden lion's eyes moved to the 5 genetic wolves. He took out a cigar from his arms and lit it, bit it in his mouth and laughed, "Excellent rare beasts, I like them." Reedy leaned against the side of the boat with a cold expression. The golden lion's face darkened. At this time, another Reedy came out of the cabin and said with a smile, "They are treasures created by me, and I like them very much." As if responding to his words, the 5 genetic wolves stepped forward and nuzzled him with their heads, then showed their fangs at the golden lion. "Gee ha 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 ha." Golden Lion looked at Reedy who was leaning on the side of the ship, and then looked at the other Reedy who had just walked out of the cabin. His eyes couldn't help but shine, and he laughed, "I didn't expect that besides Vegapunk and Judge there are still people who have mastered the life design. Are you a member of the MADS organization? Whether you are a member of MADS or not, come on my ship, and I will satisfy you no matter what you want." Chapter 10 Colleagues are Enemies. On the whiteboard is a simple structural diagram of a double helix DNA strand. Putting his right hand on the whiteboard, Reedy looked at the golden lion Shiki who was sitting not far away. With enthusiasm in his eyes, he opened his hands and started to popularize science, physique, strength, everything, they are contained in here. Under perfectly ideal conditions, we could replicate everyone in the world. I don't know to what extent Vegapunk and Judge have developed their bloodline factors, but I can fuse the bloodline factors that 2 or more people have. Give me the bloodline factors of Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and other strong men, and I can create the strongest monster in history. Fanatic voices echoed in the room, and everyone including Golden Lion Shiki looked shocked. At that time, the MADS organization developed the life blueprint under the leadership of Vegapunk, which shocked the world, so much so that the MADS organization was encircled and suppressed by Marine and was forced to disband. In the end, Vegapunk joined Marine, and the life plan became a legend on the sea. No one knew what the life plan looked like. Even Judge, a former member of the MADS organization who later founded the Kingdom of Germa, only managed to create a large number of clone soldiers and a few carefully prepared children. Gee ha 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 ha. Although I'm not afraid of Whitebeard, Kaido, and the others, I don't want to provoke those monsters easily. Whitebeard and other 3 powerful men have become emperors of the sea. No matter how sweet the pie thrown by Reedy is, Golden Lion does not want to provoke these monsters before realizing his ideal. Isn't it good to grow up as a dog? Standing behind the Golden Lion Shiki, the gorilla Scarecrow wearing a fancy dress clapped his hands and laughed. Puff, puff, puff. Another clown in a white coat danced with a very angry expression. Golden Lion? The clown said angrily, the goal of the flying pirates is to create a violent and ferocious army of ferocious beasts. There is no need to provoke those real monsters. The Golden Lion looked shocked, so you can talk. Reedy glanced at the clown and mocked contemptuously, Whitebeard has Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, foil Bista and other strong men. Kaido has 2 big bosses, Yin and Quinn, and Big Mom has 4 Shosei. What does the flying pirates have? A clown? And a gorilla? Plus a bunch of uncontrollable ferocious beasts. Tell me, what is the use of this waste? If I can combine the blood factors of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom to create the strongest monster in history, even becoming the king of the world will not be a problem. When Scaredo heard the first part of what he said, he clapped his hands and laughed, but when he heard the second part of Reddy's words, he immediately started to babble and protest in anger. Indigo became angry. Even Vegapunk can't do such a thing. Reddy smiled contemptuously and said proudly, I can. Indigo was furious, but the topic we were talking about now was not his expertise, and he really couldn't think of a reason to refute this theory, which he thought was extremely ridiculous. Reddy did not say anything about virtue, but continued to taunt him viciously. In my opinion, your so-called ferocious beast is just a useless invention for people's amusement. What do you know? When it comes to his major and the research topics he is proud of. Indigo immediately became excited. But Reddy didn't give him much chance to speak. Although I don't know what method you used to create those ferocious beasts, I know that your research only added artificial directional induction on the basis of natural evolution, right? Reddy knew that if he did not suppress Indigo, the chief scientist and ship's doctor under Golden Lion, his plan would inevitably be blocked. So he revealed the essence of Indigo's research and development project in one sentence. Natural evolution is disordered and requires a lot of experiments and a long time to get useful samples. And I can use life design drawings to create more powerful biological weapons. If you don't believe me, you can take out your most proud work and compare it with the work I made casually. Reddy challenged Indigo in front of the Golden Lion. The expression on his face was so confident that even the Golden Lion was moved. Gee ha 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 ha, what do you need? The Golden Lion has always wanted to take revenge on the world government since he successfully escaped from Impel Down, so he vigorously promoted the Dire Beast Legion plan, but now he is more interested in the beautiful blueprint outlined by Reddy. The strongest monster in history. King of the world. Everything Reddy said stirred deep ambition in him. He lost to Luck in the Battle of Etval, and lost to the combination of Sengoku and Garp in the Battle of Marine Fando, which gave him the idea of revenge on the world. Now Reddy has revived his ambitions. I need some blood samples, and some instruments. I will compile a list later. Reddy said, paused, touched his belly and smiled, but now I hope to have a big meal to fill my belly. The chefs of the Flying Pirates are very busy. One piece after another of exquisite food was delivered to the table in front of Reddy. Reddy held the knife and fork and put the food into his mouth gracefully. The speed was not very fast, but it was better than lasting. Plus 5 points of energy. Plus 4 points of energy. Plus 9 points of energy. Reddy was eating delicious food while paying attention to the prompts that appeared. Plus 15 points of energy. At this time, a prompt appeared. Reddy's pupil shrank, and he immediately stopped the chef who had just served a plate of risotto. He pointed at the sauce-drenched steak in front of him and asked, "What kind of meat is this?" "Lord Reddy, this is the secret Poseidon steak." The chef introduced the steak cautiously. "I like this." Reddy motioned to the chef to tell the kitchen that there is no need to serve other food, just serve all delicacies using Poseidon ingredients. Soon after, Reddy looked at the prompts and showed a satisfied smile. Plus 14. Plus 17. Plus 16. Every bite of Poseidon meat can increase his energy by more than 10 points. On average, 1 kilogram of Poseidon meat can actually provide him with about 1,000 energy points. Reddy had been eating all afternoon, and his energy reserve reached an astonishing 100,000 points. Free S*X is so delicious. You are still in the mood to eat. Just when Reddy was secretly enjoying his prostitution, an inappropriate voice made him stop. With a sound like farting, Indigo walked into the room and said with a sullen face, Master Shiki asked me to prepare the things on your list, and they are ready now. Reddy put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and with a smile motioned to Indigo to take him to see his own laboratory. I'll keep an eye on you. Indigo felt that his status had been challenged and was very rude to Reddy. After proving that you are a liar, I will treat you as an experimental subject. Reddy smiled and said nothing. Not long after, Indigo led Reddy to a door and pointed to the opposite door maliciously. This is my laboratory. Reddy smiled, pushed the gate of opening and walked in. It is very spacious inside and contains many instruments. Some of them were recognized by Reddy, as they were the instruments listed on the list, and some were not recognized by Reddy. They should be the golden lion seeking perfection and making its own decisions to enrich the laboratory. What Reddy pays most attention to is the large freezer placed in a corner of the laboratory. Here are stored genetic samples collected by Golden Lion according to his requirements, all of which came from the ferocious beasts on the floating island. Just wait for me, and I will come up with my most impressive work to defeat you. Indy was about to follow him in and continue to taunt, but Reddy closed the door before he entered. He was so angry that he jumped up and down, and could only go back to his laboratory and try harder. After closing the door, Reddy walked to the freezer, put a smile on his lips, and whispered to himself, "It's time to show your true strength." Chapter 11 Scientific research is really expensive. What factors are needed for scientific research to be successful? Reddy believes that only 2 factors are needed for the birth of a useful scientific research result. One is the right research direction, the other is burning money on trial and error. He has cheat, so he doesn't need to consider whether the research direction is correct at all, he can just do it without any recklessness. After an afternoon of whoring for nothing, the energy reserve also exceeded the 100,000 point mark. Reddy opened the freezer. The cold white mist rushed towards him, and after it cleared, test tubes containing blood appeared in front of him. These samples all come from the ferocious beasts on the island. Reddy randomly took out a test tube and put it into the gene bank, then extracted a sample and sent it to the genetic analysis laboratory. 100 points of energy consumption, and the analysis results appear. Gene, unstable, rating, LV5. For the first time, the word unstable appeared in the analysis results. Reddy became cautious and chose not to insert any foreign gene fragments, and simply used this gene as a blueprint to create a clone. Genetic samples are sent directly to the cloning factory. After consuming 1,700 points of energy in 4 hours, the clone was completed. Reddy hesitated at this time, switched to the chip laboratory, and spent another 2 hours manufacturing a control chip. Without gene editing, all indicators of the clone will be exactly the same as the original clone. Chip implantation. A total of 1,900 points of energy were consumed before and after. Reddy was very embarrassed now and didn't care about this necessary loss. Let's see the effect now. Reddy took a deep breath and released the clone from the finished product library. A huge creature suddenly appeared in the laboratory. This is a giant Madara tiger with a shoulder height of over 2.5 meters and a body length of 6 meters including head and tail. The golden lion can be regarded as a hero. The laboratory provided for Reddy is wide enough that even a 6-meter-long giant tiger will not look crowded in the laboratory. As of now, this unstable gene does not pose a fatal risk. Reddy crossed his chest with one hand, rested the elbow joint of his right hand on his left hand, and supported his chin with his palm. He carefully looked at the clone for a while, then took the clone back to the finished product warehouse and remade a new clone. This time he was still based on the giant tiger gene. The difference was that he randomly selected a LV2 gene sample from the gene samples he had accumulated in the past, extracted the gene fragments from it, and performed gene editing with the giant tiger gene. Fusing this gene fragment requires 3,200 energy points. Reddy's pupils narrowed. It actually costs 3,200 points of energy to fuse the LV5 gene with the LV2 gene fragment? Then wouldn't the genetic rating of the new student Reddy decisively chose to continue. After the new gene was born, Reddy was immediately sent to the genetic analysis laboratory. The results of the analysis surprised Reddy. Gene, unstable, rating, LV5. You haven't reached LV6 yet. Reddy couldn't believe his eyes, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. The result remains the same. Reddy resent the genetic sample to the genetic analysis laboratory for analysis. And the results he obtained made him frown and ponder. The ferocious beasts on the floating island will be manic, which should be caused by insufficient gene stability. This unstable gene actually swallowed with no embedded gene fragments. It appears that these samples are not suitable as blueprints for making clones. The structure of this gene is not significantly different from the original sample, and almost no embedded gene fragments can be found. After getting cheat for so long, Reddy knew that the biggest role of cheat was to use low-level genes to edit and create higher-level genes, rather than simply cloning a target. There's no point in doing that. However, the genetic samples of these ferocious beasts can be used to extract useful gene fragments. Reddy thought about it for a long time and wrote a plan in his notebook. The highest level natural gene sample in the gene bank is only the LV4 giant bear that was hunted before. Energy reserve, 96,482 points. Reddy glanced at the energy reserves and started making the next clone. He sent the giant tiger genes to the genetic analysis laboratory and extracted specific gene fragments. Pangolin genes, marine animal genes and snake genes were also extracted from the gene bank, and specific gene fragments were extracted respectively. Finally, based on the genes of giant bears, the specific extracted gene fragments were edited. Fusing all gene fragments requires 12,800 energy points. Reddy remained calm and chose to continue. Soon a brand new genetic sample was born. The newborn gene samples were then sent to the genetic analysis laboratory for analysis. The results of the analysis refreshed Reddy's spirits. Gene rating, LV8. This is the highest potential gene sample he has synthesized so far. According to his calculations, the clone of LV8 should be equal to the level of a Marine Headquarters Major after being trained to the limit. If we could get the Elephant Master's genes. Reddy thought to himself and sent the new gene to the cloning factory to start manufacturing. Creating this clone requires 100 energy points and is expected to be completed in 4 hours. Manufacturing control chips. Implantation. After consuming 12,900 energy points in 4 hours, Reddy got a clone. I hope it won't cost much. He created 2 clones and used a total of nearly 20,000 points of energy. Reddy was deceiving himself if he said he didn't feel bad. But a perfection is more than that. Reddy took a deep breath, extracted the clone body from the finished product warehouse of the cloning factory, and sent it to the strengthening workshop. Strengthening the clone to its limit requires 12,800 energy points and is expected to be completed in 1 hour. Another 12,800 points of energy consumption. While waiting for the enhancement to be completed, Reddy sighed when he saw that there were only more than 60,000 points of energy left. Scientific research is really expensive. An hour later, Reddy released the clone. The clone is still a giant bear. Its body is taller and stronger than its main body, nearly 4 meters tall. This is derived from a specific genetic fragment of a certain sea beast. The body is covered with shiny black scales, which are derived from specific genetic fragments of pangolins. What concerned Reddy most were its canine teeth. Its canine teeth are about 1 centimeter longer than the main body, which is a genetic fragment from the giant tiger. The canine teeth are hollow inside and have a small hole at the end, which is connected to the venom gland. Yes, this is a specific genetic fragment from snakes. The other fangs are also extremely sharp, and combined with the stronger masseter muscles, the bite force has reached an astonishing level. The clone has the body of a sea beast, the venom glands and fangs of a snake, the bite force of a tiger, and the strength of a bear. Stronger body, stronger bite force, plus venom glands and fangs, a perfect work. Reddy admired the powerful biological weapon he created with his own hands and expressed his heartfelt praise. These are basically the major factors that determine the combat power of beasts. This creative idea is the limit of what he can do at present. Reddy took back the clone and pressed a button. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Reddy walked over to the gate of opening, but he didn't expect that the person standing outside the door was actually an acquaintance. Grizzly Bill smiled dryly and explained with a complacent smile, "Master Shiki arranged for me to obey your orders. Go help me collect Poseidon blood, the more the better." Reddy didn't care who Golden Lion Shiki arranged to serve him. Just after he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of the nobleman who still owed him 100 million Baileys, and added, "That nobleman still owes me 100 million Baileys, don't let me, he is dead. You don't research and develop your own work honestly, but you still care about a hostage." The door opposite opened, and Indigo teased him eccentrically. At the same time, he looked past Bill and Reddy intentionally or unintentionally, trying to see clearly what was going on in the other's laboratory. Bang! The door closed, cutting off Indigo's sight. "Just wait for me." Indigo jumped and yelled, but he was very happy in his heart. That laboratory was decorated by him himself, and the furnishings inside were clear. Even though it was only a cursory glance just now, and most of his sight was blocked by Reddy and the other two, he still saw a lot of things. "The laboratory is not messy at all. What can you do to win over me? This is my intuition as a scientist." Chapter 12 Indigo's Shock. "That boy is a liar." Indigo walked in front, kicking his feet one by one. As he walked, he turned back to apply eye drops to Reddy. "I am the professional. If you want to get a qualified sample, it will take at least 3 years to see the effect. He is obviously I want to eat and drink here for 3 years. Gee ha 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 ha, it's only been 3 years, Indigo." Golden Lion Shiki chewed his cigar and laughed. Not to mention 3 years, he had already waited for 11 years after escaping from Impel Down, and he could definitely afford to wait. Indigo smiled sarcastically and tried his best to discredit, "What he said has no basis at all. Why can he do something that even Vegapunk can't do?" Scaredo covered his mouth and burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking as if he was having a convulsion, as if he heard some ridiculous remarks. "It's only been more than a month now, and I just want the results." Golden Lion Shiki took out his cigar and flicked the ashes. He laughed ferociously and said, "If he can't get the results he promised, I will let him know the consequences of cheating on me. I have many interesting ideas, but I still lack a suitable experimental subject. That guy is ideal and can accurately tell me the experimental data." What Indig wanted was the promise of the Golden Lion Shiki, and he quickly expressed his hope that Reddy could be used as an experimental subject. "If he has no results, then he is yours. Now take me to see your latest results." Golden Lion Shiki readily agreed to Indigo's request. Satisfied with the answer he wanted, Indy took the Golden Lion's Shiki and Scaredo out of the castle, passed through the barrier formed by the daft green forest, and came to the wilderness. "Where are your results?" Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and looked around, not seeing anything new, and gradually became a little impatient. At this time, an earth dragon rose in the distance. Indigo covered his mouth with his sleeve and said with a proud smile, "It's coming." Golden Lion Shiki turned from anger to joy and quickly looked over there. Soon a huge creature came running from a distance. Although it was still a few kilometers away, the ground was already shaking slightly. "This is my latest masterpiece." Indigo stretched out his hands and proudly showed off to the Golden Lion Shiki. "It has extremely terrifying power. It can collapse the cliff with one kick. In order to control it, at least 20 or 30 people must be killed by it in each experiment. Gee ha 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 ha, I like it." Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and stared at the behemoth that was getting closer and closer with bright eyes. Feeling the increasingly obvious vibration under his feet, he smiled like an old morning glory. Not long after, with a rumbling and muffled sound, the behemoth ran closer, followed by a large group of members of the Flying Pirates. "Master Shiki is over there, drive it somewhere else quickly." The pirates raised their bows and nocked arrows, and a hail of arrows drew an arc in the air, covering the front of the violent beast, trying to use this to change its direction. But everyone underestimated the terror of the violent behemoth. After seeing the golden lion Shiki and the others, the violent behemoth's eyes turned blood red, completely ignoring the rain of arrows in front of it, and charged forward with a roar. Arrows rained down, and the back of the violent beast was densely covered with arrows. It had no fear at all, but instead became more violent under the stimulation of pain, and its speed at least doubled. "Gee ha 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 ha, just let me try its strength." Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar, slowly rose into the air, and then flew out with a slash with his right foot, hitting the violent beast in the head. Blood splattered everywhere. The slash left a bone-deep wound on the behemoth's forehead. The strong residual force flew the huge body over 5 meters high, and landed on the ground more than 20 meters away, plowing out a path. The gully that was more than 10 meters long finally stopped. Everyone looked shocked. Such a terrifying and violent beast fell down with just one blow? "Take it away, I want to examine it." Indigo signaled his men to take away the giant beast, gritting his teeth to study it in depth and strive to come up with a better work. Golden Lion Shiki flicked the ashes of his cigarette and grinned, "The blow I just struck was enough to defeat Major General Marine. If you can bring out the violent behemoth that can withstand the blow just now, you can realize my ideal." "Smash it, slap it." His face showed anticipation. "Now I am looking forward more and more to whether he can create a biological weapon that meets my ideas." Scaredo clapped his hands and laughed, mocking Indigo for losing to Reddy. At least in the eyes of the Golden Lion, Indigo lost. Indigo turned around and left in anger. When I returned to my laboratory, the door opposite happened to open. Indigo quickly looked past Reddy and looked inside the laboratory. His expression suddenly changed. The inside of the laboratory is no longer what it was more than a month ago. A huge glass culture tank is filled with nutrient solution, and a giant bear nearly 4 meters tall is suspended quietly in it with various catheters inserted into it. "Have you succeeded?" Indigo's eyes nearly popped out. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. Can such a giant beast be created out of thin air in just over a month? What have I been doing for more than a month? When did that kid ever leave the laboratory? Or is there someone secretly helping him? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Indigo's mind. This is not scientific at all. Reddy looked at him with a strange expression. "How long will it take to create a biological weapon? If I hadn't wasted more energy, I would have been able to produce the finished product on the first day I got the lab, would you believe it?" Indigo came back to his senses, rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. This time he saw more details, and his whole body went numb. The body of the giant bear in the culture tank is covered with shiny black scales, its sharp and long fangs poke out of its lips, and its claws are like small daggers. No matter how you look at it, this is a ruthless war machine. Now that Indigo saw it, Reddy stopped pretending and asked with a smile, "How long will it take for you to produce your highest masterpiece?" "I can wait." Indigo immediately darkened his face, turned around and walked into his laboratory. Reddy shrugged, returned to the laboratory and pressed the button to summon Bill. After a while, Bill came running out of breath. For more than a month, he felt like he was having a nightmare. Except for the first day when Reddy asked him to collect Poseidon-like blood. For more than a month he basically led people to deliver Poseidon-like steaks from the kitchen to the laboratory, but Reddy didn't even let him in. Life is monotonous and boring. It's better to go back to the sea and hijack a boat, kidnap someone or something. "Lord Reddy, what are your orders?" Now Bill's attitude towards Reddy has completely changed, and he worships him as a god. After all, anyone who sees the giant bear born from scratch within a month will think so. "Go tell the Golden Lion that my work is finished." With a smile on his face, Reddy generously let Bill see the huge culture tank in the laboratory. The giant bear in the culture tank suddenly opened its eyes. Bill was startled, stammered, pointed at the culture tank and shouted, "Sir, sir, it seems to have woken up." Reddy looked back and shrugged, "Don't make a fuss, it just means it's mature." Chapter 13 LV8's Genetic War Bear. Gee ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki witnessed with his own eyes the scene where the giant bear walked out of the culture tank and stood obediently behind Reddy. He couldn't be more satisfied with Reddy. After escaping from Impel Down, he discovered the secret of the precious beast island. He believed that this was the ideal biological weapon, so he enlisted Scardu, the king of the rare beasts on the island, to join his team, and hired Indigo to formulate a plan for the ferocious behemoth. Plan. But now he has completely overturned his previous ideas. A ferocious giant beast that cannot be effectively controlled is not a qualified biological weapon, but the obedient giant bear in front of him is. You are a genius. Golden Lion Shiki stared greedily at the giant bear standing behind Reddy, praised Reddy generously, and then asked impatiently, "Why isn't it violent?" A protective net is built around the castle with daft green woods. This plant, endemic to floating islands, emits an odor that is intolerable to animals. So when Indigo invited him to admire his latest masterpiece, it was always in the wilds away from the castle. If he was very satisfied with the appearance of this giant bear, then he couldn't be more satisfied with its obedient character. Reddy looked at the Golden Lion Shiki with a strange expression, and said uncertainly, "The ideal biological weapon in my mind is one that can control one's own emotions. I don't know if the biological weapon in your mind is like this. Behemoths that have lost their wild nature are not worthy of being called biological weapons." Indigo, who came out of the laboratory at some point, was angry and looking for trouble. "Follow me, and I will personally verify the strength of this biological weapon." Golden Lion Shiki said, walked in front, and led Reddy and others outside the castle. "Let it attack me." Golden Lion Shiki activated his ability and floated into the air, overlooking the people below. Reddy whistled. The giant bear, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly let out a roar and charged forward like a heavy tank. Gee ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, laughed and sent out a slash, hitting the giant bear in the chest. The giant bear roared with pain, and its huge body flew out. Indigo's eyes lit up and he cursed silently in his heart, "Death, must die, must die." But the next second, the sound of gasps came one after another. The giant bear rolled a few meters on the ground, turned over and continued to charge towards the golden lion in the distance. Scardu hooted a few times and gave Reddy a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for this giant beast. Bill immediately became numb. In his mind, the golden lion is a well-deserved invincible existence. He had never thought that it only took Reddy more than a month to create a biological weapon that could block a slash from the golden lion. Golden Lion Shiki became more interested after trying out that the giant bear could withstand a slash from him without dying. He no longer launched slashes, but dived down to engage in close combat with it. Even without the fruit ability, he is still a famous swordsman. As soon as they fought, the giant bear with only LV8 was continuously repelled by the Golden Lion Shiki. The scales covering its body could not withstand the slashes of the Golden Lion Shiki. There were wounds all over the place, and blood stained most of its body red. But it still continued to rush forward and fight like a mad dog, incredibly tenacious. Reddy only watched it for a short while and then lost interest. The fighting power of the giant bear is indeed not weak, but it is not enough to be placed in a park or even New World. He was more interested in daft green in the distance. The smell of this tree is unbearable to animals, and inhaling large amounts can cause green fungus Madara to appear on the skin, leading to degradation of human body functions and death from organ failure. While the golden lion was still interested in playing with the giant bear, everyone else was attracted by the battle, and Reddy walked over alone. Before actually getting close to the tree, Reddy saw the hint. Special toxins were collected and included in the biochemical laboratory sample library. Reddy called up the panel, entered the biochemical laboratory interface, and switched to the sample library. There are only a few samples in the sample library. Daft Green Toxin X1. Reddy hesitated and did not switch to the synthesis laboratory on the spot to use this toxin as a model to synthesize new toxins. So he retreated, planning to find time to try to synthesize new toxins in the future to enhance his ability to protect himself. After all, his body was too weak before he got the ideal devil fruit. When the giant bear was knocked away again, the golden lion grinned and stopped the game. Its defense is very good, and it can compete with a Marine Major General in a short time. Bill gasped, his eyes as wide as bells. Is it really that strong? At this moment, Reddy's ability to turn decay into magic really fascinated him. Since such a powerful biological weapon can be created, it must also make people stronger. When he chose to surrender to the golden lion, he was shocked by its invincible strength. Now that he had the opportunity to become stronger, the object of his admiration unknowingly became Reddy. Shiki shook his head and said, "But it is too weak, and its power is only a little stronger than Major Marine at most. If you can only do this, then I will be very disappointed." Reddy shrugged. It's just a genetic war bear with a genetic rating of LV8. The physique of a sea beast coupled with the hard scales is one of the most outstanding aspects of the genetic warfare bear. Another outstanding feature is that it contains enough venom to kill most living things in the world. Shiki couldn't see its other great advantage, and he couldn't explain it. This genetic warfare bear was just created casually to create an excuse for the next target. Reddy took the opportunity to complain, "The genes of the dire beast do not meet my requirements. I need natural life, but the genetic samples of natural life forms in my hands are too few. I will grant your request." Shiki didn't care at all about this and readily agreed to Reddy's request. Indigo, who was standing by, turned pale and secretly vowed to create more trouble for Reddy. "It has a greater advantage," Reddy said and whistled. The giant bear immediately became quiet and lay down on the spot, as docile as a sheep. Golden Lion Shiki became curious and asked quickly, "As long as you learn to whistle, anyone can control it. I can also make it learn to only obey the orders of one person." In order to gain the trust of the Golden Lion Shiki, Reddy went all out and exaggerated the actual effect of the control chip. The clone is absolutely obedient to him, and his priority cannot be replaced. It's not difficult to make the clone do what he just said. He just needs to give the clone an instruction. The Golden Lion laughed with satisfaction. "That's right." After a simple test, Golden Lion Shiki was really attracted by the obedience of the giant bear and couldn't wait to ask, "If I can meet all your needs, how many can I produce in 1 year?" The strength of the genetic warfare bear did not meet his ideals, but he was very satisfied with a genetic warfare bear that could compete with Major General Marine in a short period of time. 1 end. Golden Lion Shiki was stunned. When Indigo saw this, he immediately shouted with joy, "You liar, I don't know where you got this giant beast, but now if you come up with another giant beast, I will admit defeat." Reddy smiled and shook his head, "I used the life design to create this biological weapon. It is like a blank piece of paper and takes time to grow. In order to demonstrate the results of my research, I used up the last bit of special culture medium to allow it to grow to this point within a month. Also, the equipment here did not meet my expectations. So of course I can't cultivate more biological weapons in 1 year." Indigo was overwhelmed and speechless. From a scientific point of view, this explanation is sound and convincing. Golden Lion Shiki looked a little ugly when he heard the previous words, but when he heard Reddy's explanation, he laughed immediately. "What do you need?" Reddy shrugged, "I'll make a list for you." Can. The Golden Lion has a moody personality and regards human life as nothing, but he has absolutely nothing to say when treating useful subordinates. He is an out-and-out hero. Indigo saw that he was about to fall out of favor, but was unable to reverse the situation. He bit his sleeve and glared at Reddy. However, Reddy suddenly smiled and said with a mysterious expression, "Actually, this biological weapon is not the strongest biological weapon in my ideal. Are you interested in learning about the real strongest biological weapon?" Chapter 14 The Most Ideal Biological Weapon. Has great potential, extraordinary learning ability, and super concealment. Dr. Reddy's small class started again. The golden lion Shiki and others, especially the grizzly bear, were as obedient as primary school students and listened attentively. Whether it's a beast or a human, every individual is different and there are huge differences, just like you. Reddy said, taking out the golden lion Shiki as an example. Golden lion Shiki disappeared for 13 years after escaping from Impel Down, but no one dared to deny that he was the legendary Great Pirate. Physical fitness, swordsmanship, two-color domineering, including the development of devil fruit abilities have all reached their peak. On the other hand, the golden lion Shiki is beyond the reach of most people in the world. The reason lies in genes. People are born unequal. Just like some people are at the peak of their lives when they are born, and some people are hundreds of meters behind the starting point. Everyone has a limit. This upper limit will vary depending on talent. Reddy took the golden lion as an example and talked about it for a long time, trying to make it extremely complicated. In short, the golden lion and everyone including Indigo were confused. Human beings are the most perfect biological weapons. As the most ideal biological weapons, humans have many advantages over beasts. Human beings have extraordinary learning abilities. Even if they are not talented, they can acquire abilities beyond ordinary people's imagination through learning, just like me. At the end of the conclusion, Reddy used himself as an example to prove his theory. No one doubted his words. The giant bear, like a loyal guard, lay quietly at Reddy's feet. It was more obedient and docile than a pet, but the previous battle with the golden lion Shiki was impressive. What's more, golden lion Shiki personally recognized the fighting power of this giant bear. Being able to create such a terrifying beast in just 1 month, who dares to question whether Reddy can create a stronger biological weapon? Gee ha 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 ha. I just want the result. Golden Lion chewed his cigar and laughed. He had been convinced by Reddy and said that he was patiently waiting for Reddy to come up with a more perfect work. Please wait a moment. With a smile on his face, Reddy looked at Bill. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember his name, so he pointed at Bill and ordered, "Go to my laboratory. There is a cabinet in the right corner. Go and take the things inside. Come over." "Yes, Lord Reddy." Bill immediately jumped up and ran to Reddy's laboratory. When he came to the laboratory, he found the cabinet according to Reddy's instructions. When he opened it, his eyes widened. There was nothing else in the cupboard, just 2 Reddys. At this time, one of Reddy suddenly moved and kicked Bill directly in the chest. There was a muffled sound, and Bill crossed his arms in front of his chest and slid out more than a meter away. Another Reddy rushed out of the cabinet at an unimaginable speed, went around behind Bill and launched a series of attacks, hitting him so hard that he fell forward involuntarily. The former Reddy looked indifferent and knocked Bill 3 or 4 meters away with a straight punch. "Kami, I am your most loyal believer." Bill was beaten until his nose was bleeding. Instead of being angry, he knelt down in front of the clone Reddy with a fanatical look on his face, his forehead pressed against the floor of the laboratory. He knows Reddy's true strength. Of the 2 Reddys in front of him, one has high strength and the other has high agility. He was confident that he could stand to the end against any one of them, but when the 2 Reddys joined forces, he could only lose. The 2 clones Reddy ignored Bill, who was kneeling on the ground, and walked out of the laboratory with an indifferent expression, executing the instructions given by Reddy in advance like robots. Seeing this, Bill quickly got up from the ground and followed the 2 clones in admiration back to the courtyard. When he saw the 2 clones appearing and Bill following behind with his face covered in blood, Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and laughed, knowing what Reddy wanted to express. They are two experimental subjects I created at random. Reddy walked up to the two clones, opened his hands, and introduced with a smile on his face, "This experimental subject's specialty is strength, and the other's specialty is agility. Aren't you afraid of something happening if you use yourself to do experiments?" In the face of the hard facts, Indigo could only say something sour. He has been trying to persuade the Golden Lion Shiki to hand over Reddy to him. On the one hand, Reddy has endangered his status in the Flying Pirates, and on the other hand, it is also because only scientists can tell the experimental data more accurately. The essence of science is trial and error. Reddy had a smile on his face, not to mention whether something would happen. Even if something happened, it would still be just a clone, as long as the control chip didn't go wrong. "Just wait for me, and I will come up with a better work." Indigo said nothing, and stared at the two clones with a gloomy expression. "I wish you could provide me with a meager supply of blood." Reddy suppressed Indigo and lost his temper. He looked at the Golden Lion and looked directly into his eyes, not hiding his inner desire at all. "Can't promise him." Indigo almost subconsciously jumped to object. As a scientist, he basically understood Reddy's research topic. Although he didn't want to admit that he was inferior to Reddy, he knew that the life design was indeed very terrifying and that he could create a new life form from scratch. If this opponent is allowed to use the blood of Golden Lion Shiki to create a new biological weapon, how can he have a chance to defeat Reddy? This kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. Golden Lion Shiki was a little moved by Reddy's suggestion. The two clones of Reddy proved that Reddy's theory was indeed correct. Bill, whose face was beaten with blood, was solid proof. What if you use your own blood to create biological weapons? Not to mention being comparable to myself, even if it is just inferior, it is an extremely huge gain. However, the opposition of Indigo, the former chief scientist of the Flying Pirates, made him hesitate, so he looked at Indigo, waiting for the latter's explanation. Indigo was in a hurry and quickly explained, "Science is rigorous and needs to be explored step by step, before enough experimental data can be produced." Before Indigo finished speaking, Reddy interrupted him and said with a smile, "I will use facts to prove that I am right. Who is willing to give me a little blood?" "I do." Bill raised his right hand high, fearing that Reddy wouldn't see him, so he deliberately walked in front of him. "Good." With a smile, Reddy took out a syringe from his windbreaker pocket and collected a little bit of the blood that had not dried up from the blood stains on Bill's face. "Is that all it takes?" Golden Lion Shiki looked at Bill, his eyes fixed on Bill's heart, looking eager to try. In his opinion, it might be better to take blood from the heart. Reddy waved his hand and said with a smile, "The design of life is the biggest discovery in history, so that's enough." Golden Lion Shiki turned to look at the two clones carved from the same mold, his eyes shining. "It seems more interesting to form a pirate group composed of yourself." Chapter 15 Purpose Achieved. "It's a pity, it's just a little bit short." Reddy controlled the two clones to walk into the cabinet and closed the cabinet door, feeling regretful. Indigo once again stood up and objected strongly, but the Golden Lion Shiki finally refused to provide him with his blood. But it doesn't make sense if Reddy thinks about it carefully. Indigo has been with the Golden Lion for more than 10 years and has been presiding over the Dire Beast Legion project. In Golden Lion's mind, if he wants to truly shake Indigo's status, he needs to produce works that make Golden Lion more attractive. Then let's play big. Reddy thought to himself, called up the panel, and looked at the energy reserve in the upper right corner. Energy reserve, 281,7355 points. In more than a month, Reddy has identified the Poseidon class that can provide more energy, completely getting rid of the original dilemma of making two clones and having to make various calculations. Now he can go to death without restraint. Reddy considered the plan carefully. He is determined to get the genetic sample of Golden Lion, so he needs to come up with a work that is enough to convince Golden Lion. Just use you. Reddy cut into the gene bank and took out a Poseidon gene sample, and sent it to the gene editing laboratory for cutting and extracting the gene fragments. Then, based on Bill's gene, the Poseidon gene fragment was embedded and sent to the gene analysis laboratory for analysis. Gene rating, LV11. Using LV11's genes to create clones requires 102,400 points of energy. In the past, Reddy couldn't afford such a high-end game, but now he has more than 2 million energy reserves, and this expenditure makes him feel calm. The clone is created. Chip implantation. Reddy once again spent 12,400 points of energy to strengthen the clone to the limit. When the clone stood in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. The clone is basically the same as Bill, only up to 2 centimeters taller and slightly larger. But Reddy knew that the strength of this clone could completely crush the original body. After all, it uses Poseidon-like gene fragments, which greatly enhances the clone's physique and strength. Except that he has not yet mastered the two-color haki, his strength is no less than that of the Major General of the Marine Headquarters. Reddy took the clone back to the finished product warehouse, with a smile on his lips, and whispered to himself, "It's almost time to leave the floating island, let's try to get a little more energy." Bill suddenly found that his workload had at least doubled than before. There are more than 20 chefs in the kitchen every day, and they are busy from day to night to meet the needs of the laboratory. And because Reddy requested the Poseidon class by name, even the flying pirates had to go out to hunt Poseidon class every day during this period to satisfy Reddy. Could it be that Kami-sama has created a new biological weapon? Bill was surprised and delighted. He still remembers Reddy's public science popularization more than a month ago. Half a year passed in a flash. On this day, Bill received a call from the laboratory and immediately stumbled to the door of the laboratory. The lab door opens. Reddy walked out, followed by someone. Bill's eyes widened when he saw the man behind Reddy. "Yes, that is indeed me. Follow me." Reddy said hello, put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker and walked towards the courtyard. At this time, the door of the laboratory opposite opened, and Indigo came out, looked at Bill and the clone, and exclaimed in a strange way, "Is this your latest work? It looks very ordinary." Bill was furious and veins popped up on his forehead, but the psychological shadow left by the golden lion forced him to endure it. Reddy stopped, turned around and smiled, "Would you like to come with me to witness the miracle?" "Not just me, I will let everyone know your true face." Indigo said through gritted teeth, took out the phone bug from his pocket, exaggerated Reddy's latest work, and asked the golden lion Shiki to hold a public display. "Without that special culture medium, I don't believe you can create powerful biological weapons in half a year." Half an hour later, the courtyard was packed with people. Most of the members of the Flying Pirates crowded the place. Reddy has always stayed in the laboratory, never leaving the door. They only know that this new codder's favorite is Poseidon meat. In order to hunt enough Poseidons, many people died in the past 6 months. So they were very curious about what kind of work this weirdo would show. "Gee ha 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 ha. Let's get started, I can't wait to admire your latest masterpiece." Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and laughed, looking expectantly at Reddy and the man who were standing in the open space. "Clones? Who, do me a favor." Reddy waved to Bill and motioned for him to stand opposite the clone. Although he didn't know why, Bill still obeyed the will of the god in his heart and walked to stand a few meters away from the clone body. "You show your fighting skills first." Reddy gestured. Bill was stunned for a moment, then turned around to find the members of the Grizzly Bear Pirates in the crowd, and motioned to them to get their war hammers. Soon, 4 members of the Grizzly Bear Pirates returned to the courtyard carrying a huge war hammer. Bill took the war hammer with one hand and moved it casually, which immediately caused a burst of exclamation from the other pirates. Bang bang bang! Bill's fighting skills were average, but his destructive power was extremely high. He smashed the courtyard into pits and cracks like spider webs everywhere. "Gee ha 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 ha." Golden Lion Shiki laughed, flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and was very satisfied with Bill's strength. Although far inferior to himself, Bill's strength has reached the average level of the park. Such strength is already very rare in the East Daxia Sea. Reddy ordered again, "Throw your war hammer to him." Bill hesitated, took 2 steps forward, and then threw the warhammer to the clone 2 meters away. The clone took the war hammer with one hand and reenacted the destructive power that Bill had just shown, and the effect was even more than double that of Bill. After 2 consecutive waves of destruction, the courtyard has been completely destroyed. But no one cared. Everyone, including the Golden Lion Shiki, was completely attracted by the violent power displayed by the clones. Before, no one believed that someone could have such a terrifying learning ability, but now they do. This is inertial thinking. Previously, Reddy specifically emphasized that his ideal biological weapon had extraordinary learning abilities. After half a year of spreading the word, all members of the Flying Pirates knew about it. Moreover, Reddy's choice of target was also very subtle, and he specifically chose Bill, who was known for his strength. As long as your physique and strength are up to par, it's not difficult to imitate. The corners of Reddy's lips raised slightly, and he ordered again, "Find a suitable weapon and fight him." "No need, let me test his strength." Golden Lion Shiki jumped into the air, flew up with his right foot, and struck with a slash. The clone looked indifferent and jumped to the side. When a ravine appeared on the ground, the clone swung the huge war hammer with both hands and struck forward with all its strength. The wind was blowing hard. The clone relied on its terrifying brute force to whip up a gust of wind and roll it towards the golden lion floating in the air. So strong! All the pirates, including Bill, gasped. Indigo bit his sleeve and roared crazily in his heart, "It took only half a year to create such a powerful biological weapon. I never believe this is true. Gee ha 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 ha." Golden Lion Shiki laughed, cut off the strong wind with another slash, scattered it directly, and then swooped over and fought with the clone. Not long after, Golden Lion Shiki raised his right leg to block the clone's punch and retreated on his own initiative. Reddy also controlled the clone to stop at the right time. The Golden Lion floated in the air, opened his arms and laughed, "You want my blood? Then I will give it to you, as long as you create an invincible army for me." With a smile on his face, Reddy cautiously touched his chest and saluted, "If I can get the Germa Kingdom soldier production line, plus my secret recipe, I can give you an invincible army in 1 year at the latest." Chapter 16 Contaminated Genes. Reddy looked at the genetic sample of the Golden Lion Shiki in the gene bank and took stock of the harvest of more than 7 months with satisfaction. The first is energy reserve. After half a year of extra meals, even the Flying Pirates stopped most of their activities to hunt Poseidons specifically for him. The only thing he regretted was that the Poseidons hunted by the Flying Pirates were of different sizes, and the energy they provided could not be said to be too stable. In exchange, there are more than 19 million points of reserve energy. Give me a copy of the gene, give me enough energy, and I can do whatever I want. Reddy looked at the clone Bill standing quietly in the corner of the laboratory, his heart burning. According to his estimation, the strength of LV-11's clone Bill could probably compete with the Major General of the Marine Headquarters, but it lacked the 2-color domineering power. This clone consumed approximately 200,000 reserve energy points. But this was far from enough to realize his ideals. He wants elites, but also quantity. Only by building a huge invincible army can we stop the greed of pirates and the covetousness of the world government. Calculated based on the current energy reserves, only about 95 clones of Bill can be produced. This power allows him to enjoy freedom, but it cannot completely protect the utopia he established. Reddy calmed down his turbulent emotions and sent the genetic sample of Shiki the Golden Lion to the genetic analysis laboratory. Warning: if you find contaminated genes, please go to the gene editing laboratory immediately to eliminate them. What the hell? When Reddy saw the prompt, he was stunned for a moment and carefully looked at the double helix DNA strand in the window. Sure enough, in addition to the 7 colors on the DNA chain, there is also black. This black gene fragment does not exist independently, but is mixed with other gene fragments. It is really difficult to detect at a glance. Is it a devil fruit? Golden Lion Shiki's specialty is not complicated, and Reddy almost immediately thought of devil fruit as an option. So he immediately sent the genetic samples to the gene editing laboratory for editing and extraction. Reddy was deeply moved by the power of cheat. This black gene fragment was mixed in the entire DNA chain, but it was still removed intact. Reddy moved the extracted black gene fragment to the small window next to it and observed it carefully. The black gene fragment only lasted for a short while, and then turned into a black object. It was completely impossible to tell that this was a gene. Let it go first. Although this black substance was mysterious, Reddy still pressed his curiosity, sent it to the gene bank, and then sent the genetic sample with the black gene removed back to the genetic analysis laboratory for analysis. Gene rating, LV13. Seeing the analysis results, Reddy exclaimed in surprise, "It is indeed LV13. The upper limit of strength should be comparable to that of a general. What plan should be used to strengthen the clone?" Various plans that had been studied for a long time flashed through Reddy's mind, but he gave up on them all. The indicators of the Golden Lion are impeccably high in all aspects. Being able to use the ability to float floating islands in the sky all year round means that the Golden Lion's physical strength is definitely monster level. At that time, the Golden Lion was one of the greatest swordsmen in the world, which meant that his swordsmanship talent was at the highest level. If the Golden Lion had not lost to luck in the Battle of Etwall, Roger might not have been able to become One Piece. Such a monster-level powerhouse is definitely on the level of the 4 emperors. Just perfect. With such a perfect gene, it seems that there is no need to fuse other gene fragments to create new monsters. Why should I make another Golden Lion? Reddy was about to send the Golden Lion's genes to the cloning factory to start manufacturing. Suddenly, his mind suddenly opened up and he came up with a brilliant idea, and he immediately started gene editing. Then he took his own genetic sample from the gene bank and put it into the gene editing laboratory, where he edited the extracted gene fragments. After the editing was completed, he sent the new gene sample to the gene analysis laboratory for analysis. Gene rating, LV13. Leidy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the analysis results. Fortunately, his genes did not affect his crotch and maintained the Golden Lion's genetic level. Make clones. Implanted with a chip. Just creating this step consumes nearly 410,000 energy points. Reddy took a deep breath and calmly sent the clone to the strengthening workshop for the final step. Another energy consumption of nearly 410,000 points. However, when the complete body stood in front of him, Reddy felt that it was all worth it. The appearance of the clone is almost carved from the same mold as his original body. With his harmless appearance, no one would guess that he is a monster-level strongman with strength comparable to that of the Golden Lion Shiki. Hey, what is this? After admiring his masterpiece so far, Reddy unexpectedly realized that he had ignored a few tips. The armed color domineering module was found and has entered the chip laboratory. Discovered that the domineering module has entered the chip laboratory. The swordsmanship module was discovered and has entered the chip laboratory. Reddy switched to the chip lab and entered the chip development option. Sure enough, 3 new items were added to the list in the chip development options. Armed color domineering module, undeveloped. Information and domineering module, undeveloped. Swordsmanship module, undeveloped. Reddy didn't even think about it and chose development. A row of prompts popped up, which dazzled him, and finally 3 progress bars appeared. Reddy turned over and sighed. The development of the 3 modules consumed a total of 1.2 million points of energy, which is a big energy consumer. The only thing that makes him happy is that development only requires a one-time payment and can be used for life. When the progress bar runs out, Reddy switches the chip manufacturing option. There are also 3 new contents inside. Armed Color Domineering Module Manufacturing. Manufacturing of the domineering module of seeing and hearing color. Swordsmanship Module Manufacturing. Reddy studied it, and his brain hurt. After developing the 3 special modules, a total of 1.2 million points of energy was consumed, which made him marvel that this was a big energy consumer. Who would have thought that the biggest consumer would be behind it? There are 10 levels in total across the 3 modules. Manufacturing the LV1 module requires 1000 energy points, the LV2 module requires 2000 energy points, the LV3 module requires 4000 energy points, and the LV10 module requires 512,000 energy points. This is a really big energy consumer. Damn it! But what can Reddy do? Of course, perfect genes must be matched with the best. 3 modules, LV10, began to be manufactured, consuming a total of 1,536,000 points of energy. After the module was manufactured, Reddy took back the clone and started implanting it. Soon the clone that had truly become a complete body stood in front of him. Reddy calmed down and started the test. Limited by the influence of the venue and Reddy's cognition, the test results of the clone were not obvious, but the results showed that Reddy was very satisfied. More than 2 million points of energy have been used up. What's the difference? Reddy whispered to himself, took out the black substance from the gene bank, and sent it to the strengthening workshop to fuse the clones. Whether it can take off depends on this wave. Chapter 17. Who is so considerate? Gee ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki was so excited that he didn't sleep a wink for 2 days and 2 nights. The beautiful prospects Reddy painted for him really made him addicted to it. From the very beginning, he launched the Violent Beast Legion plan after escaping from Impel Down City, wanting to take revenge on the world, to the current Invincible Legion plan, to seize the dominion of the world and become the master of the world. Golden Lion Shiki's ambition hidden deep in his heart was completely aroused. The giant pirate ship like a small island slowly crossed the Red Continent and flew towards North Blue. The Kingdom of Germa is a unique member of the world government that does not have a fixed territory. It usually consists of dozens of snail-shaped ships. It has never had a fixed place and earns high rewards by selling force. Golden Lion Shiki has lived in seclusion in the East Daxia Sea for more than 10 years. The last news he received was that a year ago, the Kingdom of Germa accepted employment from a kingdom in North Blue and participated in a war. We shouldn't use all our men. Indigo felt very sad. Reddy used an undisputed experiment to take away his position in the Flying Pirates. Legion of Dire Beasts? He is a younger brother in front of a large group of Golden Lion clones. With only 100, no, only 10 copies, the Flying Pirates will surpass the so-called Four Emperors pirate group and become the strongest pirate group in the world. Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and laughed. The Vinsmoke family is not easy to deal with. They have a large number of powerful clone soldiers, all the masterpieces of Vinsmoke Judge. In addition, that guy Judge has mastered the power of science, so he is not easy to deal with. That doesn't require dispatching the vast majority of manpower. At least one cotter needs to be left to guard the floating island. Of course Indigo knows that the strength of the Germa kingdom cannot be underestimated, but he is not willing to let Reddy, a rival, dominate the floating island, the foundation of the Flying Pirates, so quickly. Gee ha 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 ha. What are you worried about? Golden Lion bit his cigar and laughed, but his eyes were extremely cold, which made Indigo smile coquettishly and not dare to slander Reddy anymore. After following the Golden Lion for more than 10 years, Indigo knows that the Golden Lion only shows great kindness to valuable crew members, and does not treat the crew members who have no value at all as human beings. Obviously, he is now the kind of person who has lost most of his value. The reason why he is still alive is because the Golden Lion is also thinking about the Dire Beast Legion plan. The high-end combat power includes the Clone Army, the mid-range combat power includes the Ferocious Beast Army, and the low-end combat power includes the pirates under his command. The structure is perfect and impeccable. Only he holds the formula for the violent potion IQ. Scerto clapped his hands and laughed, laughing at Indigo's fall from grace. But the golden lion Shiki glanced at it and immediately covered its mouth with undisguised murderous intent. Damn it, Laozi has fallen out of favor too? Scerto's meager brain could not have imagined the golden lion. Shiki immediately lost interest in the ferocious giant beasts on the floating island after seeing the super obedience of the giant beasts created by Reddy. It originally existed as the king of the rare beast island to rule over the ferocious beasts, but its current value is even less than that of Indigo. Indigo rolled his eyes and secretly pulled Scerto to the corner. We have to save ourselves. Indigo was very resolute and explained to Scerto why Shiki, the golden lion, had a sudden change of attitude, and clearly pointed out that Reddy was the culprit that caused all this. Scerto looked shocked. Damn it, that kid who looks like a bean sprout actually has such a terrifying influence. Indigo raised his hands, covered his mouth with his overly long sleeves, his eyes turned into small moons, and said proudly, "Don't worry, I have prepared a good show for him. If you wait for us to come back, the castle, but no matter how powerful he is, he will still be trampled under our feet. If we are lucky, the boy will be buried with the castle." Scerto was moved by the words, covered his mouth and laughed, and then gave Indigo a thumbs up to praise his plan. Hey, are we really going to blow up Daft Green? A pirate wore a gas mask, placed a bundle of explosives on the roots of a daft green tree, and looked at his other companion in embarrassment. This is Lord Indigo's order. Do you want to be his experimental subject? Another pirate placed the explosives and walked to the next tree, cursing as he walked. In the eyes of those at the bottom, Reddy is certainly a rising star, but Indigo has not shown any signs of falling out of favor. No one wants to be subjected to those horrific experiments by Indigo. The two pirates placed the explosives one by one and lit the bundled fuses before leaving the woods. The fuses sizzled and burned, quickly spreading to bundles of explosives. Wish us luck. The two pirates prayed for themselves silently in their hearts, and danced their legs like Hot Wheels, running very fast. When a gap is blown out of the forest, a swarm of extremely ferocious beasts will destroy the entire castle. As for whether the people in the castle could survive, they never thought about it. Boom boom boom. The sound of huge serial explosions alarmed the people in the castle. Who blew up the daft green woods? We're finished. Go take a look around and drive away all the ferocious beasts staying nearby. The pirates were in a mess, scrambling to find equipment. Reddy stood on the balcony and saw the mess below, and raised his eyebrows. Who is so considerate and helped me such a big favor? Originally, he wanted to leave a clone of himself as a cover and sneak away secretly. With the existence of this clone, he predicted that it would take up to a year before Golden Lion Shiki would find out about it. But now there seems to be a better option. The castle was destroyed by a violent behemoth. Can a frail scientist like myself survive? Right. The corners of Reddy's lips curled up slightly, leaving behind the clone that was originally created purely using his own genes, and turned around and left the laboratory. If someone wants to escape, the guy who owes him money should also be taken away with him. 100 million Baileys is not a small number, especially for a poor guy like him. Wherever Sylvatia was being held, Reddy had already gotten the words out of Bill. After all, we were all acquaintances, but he specifically asked Bill not to treat Sylvatia lightly. Passing through the deserted corridor, Reddy successfully found the room where Sylvatia was imprisoned. He pushed the gate of opening and took a look. He was happy. Sylvatia moved the sofa to the balcony, and placed a small round table next to it with a bottle of wine and a goblet on it. He crossed his legs and sipped the wine elegantly. While sipping, he praised in an aria-like tone, "It's really unforgettable. I feel like I'm in heaven." Reddy always felt like he was on vacation, rather than being held here as a hostage. "If you don't want to leave here, then I'll leave." Sylvatia was in hypnosis, trying to make herself forget the current situation, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind her, and turned around with a dull expression. When he saw Reddy standing at the door with a smile on his face, he immediately dropped the wine glass, climbed over the sofa, rolled in front of Reddy, hugged Reddy's right leg and cried loudly. "Finally I see you, hero. Take me away from this hellish place. Don't forget that you also took 100 million belly from me. But I don't see even a single coin now." Reddy shrugged, walked to the balcony and looked down. At this time, all the pirates who stayed on the floating island had already been dispatched, leaving the castle to try to drive away the violent beasts nearby. Sivitya seemed to have been greatly insulted. She got up from the ground and shouted, "You should not doubt the credibility of a noble. As long as you leave here, I will give you the promised 100 million belly as reward. Don't forget your promise." Reddy turned around, with a warm smile on his face, and summoned the strongest clone. Just when he was about to command the clone to use his ability to make the sofa float up and take away the two of them, a person suddenly rushed in. Chapter 18. Please allow me to follow you, Kami-sama. This is what Kami-sama told me. Bill ran wildly down the corridor, knocking away all the people or objects that stood in his way, just to gain a few more seconds. After he learned that a gap had been opened in the woods, he immediately thought of the hostage that Reddy had specifically told him to treat kindly. As for Reddy, even if those violent behemoths destroyed the castle, they would not be able to hurt the omnipotent Kami-sama. Bill was convinced. Did the hostages escape during the chaos? When Bill rushed to the room where Sylvia was under house arrest, he found the door open. He was startled and rushed in hurriedly. Then he saw Kami-sama standing on the balcony, and tears filled his eyes. As expected of Kami-sama, I found it so quickly. It's you. Sylvia was originally ecstatic because of Reddy's appearance, but when she turned around and saw Bill rushing into the room, she almost fainted from fright. Why did this damn pirate show up at this time? I'm so angry. Sylvia ran to Reddy's side on hands and knees and begged, "Hero, save me." Reddy looked at Bill and smiled, "Do you want to stop me?" Prevent? A question mark popped up in Bill's mind. What does it mean? Reddy smiled, sat on the sofa, and motioned for Sylvia to sit on it too. At this moment, Sylvia didn't care about why Reddy did this. She did everything he said and jumped directly onto the sofa. At this time, the clone clapped on the sofa and activated its ability. The sofa floated in the air. Sylvia was overjoyed and admired Reddy beyond words. When Bill saw Reddy's clone actually using the Golden Lion Shiki's fluttering fruit ability, he knelt down on the ground and shouted piously, "Please allow me to follow you, Kami-sama." "Reddy? Sylvia? He seems to want to follow you." "Of course, maybe my ears are broken." Sylvia picked her ears with her little finger, and then continued to look at Bill. If there are not two different people with ear problems at the same time, then we should have heard correctly. Reddy looks strange. Isn't this guy working as an errand boy for me? Why do you think of yourself as Kami-sama? I actually have such great charm, my tiger body is shaken, and my aura of domineering overflows? Kami-sama, don't leave me. At this time, Bill was like a puppy abandoned by his owner. He looked at Reddy pitifully and begged, "I am willing to pay any price, including my life." Sylvia opened her mouth and said uncertainly, "Maybe you should promise him, even though he is a damn pirate." The sofa turned around. Reddy smiled and asked, "Why should I promise you?" Bill was startled, and memories emerged from deep in his heart. Dad. Bill led the villagers out to sea for fishing and returned. Before the boat docked, a 2 or 3-year-old boy stumbled over with his hands stretched out, followed by a woman with a happy smile on her face. "Be careful." Bill didn't care that the boat hadn't docked yet, so he jumped out of the boat and waded ashore. He went up to meet the little boy and lifted him up high and spun him around in a circle. The little boy chuckled. "Hey, Bill, tell your son the good news quickly." Someone on the boat shouted loudly, and other villagers laughed, their faces filled with happiness and longing for the future. Bill hugged his son and laughed, "Dad caught a terrible sea beast today." The woman looked shocked and covered her mouth. "You're not hurt, are you, Bill? Dad is the strongest fisherman in the world, there is no way he will be injured." The little boy held Bill's head and pouted to protest that his mother looked down on his father. Bill laughed loudly, raised his son high above his head, and said confidently, "Yes, I am the strongest fisherman in the world, and I will catch the king of the offshore in the future. Dad is so awesome." In his son's adoration, Bill was as confident as the king of the world. "No." Bill knelt on the ground with blood on his face and wailed, holding his dying son in his arms and placing a thick wooden stick beside him. The wooden stick was covered with dark red plasma and grey-white brain matter, and there were even a few bone fragments embedded in it. The little boy opened his eyes weakly, and wanted to touch his father's cheek with his little hand, but was unable to lift it. Bill burst into tears, grabbed his son's little hand and put it on his cheek, crying until he couldn't stop crying. The little boy's chest was covered in blood and flesh, and his bones were clearly visible. He was obviously on his deathbed. "Dad." The little boy's eyes gradually lost color, and he asked with difficulty, "Why did those people destroy our village?" Bill held his son's little hand hard and cried out in tears, "It's because Dad is useless and not strong enough, so he can't protect you and the village." The little boy had the smile of the past on his face and murmured angrily, "Daddy will definitely become very, very strong in the future." The voice became weaker and weaker, and the little boy's eyes completely lost their color. Bill hugged his son tightly, knelt on the ground weakly, and roared to the sky like a wounded beast. "No. There are 2 more tombs on the cliff, one big and one small." Bill stood in front of 2 new graves, holding a huge war hammer beside him. Behind him, 2 men still wrapped in bandages hesitated to speak, but in the end they did not speak to comfort them. "I'm leaving." Bill squatted in front of the grave, stroking the cross with one hand and looking at the sea ahead. He said in a low voice, "When you see my ship coming back, I will become stronger than before. Bieber, Daddy is going to be the strongest man in the world. Please, wait for me to come back." Bill stood up, and when he turned around, his eyes became determined. He lifted the warhammer onto his shoulder and strode towards the coast. "Let's go and come back to protect our village after we conquer the Grand Line. I want to become stronger, Kami-sama." With tears streaming down his face, Bill knelt down devoutly, his forehead pressed against the ground. Sylvia took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his eyes, sniffed and turned his head to the side, snorting in a thick nasal voice, "For the sake of your son and wife, I forgive you. My ideal is to build an utopia that is peaceful, stable, and prosperous." Ready 10 refused. It's easy to make Bill stronger. Just find a fruit ability user to collect the genes, then peel them off, and then take the stripped black matter to a biochemical laboratory to develop it into a genetic medicine. This genetic potion based on devil fruit can turn Bill into an esper. Coupled with Bill's own strength, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat a Marine Major General. This is just a method he thought of temporarily, and it is very feasible. You can even piece together 2 or more fruit abilities, and use Cheat's ability to make people become dual fruit ability users. But if you want to realize your ideal, the energy required will be astronomical. There is no reason to waste energy on a man whose ideal is different from your own. Now he doesn't have a flying pirate group to help hunt Poseidon type. Are you the devil? Sylvia angrily shouted at Reddy, what's wrong with wanting to become stronger for the sake of his son's last wish? Reddy smiled and shook his head, there is nothing wrong with wanting to become stronger for your son's last wish, but placing your hope on others. If you can become stronger, but the price is to become someone else's slave, are you willing? Sylvia was speechless, so of course he didn't want to. Is there any point in becoming stronger like this? Bill suddenly raised his head and said firmly, I want to become stronger in order to protect the village at all costs. If you can really build that kind of paradise, I am willing to become your slave. Chapter 19 Return to Rogue Town. Rogue Town. A town of contradictions. Since the accident of General Zifa, the number of pirates on the sea has increased significantly. Even in the East Daxia Sea, which is known as the weakest sea, the number of pirates is increasing day by day. Rogue Town, the last stop before entering the Grand Line, also welcomes many pirates. Even so, because of its superior geographical location, Rogue Town did not decline due to the ravages of pirates. Instead, it became more prosperous than before. On a beach somewhere, Sivitya stepped onto the soft and wet beach, and was so excited that she knelt down on the gravel-strewn beach and kissed the ground. Before setting foot on the beach, he felt like he was in a dream. Being chased by pirates, being taken back to the lair of the legendary big pirate Golden Lion Shiki, all these things made him feel extremely unreal. He actually came back alive. On the other side, Reddy looked down at the beach and fell into thought. Lord Reddy. Reddy didn't like being told a secret by Bill, so it took a lot of effort to get Bill to change his mind. Reddy came back to his senses and laughed at himself. The status of Rogue Town is too special. If you use the power of Piao Piao fruit to take away this island, I'm afraid the world government will go crazy. Now he is not even sure of winning the Golden Lion. After leaving the floating island, he had to hide for a few more months to avoid risks, let alone the world government, which is more powerful and powerful. It's time to pay back the money you owe me. Reddy's voice woke up Sivitya, who was immersed in the aftermath of the disaster. Sivitya suddenly remembered that he still owed a huge debt of 100 million belly, and said with a smile, "Of course, but I need a little time." Can. Reddy shrugged and walked away with Bill. Sivitya was stunned, as if he could escape the debt. But when he thought that Reddy could escape from the Golden Lion's lair, he shuddered and didn't dare to think about it at all. A manor outside the marine base. Yake held up his black wide-brimmed hat and directed other companions to arrange the table. A dozen little girls ranging in age from 6 to 10 came over carrying baskets of clean tableware and placed the tableware neatly on the dining table. "Give me up, hurry up, you're going to burn me to death." 4 teenagers, about 14 or 15 years old, walked over quickly carrying 2 steaming iron pots, but they were beaten to the point of collapse by Yak alone. "If you spill it, I'll beat you up." Yak's prestige in the team was very high. The 4 teenagers smiled, grinned, and slowed down in pain. On the other side, several girls of 13 or 14 years old each walked out holding a basket of bread, talking and laughing. "It's time to eat." Yake picked up the spoon and tapped it on the iron pot. Led by Mia, more than 20 children around the age of 3 or 4 ran out of the house laughing. Under the arrangements of Yake and several girls, dozens of children sat down in an orderly manner. Bread and vegetable soup are then distributed. The dinner was not rich, but every child was very satisfied. Even the 3 or 4-year-old children behaved well and did not start eating immediately. Yakovic walked into the manor carrying a paper bag, and when he saw dozens of children waiting for dinner, his slightly serious face showed a smile. There are many orphans in Rogue Town who were harmed by pirates, but there are not many orphans like the team led by Yak. This year he has witnessed Yak's growth. Yak took good care of other orphans and took in more orphans, most of whom were under the age of 6. Because they are older, thief gangs and gangs are more interested in this group. The number of people was large, but it did not cause trouble to the team. Quite the opposite. Under the leadership of Jacques, all the orphans worked together to repair the dilapidated manor. They planted flowers and plants in the corners of the courtyard and opened a vegetable garden in the backyard. "Mr. Yakovic, can we have something to eat together?" Yake came over and extended an invitation to Yakovic in a pretentious manner. Yakovic laughed and handed the paper bag in his hand to Yako. "This is the sausage from Old Jack's shop." The children exclaimed. Old Jack is the owner of a sausage shop in Rogue Town. His secret sausages are fragrant and can be called a specialty of Rogue Town. But sausages are very expensive, and Yak is never willing to buy them. I can take care of everyone. Yak pushed the paper bag back forcefully, held up his black wide-brimmed hat, and said confidently, "This is the agreement between Dr. Reddy and I." Yakovic laughed, put the paper bag on the long dining table, turned around and said, "Don't go to the town recently, there are more and more damn pirates. Mr. Yakovich, kill those damn pirates." Yak clenched his fists behind him, with deep hatred in his eyes. The other children also cheered Yakovic with hate on their faces. Even children as young as 3 or 4 are no exception. All the children are victims, and no one has a good impression of the pirates. Are pirates free people? Abba! They wish all the pirates would die 100 times. Yakovic did not look back, but just waved his hand, indicating that he would definitely let those pirates go to hell, and left the manor. "Okay, let's eat." Yak watched Yakovich walk out of the manor, turned around and waved vigorously, "Eat well, and when we grow up, we will take revenge ourselves." The children looked serious. Then several girls distributed the sausages brought by Yakovic to everyone one by one. Soon the sound of snoring echoed in the courtyard. Every child is like a little pig, taking a mouthful of bread and a mouthful of vegetable soup. After a few mouthfuls, he carefully bites a small piece of sausage, and his face is filled with happiness. Night sky. A carpet floats above the manor. Bill looked at the manor below, looked back at Reddy in front of him, and said hesitantly, "Master Reddy, these children." At Reddy's strong request, he finally changed his tune and no longer called Reddy Kami. "These children are orphans." Reddy looked down at the lively dinner scene with a smile on his face. Yak did a lot better than he thought. Originally, he thought that even with 2.5 million Baileys and the protection of Major Yakovich, it would be difficult for Yak to gain a foothold in Rog Town. After all, it's not just pirates who harm the people. Gangster. Street gangster. Marine has a duty to catch pirates, but its deterrent effect on criminal groups such as gangs is limited. And now that pirates are rampant, Yakovic may not have time to take care of children like Yak. Yak took good care of these children. And there were even many more children than a year ago. Bill fell silent. At this moment he thought of his dead son. After a long time, Bill said, "Master Reddy, why don't you take them away?" Reddy glanced at Bill and said calmly, "People who just want to place their hopes on others are not worth saving. Do you know why I brought you here?" Bill shook his head. Reddy smiled and said, 3 years, I promise that as long as you protect these children for 3 years, you will become a truly strong person. Lord Reddy." Bill eagerly wanted to express that he could wait and did not need Reddy to make a commitment, but Reddy raised his hand to stop him. But Liddy raised his hand to stop and said with a smile, "We have guests coming." Bill was taken aback and quickly looked around, only to find that a faint smoke had filled the surrounding area at some point. Next second, a white-haired man appeared in the air with 2 cigars between his teeth. "Who are you?" Chapter 20 First Contact with Smoker. Smoker looked at the 2 people in front of him solemnly. The pirates who landed in Rog Town and prepared to go to the Grand Line were relatively well behaved during the day, but they were the hardest hit area at night. The pirate who drank some cat urine revealed his true colors. Originally, he received a report from his subordinates and planned to go out to capture pirates. He habitually used his knowledge and skills to check whether there were any pirates lurking near the base. It was not that no pirates had ever had an idea of the marine base in the past year. But Smoker didn't expect to actually find someone under the night sky, and they were still in the sky. "Are you a fruit-capable person?" There are many types of devil fruits, and so far no illustrations of all types have been collected. Smoker felt that the flying ability displayed by Reddy and the 2 looked familiar, but he was not sure what the fruit's ability was. "No." "Pirate hunter?" "No." "Pirate?" "No." Smoker frowned. He doesn't want to reveal the fruit's abilities, which is normal. So he turned to questioning the identities of these two people, and it turned out that they were neither pirate hunters nor pirates. Is that a businessman? Major Yakovich knows me. Reddy put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. Don't make trouble. As soon as Smoker heard that Major Yakovich knew Reddy, he lost interest in Reddy and the two, and after uttering a sentence, Smoker dissipated into smoke. Bill was furious, but Reddy stopped him. Reddy smiled. He is a white hunter, have you heard of him? Is he the white hunter? Bill's expression changed greatly. As a newly rising star in the Marine headquarters, the nickname Smoker White Hunter, a user with smoke fruit ability, has spread throughout the sea. Bill murmured, I didn't expect Marine headquarters to send the White Hunter to the East Daxia Sea. But it's right to think about it. The town of Rogue has a special meaning. Pirates in the East Daxia Sea are becoming more and more rampant, and the absence of a powerful figure in Rogue Town will only further reduce the prestige of the world government. Then Bill swallowed. He asked himself that even in the Grand Line, he could have a foothold with his own strength, but facing the White Hunter Smoker, he had no confidence at all. That's a Logia fruit user. Don't worry, I will take care of it for you. Reddy knew what Bill was afraid of. After all, Bill still had a reward on his back. Although it was only a reward of 3 million belly, it was still a reward issued by Marine headquarters. Thank you, Lord Reddy. Rogue Town is in chaos. I don't know which pirate group member drank too much cat urine, which was like a spark, igniting the evil thoughts in the hearts of other pirates who were stunned by alcohol. I will conquer the Grand Line, one piece belongs to Laozi. A pirate captain pulled out the bloody knife from his opponent's body and made a loud and arrogant declaration, which attracted loud applause from his nearby companions. Kill them! The pirate captain shouted under the stimulation of alcohol, these idiots are not worthy of entering the Grand Line. At this time, a column of white smoke roared from the end of the street. White smoke filled the air. Shouts of surprise came and went. You want to conquer the Grand Line? Smoker condensed his upper body. Biting 2 cigars and blowing out a stream of smoke, with disdain in his eyes. After a while the smoke gathered. Smoker stood on the street, surrounded by pirates who were suffocating and unconscious due to lack of oxygen. Until then, a group of Marine soldiers arrived in a hurry. Catch him! Smoker puffed out a stream of smoke and turned to look at the street next door. The situation over there is even more serious. I don't know who set the fire, and half of the sky turned red. Smoker suddenly looked up at the night sky. Next second, a large amount of seawater fell from the sky and leaned on the street next door. Smoker immediately turned into smoke and flew into the air. At this time, the fire in the street next door had been extinguished, and the street was full of pirates washed to pieces by the sea water. Is it him? Smoker immediately thought of the 2 people just now, but it was hard to believe that people with fruit abilities could actually control sea water. The effect of sea water falling from the sky is full, which is far more shocking than Smoker. The troubled pirates woke up under the impact of the wafting water vapor, stopped fighting one after another, and ran away. Lieutenant Colonel Smoker, all the pirates have escaped. After listening to the report from his men, Smoker arranged for them to clean up the battlefield and capture the pirates who were still alive, and he turned into smoke and came to the air, unfolding his power to look for Reddy's figure. Smoker was surprised. Not only did the other party have no intention of evading, but he chatted openly with a Marine major. Major Yakovich, the 2 of them really know each other. Smoker didn't believe it at first, but he just wanted to stop the pirates from causing more damage. Now he believes it. Smoker thought to himself, flew over there, and formed a figure in front of Yakovich. Lieutenant Colonel Smoker, this is Dr. Reddy. Yakovich is a standard soldier. When he saw Smoker, he immediately stood at attention and introduced Reddy's identity to him. Smoker looked at Reddy, biting his cigar and blowing out a stream of smoke. No matter who you are, in short, you saved Rog Town. Reddy smiled and said, I just have a small request to help you. Smoker and Yakovic were stunned. Is it really good to be so direct? Smoker puffed out a stream of smoke. What request? I have a friend. Reddy smiled and told the truth about Bill. Bill is far from being as reckless as he appears on the outside, and the reward he has offered so far after going to sea is only a measly 3 million belly for one Madara. The Golden Lion demands the handover of 100 million belly every year. This number is not too big for Bill, so his targets are usually merchant ships, and occasionally he will tie a big fish, such as the nobleman Civitia. The pirates committed all kinds of crimes by burning, killing, and looting. Oh, Bill only robbed businessmen, or businessmen with backgrounds, and nobles, so that would be fine. After all, in this world, businessmen can almost always be related to nobles. Impossible. Smoker refused without thinking. Pirates are pirates, and only those who are imprisoned are good pirates. Reddy smiles. The non-killing General Zifa is Smoker's teacher. Under his influence, Smoker's attitude towards pirates is firm, but not as extreme as Akainu's. This needs to be discussed. Reddy said bluntly. I need him to protect some children for me. Yakovic's heart moved, and he finally understood Reddy's thoughts, so he took the initiative to help. Lieutenant Colonel Smoker, those children that Dr. Reddy mentioned are Yako and the others. Smoker was a little surprised. He knew that Yak and other orphans lived in the manor outside the marine base. Although I have never been in contact with them, I know that those children have rare qualities. Even in the chaotic and orderly Rog Town, they have not done anything sneaky and have taken in many young orphans. Why don't you take them out of Rogue Town? Smoker is very curious that with Reddy's ability to control sea water, even if he brings dozens of orphans with him, he can still live well on the Grand Line. 3 years. Reddy raised 3 fingers. I will take them away in 3 years. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of them in these 3 years, so I arranged for Bill to protect them secretly. Why not stand up publicly and protect those kids? They need to experience the malice of the world. Why? My kindness will not be given to people who follow the crowd. Smoker couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He seemed to understand, but he didn't seem to understand, so he puffed out a puff of smoke irritably. I don't care what you want to do, as long as that pirate dares to appear in front of me, I will definitely catch him. Reddy smiled. As long as they don't show up, I won't arrest them, I understand. So, goodbye. Reddy performed a patent military salute, turned around and left with a smile. Yakovic hesitated for a moment and called from behind, where are you going next? The capital of 7 waters. Reddy turned around and said with a smile, in addition, Lieutenant Colonel Smoker, I will give you another piece of information for free. The Golden Lion Shiki is also in the East Daxia Sea. Chapter 21 The Capital of 7 Waters. Donghai, hee. Lydie stepped onto the pier of the 7 Waters capital, shaking his head and laughing. The legendary pirate Golden Lion appears in the East Daxia Sea after disappearing for 11 years. This information is enough to shock the Marine headquarters. Back then, the Golden Lion made a big fuss in Marineland and destroyed half of the Marine headquarters. After that, he was defeated by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp, and was imprisoned in Impel Down. Then the Golden Lion became the first person to escape from Impel Down City. Will the Warring Council arrange for Garp to go to the East Daxia Sea? Reddy's malicious speculation. General Zifa has withdrawn from the front desk, and the Marine headquarters is in short supply of high-end combat power. From the perspective of the Fleet Admiral Warring States period, only Garp is suitable to go to the East Daxia Sea to hunt down the Golden Lion. Sir, do you need a tour guide? Reddy was interrupted from his thoughts and looked down to see a skinny little boy standing in front of him. The little boy was about 7 or 8 years old, but he was very confident. Seeing Reddy's reaction, he immediately puffed up his skinny chest and introduced himself. I am the best tour guide in the capital of 7 waters. No matter where you want to go, I can take you. You go. May I have your name? Reddy raised his hand and rubbed the little boy's slightly messy hair. This action immediately cheered up the little boy. Heya, my name is Heya. Heya was very excited. This was the first tourist in a week who wanted to talk to him, and he seemed to be rich. Reddy was about to speak when he saw several gangster-looking teenagers approaching with sullen faces. Heya quickly wanted to hide in the crowd at the pier, but unexpectedly, 2 teenagers dressed similarly emerged from the crowd and blocked him. It's you again. The leading boy with a row of earrings stepped forward and hugged Heya's neck, and said with a grin, "Who asked you to come to the dock?" Heya was so frightened that she didn't dare to say a word. The young gangster curled his lips, looked up at Reddy, and smiled. "Sir, do you need a tour guide? We can provide you with the best tour guide in the 7 Waters city." Reddy shrugged, pulled out his pocket and showed it. "I have no money." The young gangster suddenly spat with an unlucky look on his face, held Heya's neck hard, and warned fiercely, "This is our territory. Next time I see you at the dock, the sea will be your destination. Let's go." The young gangster waved his hand and left with a few of his men. Heya was relieved when he saw them walking away, and then looked at Reddy with a look of disgust. "It turns out you are a poor guy like me. Then he looked like you had made a lot of money and waved. Forget it, you have saved my life. Come with me and I will take you for a walk in the city." At this point, Heya added, "No money. Good." Reddy smiled, followed Heya towards the city, and asked as he walked, "They have a monopoly on the tour guide business at the pier?" Heya turned around, looked at Reddy as if he were a fool, and said disgustedly, "The city of 7 Waters is a famous tourist city with many tourists. This is a big business, do you understand?" Reddy nodded. Heya turned around and boasted while walking backwards, "There are many pirates on the sea now. And the tourists who can come to the 7 Waters city are big fat sheep. Last week, a big fat sheep hired me for only 3 days. I made 30,000 belly. What a big deal. The purchasing power of currency in the world of pirates is almost the same as that of the Japanese yen. If 30,000 belly only requires food and clothing, it would be enough for a 7 or 8-year-old child to live with food and clothing for at least a month. Only I dare to come to the dock." After all, Heya was just a child. When he saw Reddy, he was so surprised that he completely forgot about what he had just been warned about and looked proud. Reddy smiled and said, "Why don't you go to the station?" Heya was stunned for a moment, and then said dejectedly, "You are a foreigner and don't know the inside story. Of course I know that I can get more business by going to the station. After all, the sea train has just opened to traffic not long ago, and those fat sheep prefer to experience new things. But the competition there is more intense than at the docks. At least a dozen people have died since the Shanghai train was opened to traffic." Heya vividly described to Reddy the fight between local gangs to compete for the station's territory, and his words were full of longing. Since it was open to traffic, there have been fewer tourists at the pier, otherwise he wouldn't have been blocked. The city of 7 Waters is very unique. There are dense waterways in the city, and there are many boats sailing on the river pulled by a creature called Blue. If you have money you can try this." Heya pointed to the sightseeing boat towed by a blue man on the river, and introduced with envy in his tone, "The real big business is this. It costs 1,000 belly to rent a boat, and there are at least 1,000 in the 7 Waters capital." Sightseeing boat. Reddy raised an eyebrow. Renting a boat for 1,000 baileys, calculated as 1,000 sightseeing boats, is 1 million baileys a day, which is indeed a big business for a low-income kid like Heya. The real big business, however, was shipbuilding. Reddy had no interest in Carrera Company, so he asked, "I want to go shopping on Center Street. Can you take me there?" Heya shook his head as if he was looking at a fool. "Central Street is the most prosperous neighborhood in the capital of 7 Waters. Do you have money?" "No money." Reddy shrugged. Heya patted Reddy's arm as if he had been there before, and comforted, "I see you don't even have money for accommodation, but luckily you met me, come with me. The city of the Seven Waters is hit by a massive tsunami called Ragnar every year. Therefore, the sewer pipe system in the city is very developed." At this moment, Reddy was standing in one of the sewer outlets. This water outlet is very majestic, about 10 meters high and almost 10 meters wide. Only a water outlet of this size can ensure that the city will not be destroyed by a tsunami. Heya took Reddy around in the sewer, and finally came to a pipe bend. "You saved me once on the dock. If I allow you to stay here for a few days, we will be even." Heya turned around and said seriously. Reddy smiled and nodded, acknowledging Heya's words. Heya was then satisfied to lead the way. After walking around the corner, there is a rare haven in front of us. The sewer is huge and the wind force is actually not small, but here, the wind force suddenly dropped by 80%. Reddy actually felt a little warmth. This shelter is quite large and happens to be the intersection of two sewers. There may have been some large equipment here and it has now been turned into a camp. There were not many people in the camp. Ragged tents were lined up along the walls. There were several extinguished bonfires in the central open space, and a few 3- and 4-year-old children were playing happily. "Brother Heya." Several children waved in surprise, but when they saw Reddy following Heya, they hurriedly hid in the tent, then stuck their heads out and stared at Reddy warily. "He's not a bad person, he just doesn't have money to stay in a hotel and wants to come and stay for a few days." Heya put his hands on his hips and looked like I was vouching for him. "Heya." There was a cough from the outermost tent, and an obviously green voice came. "I said this is our own business, don't involve outsiders." Heya quickly defended, "He is an adult." The tent was opened, and a boy about 15 years old climbed out. There was no blood on his face, showing a sickly white color, and he coughed violently just by moving a little bit. This was a typical symptom of lung damage caused by external impact, and it was not a recent injury. Reddy frowned, "If you keep moving, you won't live for more than a month." When Heya heard this, he became anxious and quickly stepped forward to stop the boy. "Brother Terry, go back and lie down quickly. I will definitely make money to take you to see a doctor." "I'm fine." Terry tried his best to smile at Heya, then sat up with Heya's help and said seriously, "You'd better leave. It's not that we don't welcome you, but we don't want to involve outsiders." Reddy spread his hands. "I saved Heya once on the dock. In return, Heya invited me to stay here for a few days. In addition, I happen to be a doctor." Chapter 22. If you want to fish, make a nest first. Brother Terry is super strong. Heya gesticulated on the side and told how Terry captured the camp from another group of people, his words full of admiration. Reddy listened and glanced at the panel. Gene rating, LV8. While examining Terry, Reddy collected samples and sent them to the genetic analysis laboratory for analysis. The results surprised him. This is the first time he has collected a human genetic sample of level 8 except for the golden lion who is level 13. Even Bill's genetic rating has only reached level 7. But this is related to the fact that he did not specifically collect human genetic samples. Reddy finished the final inspection for Terry and looked at Terry again. Level 8, the upper limit of his strength is probably equivalent to that of a major at Marine headquarters. No wonder he can survive until now. Terry's injuries were serious. 4 of his ribs were broken, and one of the broken bones penetrated into his lung, causing massive bleeding. This injury could have been fatal if not treated immediately. However, Terry's own self-healing power allowed him to survive the first hurdle of death, and he has persisted until now. Depending on the severity of the injury, it should be at least 2 months. Seeing Reddy checking Terry's injuries, Heya asked eagerly, "Dr. Reddy, can Brother Terry be cured?" Hearing this, Terry's eyes flashed with anticipation. Reddy sighed and said solemnly, "His situation is not optimistic. I have come to my senses. A flash of disappointment flashed in Terry's eyes, and then he comforted Haya, who looked disappointed. We will leave here tomorrow and find another place to live. Dr. Reddy, is there really nothing we can do? Haya looked at Reddy unwillingly and begged, I can make money, I can make a lot of money. When I make money, I will give it all to you. Please save Brother Terry, okay? Reddy laughed, I didn't say there was nothing we could do. Very good. Haya grinned stupidly, not caring at all that Reddy had tricked her. But Reddy didn't let his good mood last long. He changed the topic, although I am a doctor, there are many things missing here. Haya immediately became nervous, I can think of a solution. What do you need? Reddy teased, I need a quiet environment. Haya was stunned, and quickly realized that Reddy had tricked him again, and immediately closed his mouth unhappily. Reddy smiled and looked at Terry, the wound on your lung has healed, but you need to remove the broken bone and rely on your own self-healing power to restore the wound. Having said this, Reddy looked into Terry's eyes with a serious expression, I have a special medicine that can cure your injuries. The only problem is that it may cause some adverse effects to you. For example, part of the body will become animalized. Can it make me stronger? Terry's words made Reddy look at him more. Terry's eyes regained brilliance and his tone was firm, it doesn't matter even if I turn into a monster. This is the grand line. I need to become stronger. Reddy nodded and took out an injection from the finished product library in the biochemical laboratory. This is the product of a biochemical laboratory. It is a powerful recovery agent extracted from the body fluid of a certain kind of sea monster with strong self-healing power. It can greatly stimulate the activity of cells and restore wounds in a short time. Seeing Reddy conjuring an injection out of thin air, Terry and his two eyes suddenly lit up. Are you a fruit user? The Grand Line is not the East Daxia Sea. Basically everyone knows the existence of devil fruit. Terry's eyes immediately showed a bit of envy. No. Reddy took out another gun-type syringe. The Golden Lion didn't have anything to say to him. He prepared everything for him. Before running away, he took this small device that didn't take up too much space with him. Terry was a little disappointed, but when Reddy took out the gun-type syringe, he immediately put his distracting thoughts behind him. Reddy then made preparations for Terry's treatment. Terry's willpower was very strong, and he endured the severe pain of having his lungs pulled out from the broken bones, and did not pass out. Reddy straightened his broken ribs and put the powerful recovery potion into the gun syringe. Reddy looked at Terry, are you ready? Terry had just experienced the severe pain of having his lungs removed and his bones broken. There was no blood on his face, but his eyes were particularly bright and he nodded seriously. Because he no longer had the strength to speak at this time. Reddy smiled and injected the injection into Terry's body. This injection is a powerful recovery medicine extracted from the blood of a variety of creatures with super self-healing power. It has a very penultimate effect on trauma. As soon as the injection was injected into the body, Terry's face showed a trace of blood. Dr. Reddy. Terry was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the injury was healing, and the tense nerves were relieved. The accumulated fatigue immediately came over and he passed out. Brother Terry. Haya was very anxious when he saw it. Reddy stopped Haya, checked quickly, and said with a smile, he is too tired, just let him take a nap. Haya looked frustrated, it's all us who have dragged down Brother Terry. The situation in this camp is very similar to that of the orphans in Yak. The difference is that this is the Grand Line, and the situation faced by orphans like Terry is even more severe. Even in the sewers, you still need to face competition from other gangs. Terry seized this rare haven in a battle 2 months ago, but was seriously injured as a result. Let him rest. Reddy sent the sleeping Terry back to the tent, specifically told Haya, and then walked to the corner and started to create a new genetic war beast. As everyone knows, if you want to fish, you must first make a nest. Reddy opened the gene bank and extracted Bill's genetic sample. Same as the last time Bill's clone was made. The difference is that this time Reddy extracted specific gene fragments of the Poseidon class and other beasts, and gave the clone the head and claws of the Poseidon class. Making clones from scratch is easy. After consuming 244,800 points of energy, a brand new genetic war beast was born. Gene rating, LV11. Reddy glanced at the gene rating of the genetic war beast. It was perfect. The upper limit of genes had not been reduced because it was a hodgepodge. The new genetic war beast has a crocodile head, a body covered with rugged scales, a pair of tiger claws, and a human lower body. Reddy did not implant a two-color domineering module into the genetic warfare beast, nor did he waste energy on strengthening it. This was not his ideal genetic creation. It was just used as bait. And it was inappropriate to waste energy. What kind of monster is this? Haya was startled by the sudden appearance of the genetic war beast. Brother Terry, those bad guys are here again. A girl about 11 or 12 years old hurried over with a basket on her arm, her face full of anxiety. When she saw a stranger in the camp and a monster standing next to her, the girl immediately shut her mouth. Her eyes were not afraid, but full of vigilance. Dr. Reddy is a good man. Haya quickly rectified Reddy's name and vividly told the story of Reddy's treatment for Terry's brother. Terry had a high prestige in the camp. When the girl learned that Reddy had cured Terry, the vigilance in her eyes was immediately replaced by gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Brother Terry hasn't woken up yet, Haya glanced at Terry's tent, stood up and was about to go out, but his eyes darkened, but the genetic war beast blocked him. Reddy smiled and said, leave it to it. If you don't mind, introduce me to the capital of Seven Waters. Chapter 23 The Capital of Seven Waters, The Rise of Tribulation. Boss, that kid is really strong. A tall man with a bandage on his body was holding a meteor hammer and talking to a man walking in the front, with flattery and a little resentment in his eyes. He could not forget the scene where he was seriously injured by Terry 2 months ago, even though Terry was also injured by his star hammer. The man walking at the front wore a dirty green scarf on his head and laughed nonchalantly. Who do you think Lao Zi is? I'm a knife punk with a bounty of 21 million belly. Having said this, Punk turned around and said, since you have joined my pirate group, I will let you take revenge with your own hands. The bandaged man's eyes suddenly flashed with joy, and he quickly offered his loyalty. Thank you, Captain, I will not let you down. Punk nodded with satisfaction. This time when he came to the Seven Waters capital, in addition to repairing the ship, he also wanted to add some crew members. With the accident of General Zifa, there were many pirate groups in the first half of the Grand Line, and now it is becoming more and more complicated. The Sharp Knife pirates sailed here and experienced several battles. The crew suffered serious losses. If they didn't recruit new crew members as soon as possible, they might not be able to reach the Sabayati Islands. At this time, a tall black figure walked out of the corner of the sewer ahead. Punk raised his hand to stop the others and stopped. What kind of monster is this? When he saw the dark figure clearly, Punk took a breath of air. This monster has a crocodile head, but its lower body looks like a human being. It only has a rag wrapped around its waist to cover its inscriptions. Animal type fruit ability user, that's not right. Punk's face changed slightly, but when he saw that the monster also had a pair of tiger claws, he denied this guess. Those with animal fruit abilities have a human animal form. The monster in front of him did not fit his impression of an animal type fruit user. The genetic war beast stride forward from slow to fast. Punk drew his saber, his heart beating fast, not from fear, but from excitement. This monster is valuable. Whether it is to conquer it or to auction it on the Sabayati Islands, it is a good choice. Catch it alive! Punk shouted and slashed at the genetic war beast. Bite! The genetic war beast blocked the blow with the back of its hand. The rugged horny scales on the back of the hand are quite hard. The next moment, the genetic war beast opened its mouth wide and bit into Punk fiercely. Go to hell, monster! The man with the bandage on his body was eager to show his strength in front of the new boss, so he swung the meteor hammer and threw it at the genetic war beast. The genetic war beast was knocked away. Its genetic potential reached level 11, but Reddy didn't want to waste energy and didn't strengthen it, so its initial combat power was only around level 8. Well done! What Punk was most satisfied with was that he had recruited this powerful subordinate in the capital of Seven Waters, so he was able to fight at full strength. If we don't show our strength, who will be the captain then? Punk's bounty reached 21 million Baileys, and he was not weak. His sword was faster than the other, leaving wounds on the surface of the genetic warfare beast in the blink of an eye. The wound was not deep, but it was enough to make the genetic war beast bleed. For a moment, the gene war beast was at a disadvantage, being beaten back by Punk and the man with the bandage on his body. However, over time, Punk became a bit scary. The strength of the genetic war beast is actually gradually getting stronger, and it can already withstand the siege of 2 people. There was a click. The genetic war beast took Punk's knife and opened its mouth to bite the chain of the meteor hammer. The bandaged man hurriedly wanted to use brute force to withdraw the weapon, not wanting the genetic war beast to be stronger. Just a flick. The bandaged man didn't have time to let go, and he flew towards the genetic war beast. The genetic war beast's claws were intertwined, and it struck head-on. The bandaged man had 2 bloody scratches on his chest. He vomited blood and rolled his eyes, completely losing consciousness. Punk's face changed drastically, and he didn't have time to think too much. He hurriedly raised his knife to block the claw of the genetic warfare beast, which was so fast that it was difficult to react. There was a stalemate for a moment. The power of the genetic war beast gained the upper hand and knocked Punk away. Quickly retreat! Punk immediately got up after landing and was the first to turn around and run away. The others had already been frightened by the genetic warfare beast and hurriedly followed Punk to escape. Ah! Don't want! Captain, save me! The genetic warfare beast uses its claws one at a time to kill the people at the back one by one like a cat playing like a mouse. Punk's face was gloomy, he had suffered a big loss this time. The life or death of the favorite new subordinate is unknown, and the other newly recruited crew members are being killed by monsters one by one at this moment. But he was not sure that he could defeat this monster. Thinking of this, Punk felt furious. If Laozi didn't miss out on the benefits, neither would anyone else. Malinvando. Warring States held the phone bug with a gloomy expression on his face. The Seven Waters capital is an extremely important island in the first half of the Great Route. The shipbuilding industry is highly developed. However, due to its special status, Marine is unable to establish a base in the Seven Waters capital. So planting an informant became the only option. Lieutenant General he also heard the information from the informant and frowned. The monster that appeared in the capital of Seven Waters is a bit familiar to me. Warring States crossed his arms and was irritated. The blood factor. I didn't expect that besides Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge, there are people in the world who have mastered this dangerous technology. At that time, the MADS organization invented the life blueprint under the leadership of Vegapunk, which attracted the attention of the world government. In the end, the MADS organization disbanded, and Vegapunk chose to join the world government. Another judge, who had mastered the blood factor, created the Kingdom of Germa with the technology he mastered, and obtained the status of a franchised country. According to the information provided by the informant, the monster that appeared in the capital of Seven Waters was definitely not an animal-type fruit user. Rather, it is a monster created using bloodline factors. Judging from the performance, the opponent's technology is even comparable to Vegapunk. Lieutenant General he shook his head and said, "Now we don't have the ability to investigate that monster." The Marine base in Rogtown sent back information that the Golden Lion was in the East Daxia Sea, and Warring States had to arrange for Garp to go to the East Daxia Sea. There are more and more pirates in the Grand Line, and currently Marine Vondo has no manpower to spare. Warring States thought irritably for a long time and said bitterly, there is no other way. This task can only be left to the world government, they are the professionals. General, he held the teacup and took a sip of tea, and hesitated for a moment. Garp has just left not long ago. Maybe we can let him drop by the Seven Waters capital. Warring States suddenly pressed his hands heavily on the table, stood up and said angrily, that guy just wants to be lazy. Lieutenant General, he was helpless. Malinfando was caught off guard when something happened to Zifa. At present, except for Garp who doesn't take care of things very much, we really can't spare anyone to go to the Seven Waters capital. But Garp is a mature man. When he learned that the Golden Lion appeared in the East Daxia Sea, he immediately set off. Obviously he didn't want to take on more responsibilities. The legendary Golden Lion, the Great Pirate, the capital of the Seven Waters, which one is more important is clear at a glance. Even the Warring States period cannot say that Garp does not understand the overall situation. Warring States sat down depressedly, crossed his arms, and said irritably, I'm afraid Zifa can't continue to serve as a general, and a new general must be elected as soon as possible. Let the monster in the Seven Waters city be handed over to the world government. Chapter 24. Clouds move in all directions. Dressrosa, King's Heights. Doflamingo sat on the sofa, resting his chin on his hands and resting his elbows on his knees, staring at the news of the world spread out on the table in front of him. The headline is a photo. The photo showed a monster with the head of a crocodile, its body covered with rugged scales, but its lower body was human. N.A. Dover, is it true that someone in the Seven Waters city can create artificial devil fruits? Plum Blossom Toripole, one of the 4 leaders of the Donquixote family, stood behind the sofa and asked Doflamingo for confirmation. Caesar Courant, a former member of the world government's science force, has reached a cooperation with the Donquixote family on the production of artificial devil fruits, and a factory in Dressrosa is under construction. But no results have been obtained yet. Doflamingo stared at the newspaper in front of him and smiled greedily. Caesar said that he is the only one who can create artificial devil fruit. Smile. It seems that he has a competitor. Where is Baby 5? Torble chuckled and said, she received someone else's confession this morning, and she should still be dating now. Doflamingo sat up straight, put his hands on the back of the sofa, looked up at the ceiling and smiled. Go and ask her to come back, and kill the guy who confessed to her. What a troublesome guy. Torrible chuckled and walked away. Not long after, Baby 5 walked in with an unhappy look on his face, and stepped heavily on the table in front of Doflamingo with a long leg. Young master, you interrupted my date. But I need you to do a little thing for me. Doflamingo cast his eyes on Baby 5's face and didn't care about her rude behavior at all. He laughed and said, you are only 15 years old. Don't fall in love so early. I still need you. Baby 5's resentment suddenly disappeared. He was so happy to be needed. You and Buffalo go to the Seven Waters capital and bring this monster back. Doflamingo motioned to Baby 5 to pick up the newspaper and remember the goal of the trip. What kind of monster is this? It's so ugly. Baby 5 picked it up, took a look at it, then threw away the newspaper with a look of disgust, took out the cigarette case and lit a cigarette for himself to calm down his shock. If you have the chance, bring back the person behind this monster. Doflamingo smiled maliciously. The monster that appeared in the capital of Seven Waters was not his real target. The person who created the monster was. I want to live. Ghost Island. Kaido took the wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. He didn't put down the gourd until he drank it all. He wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and burped. Joker told me that someone in the Seven Waters city created an artificial devil fruit. Who is going to bring it back to me? Black Maria handed over the new wine gourd, completely uninterested in the matter. Yin and Quinn had no idea of coming forward. The capital of Seven Waters is a well-known tourist city. The monster causing trouble in the capital of Seven Waters was witnessed by countless people, but there is no evidence that the monster ate an artificial devil fruit. Lord Kaido, apart from Vegapunk and Caesar, I can't think of anyone who has the ability to create artificial devil fruits. Quinn, also a former member of MADS, simply does not believe that there is a third person in the world who can create artificial devil fruits. Joker has promised to provide us with artificial devil fruits. There is no need for us to go to the Seven Waters capital. Yin's idea is simpler. Since Doflamingo is willing to provide artificial devil fruits, the beast pirates don't need to spend more energy, and they don't have to worry about Doflamingo's fraud. After all, no one dares to cheat Four Emperors Kaido. Lord Kaido, I'll go. Runty, who was only 12 years old, saw that no one wanted to go to the capital of Seven Waters, so she immediately pulled her younger brother Peggywan and raised her hand enthusiastically. Peggywan was pulled in front of Kaido by her sister with a hopeless expression, and she was too ashamed to raise her head. Sasaki. Kaido ignored her at all and directly pointed out Sasaki, one of the Flying Six Cells. Runty was immediately furious. Lord Kaido, you look down on me. In order to gain her and her brother's status in the Beast Pirates, she stole 2 ancient animal-type devil fruits collected by Kaido. Kaido did not punish her, but she was eager to show the value of herself and her brother. In her opinion, the Seven Waters capital and the others are an excellent opportunity. Black Maria covered her mouth and smiled. You are still young, it is best to leave this kind of thing to adults. Runty sneered and said mockingly, I am not a woman who only knows how to pour wine. Sister, stop talking. Peggywan hurriedly tried to stop his sister from taunting him. Compared with other real players, he and his sister were still just newcomers. Like an enraged little Tyrannosaurus, Runty strangled Peggywan's neck and lectured, you should stand firmly on my side. Black Maria covered her mouth and smiled, not caring about Runty's ridicule. She is a woman with a low desire for power. Lord Kaido, Runty is really good. There is no problem in going to the capital of Seven Waters. Sasaki was hoping that someone would go to the capital of Seven Waters for him, and he recommended Runty according to his influence. Runty stared, I'm going to get mad if you don't agree. Kaido burped and waved impatiently, you two go and take that man back to Onigashima. Judiciary Island. Rob Lucci put on a black suit and walked to the door. Hidalai the pigeon flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, following him out of the room. Not long after, the CP9 members arrived. Khalifa adjusted his glasses and said seriously, has the mission in the capital of Seven Waters changed? The monster rampage in the capital of Seven Waters has spread all over the world with the world news. As one of the intelligence organizations of the world government, CP9 has naturally received the information. What's more, after the world's best shipbuilding technician Tom was executed, CP9's next mission was to go to the capital of Seven Waters to lurk and seize the design of the ancient weapon Pluton. It's just that it's still in the preparation stage. Lu Chi nodded and said, Spondam wants us to find the person behind that monster. Keiku raised his forehead and shook his head, Spondam wants to create this kind of monster, do you want to replace us? Spondam inherited his father's legacy and took over CP9, but no one in the organization looked down upon this incompetent waste. It is not impossible to replace these people with monsters. Khalifa mocked. CP9 is not a simple killer organization. Replacing us people with monsters is just a joke. Lu Chi said, no matter what Spondam wants to do with this monster, our task is to find the person who created the monster, and at the same time look for opportunities to lurk around Tom's disciple, Bing Shan. Bruno asked, should I open a wine shop as planned? Lu Chi nodded. Bars are one of the easiest ways to obtain intelligence, and they can also hide their connections. Lu Chi explained a few key points and then walked ahead. Let's go. Merchant ships docked at the pier of the Seven Waters capital. Lu Chi and others pretended to be strangers who did not know each other, and dispersed to carry out investigation work. Little did they know that a child in the crowd had recognized them. These are the people Dr. Reddy is looking for. Heya thought to himself, turned around and ran out of the dock. He didn't care who these people were, as long as they were the targets Reddy was looking for. Back at the camp, Heya saw Reddy playing with a few 3- and 4-year-old kids. He curled his lips and couldn't understand that such a big man was still willing to play with little kids. Dr. Reddy, the person you are looking for is here. Chapter 25 The hunt begins. Center Street. Bruno mingled among the tourists and silently observed this bustling street. The city of Seven Waters is a special existence. The developed shipbuilding industry has made this a prosperous city where both marines and pirates dare not act rashly. This is the battlefield for espionage personnel. Bruno patiently selected the place where he would open the bar. The mission this time is very simple: lurk in the Seven Waters capital to investigate the design drawings of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, and bring them back to the world government. Investigating that monster can only be considered as an extra step. About 4 positions away from Bruno, Reddy followed behind with his hands in his pockets, dressed like a tourist. After rescuing Terry, Reddy obtained a group of orphans to act as informants. He gave the portraits of Liu Qi and other CP9 members to Heya and the others. He was not surprised that CP9 arrived at the capital of Seven Waters ahead of schedule. Life design, a technology that transcends its time, has always been considered taboo by the world government. So he deliberately created a significant flaw. The Marine headquarters was unable to spare manpower due to Zifa's accident. It happened that CP9's next mission was to lurk in the capital of Seven Waters. So his goal was achieved. Menman Fruit, I'm going to make a decision. Reddy glanced at Bruno's back seemingly inadvertently, and quickened his pace with a brisk pace. Capturing the door fruit ability is an important part of his plan. But one cannot act rashly. As a member of CP9, Bruno represents world government. That is a more terrifying force than the Golden Lion. Doflamingo's people should be arriving soon. Reddy thought to himself, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. No one is more qualified to take the blame than Doflamingo. The second goal of the bait thrown by Reddy is to attract Doflamingo to take action. The young master wants us to investigate that monster. Where should we start? Buffero, the user with the ability to turn around the fruit, flew over the Seven Waters city, distressedly asking for advice from Baby 5 who was stepping on his back. The city of Seven Waters is too big. If the monster hides in a well-developed sewer, it will be difficult to find it. Baby 5 was even more irritated than him, and stamped his feet vigorously. Hurry down, let's go look for it separately. Buffalo thought it was right, and immediately found a deserted, remote beach to land. I'll go to the city, and you continue to monitor from the sky. Baby 5 confessed and walked to the city. Baby 5 did not expect that the two of them were alert enough and chose a secluded beach to land, but they were still discovered. A small head melon seed popped out from the rocks. Dr. Reddy said that if you find a person with abilities, tell him, yes, it must be the person with abilities that Dr. Reddy wants to find. The little boy looked at the distance as Buffalo flew into the sky again, carrying a small bag of shells and conches. Just run to the city. Just now he happened to be diving to pick up a large conch. Although Reddy brought back a lot of fish every day, Terry still asked them to support themselves. No one objected. Because everyone knows that Reddy will leave one day, and we must not develop the bad habit of reaching out. Dr. Reddy. The little boy happily ran into the camp carrying a small harvest. At this time, Reddy was surrounded by a group of children, chattering and pestering Reddy to tell stories about adventures on the sea. I discovered a person with the ability to fly. The little boy made a propeller sign around his neck. Reddy rubbed the head of the little girl lying on his lap, and the smile on his face became thicker. Okay, let's go see if your brother Terry is healed. Terry's injury was very serious and he had to hold on for more than 2 months. Even with powerful recovery drugs to stimulate cell activity, it would not be possible to recover in 3 to 5 days. The children dispersed in a hurry. Reddy stood up, put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the camp. Not long after, Reddy walked out of the sewer. The city of Seven Waters is very lively during the day. Neither the pirates nor the marines have the absolute power to control this city with a developed shipbuilding industry. With the tacit understanding of both parties, the city of Seven Waters has become a prosperous tourist attraction. Reddy walked among the crowd, looking for the whereabouts of Baby 5. Doflamingo will send Baffaro as a partner, and Baby 5 will naturally come to the Seven Waters capital. The way to find Baby 5 is simple. How dare you mess with me? Reddy heard a rude Lolita sound, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Look, I found it. Reddy pushed his way into the crowd. Sure enough, Baby 5 grabbed a gangster's collar with one hand, and the other hand turned into a blade and put it on the other person's neck. Behind the prosperity of the Seven Waters city lies countless darkness. Baby 5 is far from being the famous killer of the Don Quixote family in the future, and what the gangsters in the Seven Waters city like most are little Lolita without adults. Take it to the Sabayati Islands and sell it for a good price. Baby 5 really wanted to kill this gangster who dared to steal his wallet. I am so poor that I am the only one left, understand? But as soon as he saw more and more people gathering, Baby 5, who had no moral sense at all, roared at the crowd with a black face, "Get out of here, or I will chop you." The crowd dispersed immediately. People with abilities cannot be offended. In a blink of an eye, Reddy was the only one left on the street. Baby 5 was furious when he saw Reddy not running away, leaving the gangster behind and walking toward Reddy with a murderous look on his face. With a smile on his face, Reddy shrugged and said, "Can you do me a favor?" Of course, of course. Baby 5's murderous aura immediately disappeared, and he nodded somewhat flattered. Reddy motioned for Baby 5 to follow him, then turned and left. The gangster behind him was stunned. That's it? If I had known you were so easy to deceive, who would be willing to seduce you by stealing your wallet? Where do you want to go? Baby 5 saw Reddy taking him outside the city, and IQ regained the high ground. Reddy smiled and said, "There is something you must do." So happy. Baby 5 suddenly forgot that it was not a good thing to go with strangers, and followed Reddy out of the city with a happy look on his face, to a secluded beach. Reddy stopped, turned around and smiled politely, "Can you please be caught by me?" Good. Although Baby 5's IQ fell off the line for a time, he quickly regained his senses at this moment. "Who are you?" Reddy shrugged. "Okay. Sure enough, it's not that simple." Snap. Reddy snapped his fingers. The genetic war beast appeared in front of him out of thin air. "Young master's monster, you are its master." Baby 5 raised the corner of his mouth, and his hands immediately turned into flintlock guns. Bang bang. 2 gunshots were fired. 2 blood flowers splashed on the chest of the genetic war beast, its feet softened, and it knelt on one knee on the beach. "Stop for me." Baby 5 smiled contemptuously, and when he looked again, he saw Reddy escaping to the reef area. He wanted to shoot him down, but when he thought about the young man trying to catch him alive, he had no choice but to give up. He swept past the genetic warfare beast and headed towards Reddy, chases after him. "Can you please slow down?" Reddy turned around and made a request politely. Okay. Baby 5 IQ went offline again and slowed down. It wasn't until Reddy was about to escape into the reef area that IQ reoccupied the high ground. "UBD, how dare you play tricks on me?" Baby 5 was so furious that he vowed to take revenge after catching this BD. At this time, Reddy suddenly turned around, smiled and made a goodbye gesture, then turned around and jumped behind the reef. "Don't let me catch you." Baby 5 is going crazy. The next moment, Baby 5 was stunned when he saw Reddy jumping out from behind the reef again for no apparent reason. "No. Won't you run away?" Baby 5 came back to his senses, didn't bother to think too much, and chased after him with a dark face. "You! When she caught up to Reddy, just when she was about to say a harsh word, Reddy's right arm was suddenly covered with armed domineering energy, and he punched her away. Baby 5's consciousness quickly fell into darkness. At the moment before coma, there was only one thought left in his mind. So strong. Chapter 26 Obtaining the Power of Menmen Fruit. What is your biggest regret in doing scientific research? Answer: unable to save more samples. Reddy looked at the devil fruit power extracted on the interface of the gene editing laboratory and felt regretful. He ultimately failed to dispose of Baby 5. Devil fruit users are not uncommon in the Grand Line, but Reddy doesn't have much time to hunt those with abilities that are not attractive to him. Baby 5 is the kind of person with fruit abilities that has an obvious fatal flaw. Not in terms of ability, but in terms of character. The weapon fruit ability is exactly what is on his hunting list, otherwise Doflamingo would not be tempted to send people to the Seven Waters capital. We have to find a way to get the sea floor stone handcuffs. Reddy thought to himself and started a new round of cloning. The weapon fruit is not weak. Paramecia devil fruit values the host's imagination more. Baby 5's development of weapon fruits is very poor, and can even be called a crotch-stretching one. This is an excellent sample. Reddy used the Baby 5 gene as a model, thought for a while, and extracted the Poseidon-like gene fragment for editing. Gene rating: LV12. The upper limit of Baby 5's strength is not low, reaching level 8. With the bonus of the weapon fruit, the upper limit of strength can reach level 11, which is the level of a Marine Headquarters Major General. The only shortcoming is his physical strength, which cannot support the transformation into more powerful weapons. Reddy made up for this shortcoming. The Poseidon type's physique is not as good as that of a monster like the Golden Lion, but it is definitely at the top level in this world. The result was not what he expected. After embedding Poseidon-like gene fragments, the new gene sample's rating reached LV12, which is the level of Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. Make clones. Implant a control chip. Integrated devil fruit abilities. Strengthen the top grid. A brand new clone was summoned by Reddy. It's normal to have the weapon fruit ability and enhance your swordsmanship to level 10. Then max out the two-color domineering enhancement. There is no doubt that the clone of Baby 5 can be called a swordsman. As for the Great Swordsman, Reddy didn't have much idea of the Great Swordsman's strength, and he wasn't sure whether the clone could reach the level of the Great Swordsman. Reddy put his hands in his trench coat pockets, with a smile on his face. The hunt begins. Bruno chose the location for the store. This store is located at the end of the central street and has convenient transportation. Even if it needs to be evacuated, it will not attract much attention. It is difficult for ordinary people to buy a store on the central street of the Seven Waters capital, but it is not a problem for CP9. In just one day, Bruno got the store and started renovation. It's late at night. The workers have left. Bruno worked overtime overnight to renovate the bar. According to the mission, members of CP9 are not allowed to meet until the bar is renovated, so as not to expose their whereabouts and make Tom's disciple Bing Shan alert. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Bruno, who was working, put down the saw in his hand and turned to look at the door of the bar. The knocking on the door continued. Bruno was silent for a moment. Stretched out his hand and pushed in front of him, opening an air door, and then walked into the alien space created by the door fruit's ability. Bruno used the door fruit ability to walk out of the store, and was stunned when he saw the man knocking on the door. As an intelligence officer, he memorized the faces of many targets. Bruno stared at Baby 5 who was knocking on the door in a different space, somewhat puzzled. Baby 5, the killer under Doflamingo, why does she know that I am here? Doflamingo's identity is very special. This member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea was born in the Holy Land of Marijoya and was once one of the Celestial Dragons. Then Doflamingo's father gave up his identity as a Celestial Dragon and left Marijoya with his family. After killing his father with his own hands, Doflamingo wanted to regain his identity as a revolving heaven dragon, but was ruthlessly rejected. So Doflamingo obtained the identity of Shishibukai with the help of his subordinates. Doflamingo is currently the new king of Dressrosa. Doflamingo's special status makes Bruno feel troubled. Why are Doflamingo's killers looking for me? Bruno's mind is much more delicate than it appears on the outside, and he thinks quickly. The killers of the Donquixote family come to find his purpose. Is it also for that monster? Bruno quickly thought of the monster that appeared in the capital of Seven Waters not long ago, and suddenly became extremely confused. Doflamingo's special status is one of the reasons why he is afraid. The CP organization is an intelligence agency directly affiliated with the world government. The world government is the puppet of the Draco. And Doflamingo, the former celestial dragon, seemed to have caught something and got the celestial dragon's acquiescence. Strictly speaking, CP9 is a member of the Donquixote family. Once Doflamingo makes a request for the monster, should he agree? Bruno thought to himself and turned to look around. It was late at night. The city of Seven Waters is a bustling tourist destination, but it is also a paradise for pirates. None of the tourists who can come here are stupid enough to wander the streets late at night. A cold feeling flashed in Bruno's heart. As long as no one sees it, Doflamingo won't know who killed the Donquixote family's killer. Sorry, little girl. Bruno quietly pushed open the air door, raised his right index finger, and aimed it at the back of Baby 5's head. With just one finger shot, this little lowly killer will disappear from this world. Just when Bruno was about to take action, Baby 5 suddenly turned around, his right arm turned into a blade, and slashed him in the chest. Puff! Bruno spit out a mouthful of blood mist, stepped back with his right foot, and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, Bruno had already opened a distance of more than 10 meters. Escape! Bruno only had one thought in his mind. The Donquixote family actually took action against CP9. Is it for that monster? Bruno raised his hand and pushed open the air door, preparing to escape into a different space and inform Captain Liuchi of this important information. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Bruno, and his right fist covered with armor and domineering force slammed him to the ground. Bruno lay on the cracked ground, his eyes rolled white, and he completely lost consciousness. At this time Reddy came from a distance. Collect samples. Reddy stood up, took back the two clones, put his hands in his pockets, and left the scene quietly. A long time. Bruno woke up faintly. As soon as he regained consciousness, he sat up suddenly and glanced around in surprise. I'm not dead. Bruno looked down at the wound on his chest. At this time, the wound had stopped bleeding, and there were no other traces. This made him even more puzzled. Forget it, this information must be reported to the captain as soon as possible. Bruno got up from the ground, opened the air door and walked into the different space, looking for Liuchi immediately. Not long after, he arrived at the hotel where Liuchi was staying. Doflamingo, is he crazy? Liuchi's face darkened. It is related to blood factor technology, so it is not surprising that Doflamingo takes action for this. But it was difficult for him to understand why Doflamingo would attack its competitors so early. This is unreasonable. Liuchi was silent for a long time and said slowly, go and inform Keiku and the others that we will make every effort to capture the Donquixote family members tomorrow, to survive. Chapter 27 The two parties join forces. Don't let me catch you, BD. Baby 5 was walking on the street with a cigarette in his mouth, looking for the BD who knocked him out in the crowd with an expression that displeased everyone. The murderous aura that has almost solidified makes tourists and even locals avoid it. For a moment, there was no one within 3 meters of her. At this time a man came towards me. Seeing that someone dared not avoid him, Baby 5 rushed towards him with a stinking face. Seeing this, the people nearby quickly fled away. In a short period of time, the entire lively street became deserted. "Hello." Baby 5 stared at this man unhappily, and his right arm turned into a blade. As soon as she said a word, the man opposite him instantly disappeared from her sight. Next second, the man suddenly appeared in front of Baby 5. His right hand reached out like lightning and pushed it on Baby 5's shoulder. Baby 5 staggered back. At this moment, a door suddenly opened in the air behind him. Before Baby 5 could react, a pair of big hands poked out from the door and grabbed her in. The air door disappears. Liu Qi looked indifferent and continued to walk forward, as if nothing happened. No one noticed what happened just now. After walking around the corner, another door opened in the air ahead. Liu Qi stepped into the different space. "How dare you arrest me?" Baby 5 was now locked by seafloor stone handcuffs, and fell to the ground limply, but he still spoke unforgivingly, cursing in various ways. "Is it her?" Liu Qi glanced at her, then turned to look at Bruno. Bruno nodded. Liu Qi walked forward, squatted next to Baby 5, and asked without any emotion, "Why did Doflamingo take action against the world government?" World government. CP9 is an intelligence organization directly under the world government. It has always been secretive to the outside world. Baby 5 was stunned. "It was obviously you who kidnapped my mother. Besides, are you from world government?" Liu Qi saw the shock in Baby 5's eyes, stood up and shook his head. "It seems that her blood factor has been collected, and she is not the one who attacked you." Bruno nodded. "The person who attacked me last night was strong, but she is weak." Baby 5 didn't like hearing this and yelled, "I am a person with weapon fruit ability. If you have the ability, let me go. You can only sneak attack, and you are no match for me." Liu Qi completely ignored her shouting and ordered, "Go back to the bar, Keiku and the others should have caught another one. You will pick them up later." Buffalo was hovering in the sky, observing what was going on in the capital of Seven Waters. The young master wanted that monster, and Baby 5 wanted to find the BD who knocked her out. They did both at once. Moonwalk. Buffalo was startled when he saw a figure suddenly jumping up from a tall building and approaching him quickly. He was just distracted for a moment, but the other party had already arrived in front of him, stepping on the air with his legs alternately, and hovering in the air bizarrely. Those with fruit abilities, tisk tisk. Keiku stepped on the moonwalk and looked at Buffalo with a tisk tisk sound. Buffalo cautiously distanced himself. "Are you from Marine?" Marine 6 style is almost synonymous with Marine. He felt troubled and didn't understand why Marine came to him. Is Marine planning to take action against the young master? Just as Buffalo was thinking, a whip shadow suddenly flew from below and wrapped around his body. "No need to talk nonsense to him, just take it back and give it to the captain." Khalifa took advantage of Keiku to attract Bafaro's attention and made a sneak attack from below. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Bafaro at all. "Don't underestimate me." Buffalo grinned and his body spun rapidly. The whip is immediately resolved. Khalifa's face darkened, his hand shook, and he withdrew the whip. I turn. Bafaro broke free from the shackles of the whip, spun faster again, and the chains wrapped around his body immediately whizzed towards Khalifa. Khalifa had a sullen face and raised his hand to swing out the long whip. A groan. Khalifa took off the long whip in his hand, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Miserable failure. In the first round, she completely underestimated the powerful centrifugal force caused by Buffalo's rotation, and the weapon was swept away. "Stop playing, Khalifa." Keiku laughed and threw a slash with his right leg. Bite. The slash was knocked away by the chain. Khalifa adjusted his glasses and said coldly, "You are harassing me." As he said this, Khalifa also kicked him hard. Almost at the same time, Keiku dodged and came to the top of Bafaro, and landed another kick. Bafaro blocked Khalifa's kick, but failed to block Keiku, crashing towards the beach like a meteor. Khalifa and the two immediately jumped down. Hateful. Buffalo climbed out of the big hole on the beach, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth, looking miserable. You are too slow. Jabra jumped down from the rock and blocked the right rear of Buffalo. With such an obvious target, do you think we are blind? Nidori blocked the right rear of Buffalo, taunting him. On the other side, the owl silently blocked Buffalo's last escape route, and then said, "You can only escape to the sky, but we can all moonwalk." Shut up! Several people in Keiku glared angrily. Currently, only Keiku and Khalifa are exposed. I could have taken the opportunity to trick my opponent, but now it's fine, it's all been exposed by you. I spilled the beans again. Owl Sanson zipped up his mouth. Keiku shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Bafuro. Surrender, we don't want to be enemies with Shishibukai yet. Buffalo remained silent, his eyes just wandering around, looking for opportunities to escape. Are you waiting for that little girl to save you? Khalifa adjusted her glasses and sneered arrogantly, our captain went to arrest her personally. It is her honor. Is Baby 5 still alive? Buffalo completely gave up the idea of escape. Without Baby 5, he would be punished by the young master if he returned. We don't want to be enemies with Doflamingo. The purpose of this trip is to capture alive the people sent by the Donquixote family, and Keiku doesn't want to cause trouble. I surrender. The Bachelor of Buffalo chose to surrender. Center Street, the bar has not yet been renovated. Baby 5 glared at Buffalo, who followed Keiku and others. You are such a waste. Buffalo was also helpless. Can't beat it. Luchi glanced at the faces of the two people in Buffalo and waved. Bruno then took out a phone bug and walked over and handed it to Buffalo's hand. Contact Doflamingo, I have something to talk to him about. Luchi motioned to Buffalo to contact Doflamingo immediately. Buffalo had no choice but to follow suit. Soon the call was answered. Luchi walked up to Buffalo, took the phone bug, and asked calmly, Doflamingo, your purpose? You're not Buffalo, oh, you should be from CP9, right? The face of Doflamingo imitated by the phone bug was gloomy at first, but soon he laughed, revealing Luchi's identity. Your purpose? Luchi was not surprised that Doflamingo knew his identity. Doflamingo laughed, I want blood factor technology. Luchi said coldly, it's impossible. The blood factor is a forbidden technology blocked by the world government. Don't try to challenge the bottom line of the world government. Young master. Baby 5 struggled to speak, but Khalifa ruthlessly grabbed a rag and blocked her mouth. Luchi said coldly, Doflamingo, you have no other choice. Doflamingo's voice turned cold, let them go, and I will cooperate with you. As for who can get the blood factor technology, it depends on their abilities. Luchi was unmoved, give up, or, they die. Doflamingo was silent for a while and then laughed again, without my help, you will not be able to find the target. This is my promise. Luchi's expression changed slightly. Doflamingo's identity is very special. He is a former celestial dragon, the current 7 warlords of the sea, the king of the kingdom of Dressrosa, a member of the world government, and a boss in the underground world. The world government acquiesces to Doflamingo's seizure of the kingdom of Dressrosa, and also accepts Dressrosa as a member of the world, which is very unscientific in itself. With so many identities, Luchi had to worry about the threat of Doflamingo without completely breaking his face. Doflamingo was not verbose, just waiting for Luchi's answer with a confident smile. Luchi took a long time before speaking, we can cooperate, but you won't get what you want. This is my promise. Baby 5, Buffalo. Doflamingo laughed wildly, go tell the gangsters in the 7 Waters capital and let them mobilize all their hands to find that monster. Chapter 28 Transforming the Clones. There are not enough samples. Reddy looked at the black unknown substance in the gene editing laboratory and fell into deep thought. The paramecia gate fruit is a auxiliary devil fruit. Very practical. To be honest, for a moment, Reddy wanted to integrate the extracted gate fruit ability into his own genes and become a gate fruit capable person. However, this requires converting the gate fruit ability into injections. Putting aside the difficulty for now, with his current weak body, it is difficult for him to sustain the ability to activate the gate fruit for a long time. Forget it, there is still a chance anyway. Reddy made a decision in his mind and extracted the genetic sample of the golden lion. This is the last genetic sample of a golden lion. The golden lion is a fierce man who has no reservations about those he trusts. But after all, Reddy had just joined not long ago, and Indigo was there to encourage him, so the golden lion didn't give him too many blood samples. Now Reddy decided to use the last gene sample with genetic potential of level 13. Based on Bruno's genes, supplemented by specific genetic fragments of the golden lion, what else is missing? The Menman fruit plays an extremely important role in the plan, and Reddy plans to create a perfect clone to better implement the next action. First of all, clones need monster-level physiques. Physical fitness determines physical strength. Every time the fruit ability is activated, a lot of physical energy is consumed. Just like Trafalgar Laws' surgical ability, it is undoubtedly super powerful and extremely functional. But Luo's biggest shortcoming is that he is physically stretched and often lacks mana. The golden lion's physique perfectly matched Reddy's vision. After all, I have such a monster-level genetic sample on hand. Secondly, the clone needs to have full dual-color domineering. Devil fruits are very powerful, but their domineering power overrides all other powers. Two-color domineering and crotch stretching is a failed work. Third, clones require full-level swordsmanship. Reddy is a poor man and has no time to collect famous swords. But he has a clone of Baby 5, right? Fourth, Reddy thought for a long time and decided to strengthen the clone's defense based on the golden lion's monster-level physique. It is not difficult to achieve the first 3 points. Reddy quickly completed the production of the clone and immediately switched to the modification workshop. A 3D image of Bruno appears on the window. Reddy fell into thought again. There are 2 ideas for transforming clones. The first is to use Judge's plan according to the description in the original work to add an exoskeleton to the clone's body to greatly improve its defense. The second is to use the idea of Vegapunk to transform Big Barsamiro Bear, transforming the clone into a half-mechanical and half-living body. Of course, the goal of transformation is to greatly improve the clone's defense. Which idea should I choose? Both ideas are very good. Judge's transformation plan is obviously better than Vegapunk's idea, but the advantage of the latter is that it is concise and clear, without too many bells and whistles. For example, laser. Reddy could only show his hands at this. This kind of thing was not something he could afford now. After thinking for a long time, Reddy gave up the idea of merging the essence of the 2 ideas and chose Judge's transformation plan. Transforming a clone requires 1,000,000 points of energy. Reddy had nothing to say. After all, I still underestimated the system. Just adding a layer of exoskeleton actually consumed 1,000,000 points of energy. Wouldn't it be better to improve some other abilities? This is the real big energy consumer. Renovation. Reddy rubbed his temples. The formation of a Poseidon capture team needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible, otherwise it will really go bankrupt. It will take 5 hours before the transformation is completed. Seeing that there was still a lot of time, Lydie began to take stock of the current combat strength. The first is the clone modeled after him. This clone can be seen as a weakened version of the golden lion. He has the power of Piao Piao fruit and also has full level 2 color domineering, which is comparable to the strength of a general. Otherwise, he would not be able to knock out Baby 5 and Bruno with one punch. The other is the capture of the 7 Waters capital. A clone of Baby 5. Weapon fruit ability is not an important option for Reddy, so Reddy only used Poseidon-like gene fragments, and combined with the fruit ability, raised the gene potential to level 12, which is equivalent to a Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. The strength is not top-notch, but it is currently the second most powerful force under his command. In addition, there are several clones made before. 2 of them are also clones based on him. They have certain strength and can be used to confuse opponents, but they cannot serve as the main combat force. The other is a clone made based on Bill. It is 1 level weaker than the clone of Baby 5, and its genetic potential is only level 11, which is comparable to that of a Marine Headquarters Major General. These are Reddy's current main strengths. Not nearly enough. It is difficult to create a utopia. Recruiting all civilians who long for a peaceful and stable life is cutting off the roots of the nobility of various countries, which will inevitably lead to strong suppression by the world government. Not to mention world government, even a 4 emperors group can give him a headache. Mirror fruit. He is determined to obtain this fruitful ability. But if you want to seize the power of the mirror fruit, you must face Big Mom. Reddy fell into deep thought. What other fruit power can allow me to seize the mirror fruit power without alerting Big Mom? Reddy searched for the devil fruit in his memory, but could not get a reliable answer. But this memory also opened his mind. A flash of light flashed in Reddy's eyes. The strength is not enough, the functional paramecia fruit ability can make up for it. Thinking of this, Reddy quickly had a rough idea and gradually improved it. Renovation completed. Reddy temporarily put aside his unfinished ideas and summoned the clone. The clone is identical to Bruno, except for his facial expression. Reddy stepped forward and tried to knock the clone's body. There is obviously an extra layer of hardness under the clone's skin, like a hard membrane protecting the fragile internal organs in the body. Snap! Reddy snapped his fingers and summoned his clone. Soon the 2 clones were fighting together. Reddy carefully watched the battle between the 2 clones and made an assessment in his mind. After Bruno's clone has been transformed, its defense has been greatly enhanced. Even a clone as strong as the weakened version of the Golden Lion cannot really cause significant damage. The 2 clones fought for more than 10 rounds before Reddy called a halt to the fight. Gone. Reddy takes back his clone. Bruno's clone pushed in the air with an expressionless expression. The air door opens. Reddy entered the next stage of the experiment with curiosity. In the sewer. A door suddenly opened in the air. Reddy walked out of it with a smile on his face. It seems that I have to hunt Bruno again. I will decide on the Menman fruit ability. Dr. Reddy, the gangsters in the city are crazy. As soon as Reddy returned to the camp, he received an unexpected piece of information. With a glance, Reddy was thoughtful. Since tour guides and other industries are monopolized by gangs, most of the orphans led by Terry make a living by selling trinkets such as flowers. Most of the orphans are in the camp at the moment. Haya shouted anxiously, "The damn gang forced us to find someone for them. Could it be that they are looking for you, Dr. Reddy?" "I guess, yet." Terry's injury has not fully healed, and his face is still pale, but a little more bloody than before. He seriously confessed, "Dr. Reddy is a good man, we can't betray him." "Of course." Haya was the first to shout. The time when Reddy stayed in the camp was their happiest time. They didn't have to worry about going hungry, let alone others coming to grab their territory. The other orphans nodded vigorously. No one is afraid. No one wants Reddy to leave the camp. Reddy smiled, ruffled Haya's hair, and announced before Haya got angry, "Then I will be responsible for your food during this period." Chapter 29 The Beast Pirates are coming. The capital of 7 waters. The sea train has become the most important means of transportation in the capital of 7 waters, but the dock is still quite prosperous. A large number of commercial ships docked at the pier. Among them were businessmen and some pirates who had put away their pirate flags. At this time a large ship came from a distance. A sailor on one of the merchant ships was cleaning the deck and glanced at the large ship that was about to enter the offshore sea, but didn't take it seriously. But the next moment, he thought of something and hurriedly raised his head to take a closer look. "100 beasts pirates!" The sailor cried out and fled to the dock in a hurry. The scream instantly caused panic on the dock. At this moment, both merchants and pirates were all fleeing towards the city in a hurry. "Sister, we should be more low-key." Peggy Wan was lying on the side of the boat, unable to complain about Runty's nonsense. "There is no help from anyone else on this mission." Runty rolled his eyes and said contemptuously, "We are the beast pirates, we don't need to keep a low profile." Peggy Wan didn't want to talk. The big ship docked and the heavy deck was lowered. A large number of members of the beast pirates rushed onto the dock with evil smiles. "Peijiang, let's go." Runty strangled Peggy Wan's neck and walked to the dock. "Sister, let me go, I can go by myself." Peggy looked hopeless and tried to persuade Runty to let her go. However, it was of no use. As soon as the two of them arrived at the pier, a pirate ran up in front and shouted in panic, "Lord Runty, Lord Peggywan, the people in the Seven Waters City are so strong." As soon as the pirate said this, a pirate in front started a series of screams, drew an arc in the air, and landed in front of the Runty siblings. He rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. "Oh Moses Rui!" Runty took off the mace from behind with his backhand, put it on his shoulder, and walked forward excitedly. "Sister, be careful." Peggy Wan quickly followed. The siblings came to the front. At this time, the pirates of the beast pirates were being pressed to the ground and being rubbed. Daristan. Bipley. Bailey. Bing Shan was the first to notice the Runty siblings. He kicked the opponent in front of him away and immediately shouted a warning. "Hey, there are actually two brats. Is there no one left in the beast pirates?" Dai Lustan hit the ground with a giant hammer, and the shock wave knocked several pirates away. When he saw the Runty siblings, he immediately laughed. "Obviously these two brats are the bosses, don't underestimate them." Bao Li pulled hard, and the dozen pirates who were bound by the rope screamed and were hoisted into the sky. On the other side, Bipley held two swords, killing the pirates around him, and rushed towards the Runty siblings without saying a word. "Bipley, come back." Bing Shan looked very unhappy and tried to call Bipley back. After his master Tom was executed by the world government, he hid his hatred in his heart and hoped to integrate all the shipbuilding technicians in the Seven Waters capital to use this as a bargaining chip to fight against the world government. Bipley and his 3 highly skilled shipbuilding technicians were his main targets. But no one listened to him. "Go to hell." Runty swung the mace and sent Bipley flying backwards faster than before with just one blow. Seeing this, Dai Lustan and Bao Li's faces darkened, and they became more vigilant about Runty's danger. "We need to join forces." Bing Shan came to the front and took the lead in requesting to join forces. Delustan and Bao Li quickly exchanged glances and acquiesced to Bing Shan's words. At this time, Bipley stood up from a pile of boxes, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, walked to Delustan, and reminded him loudly, "This kid is very strong." Several people no longer had any objections. Runty carried the mace and shouted domineeringly, "Get away if you don't want to die, I'm not interested in you." Peggy Wan immediately added, "Our target is the monster that appeared before." Acting alone for the first time, Peggy Wan was very cautious and didn't want to cause trouble and get into a fight for no reason. "Peijiang, don't be so weak." Runty is very unhappy. The beast pirates are the 4 emperors group that runs rampant in New World, and we are really fighting against them. Peggy said helplessly, "Sister, the bigger the noise becomes, the monster will hide." "Pei Chan, you are so smart." "Sister, don't do this." "No, no, no. Sister." Bing Shan and the others looked at Runty forcibly sticking the sticker, and they didn't know what to say. "Leave it to me." Peggy Wan persuaded Runty and walked to the front. "The beast pirates are not interested in the Seven Waters." Just as he said this, a door suddenly opened in the air behind Peggy Wan. Runty's attention has always been on her younger brother Peggy Wan, who was the first to discover this strange phenomenon. Before she could react, Peggy Wan was punched on the dock by a man who came out of the door. The dock instantly cracked. Peggy Wan rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. "Damn it, you deserve to die." Runty ran wild in an instant, and his body shape changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a Pachycephalosaurus and slammed into the man who dared to sneak attack on his brother. There was a muffled sound. The dock suddenly felt like a storm, with powerful aftermath sweeping across the entire dock. Even Bing Shan and several people were swept away. So strong. Cold sweat broke out on Bao Li's forehead and he climbed up from the ruins. He is not surprised that people with fruit abilities are very strong. Surprisingly, the little girl who looked to be 13 or 14 years old at most was actually a user with fruit abilities, and her strength was simply terrifying. Bing Shan and the others also climbed up in the ruins. Everyone looked solemn. Even with such a powerful headbutt, the fruit ability user was only knocked back less than 1 meter, leaving 2 shallow marks under his feet. "FK, die, die, die." Runty went completely berserk and struck wildly with the mace. However, it was of no use. The man took a step back, a door opened out of thin air behind him, and he quickly disappeared. He appeared again, but in front of Peggy Wan, who was in a coma. "Pei Chan." Runty, who was running rampant, saw that the target of the other party was his younger brother, and hurriedly wanted to save him. But it was too late. The man picked up the unconscious Peggy Wan, opened the door in the air behind him, and stepped back. The portal disappears. Runty smashed the whole thing with his mace. Seeing Peggy Wan being kidnapped, Runty suddenly went crazy. "Rush in and find my brother." "Yes, Lord Runty." The pirates of the Beast's pirates were excited and rushed towards the city, etc. Bing Shan knew something was wrong and quickly tried to stop it. "Runty has gone completely crazy, who cares about a mere iceberg, kill whoever dares to stop him." Delustan and the other 2 people felt their hearts tremble, and their eyes subconsciously turned to the iceberg. Bing Shan knew that if he did not stop the beast pirates, the capital of 7 waters would be destroyed, so he hurriedly shouted, "I have a way to find your brother." Runty regained some sense and stared at the iceberg. When the other pirates saw this, they also stopped in their tracks. After all, these men were also super strong. Bing Shan said, "We have all seen what that man looks like, and we will definitely find him one day." Runty stared at Bing Shan fiercely, "If you can't find my brother today, I will kill all of you." Chapter 30. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole. The capital of 7 waters fell into chaos. News of the beast pirates' raid on the 7 waters city has spread throughout the city, causing huge panic. The tourists fled towards the station in fear, trying to escape the 7 waters city on the sea train before the beast pirates attacked the city. The local gangs in the capital of 7 waters also fell into panic and hid in their strongholds one after another. The ones attacking were the beast pirates, not some cats or dogs. Doflamingo is certainly the boss of the underground world, but the vicious reputation of the beast pirates resounds throughout the sea. Who dares not to be afraid? Liu Qi walked on the deserted street, his face still calm. He really didn't expect that the beast pirates suddenly attacked. At this time, a large group of boatmen came running from the end of the street. The man at the front made Liu Qi pupils shrink slightly. "President, we are not afraid of them. The capital of 7 waters has always been without marine protection, but it is not without the power to protect itself. Some of the boatmen are unwilling to cooperate with the beast's pirates to find someone. There is no need to resist in vain." It's not that Bing Shan doesn't have his own little thoughts. There are currently 7 major shipyards in the capital of 7 waters, and no one is willing to accept them. After Master Tom was executed, Iceberg planned to annex the remaining 6 shipyards and gather the vast majority of shipbuilding technicians to use this as a bargaining chip to compete with the world government. The appearance of the beast pirates allowed him to see an opportunity. When Bing Shan thought of this, his eyes became sharp. If they want to annex the other 6 shipyards, Delustan and his 3 top shipbuilding technicians are the biggest obstacles. It's not that I want to take the opportunity to kill these 3 top shipbuilding technicians, but to conquer them. Bing Shan was refining the plan in his mind, when he suddenly saw a tourist coming towards him, and he couldn't help but remind him, "It's not safe in the 7 waters now. You'd better leave or stay in the hotel." "Thanks." Liu Qi nodded. Bing Shan didn't care whether the other party heard it or not, and led the boatman straight to the gang's stronghold. The shipyard is more powerful than the gang, but in some aspects it is not as powerful as the gang. For example, looking for someone. Liu Qi watched Bing Shan lead people away, and then returned to Central Street. The atmosphere in the bar was tense at this time. Baby 5 was holding a cigarette in his mouth and stared at Bruno, who was standing behind the bar wiping the glass with an unhappy expression. Keiku and others sat around a table and looked at the bar jokingly. Buffalo, on the other hand, stood beside Baby 5 with a look of helplessness, fearing that his partner would cause trouble. Liu Qi walked into the bar. "Team leader." Keiku and others stopped joking and stood up to look at Liu Qi. Liu Qi said calmly, "The beast pirates are here." "Nanny?" Baby 5 jumped up in surprise. She is not afraid of CP9, but she still has to be afraid of the 4 Emperors group. Keiku and others were also shocked. No one would have guessed that the monster in the 7 Waters capital would actually alert the beast pirates. "Bruno." Liu Qi looked at Bruno and explained. "The gangsters in the 7 Waters city are more afraid of the beast pirates. It is no longer safe here. Take them to another safe house." Bruno nodded. No one else had any objections, not even Baby 5. Doflamingo is the boss of the underground world, and the gangsters in the 7 Waters city want to give him face. However, the reputation of the beast pirates is obviously far greater than that of Doflamingo. Bruno then opened the air door and let others in. Shortly after Liu Qi and others evacuated the bar, the door of the bar was kicked open, and Bing Shan was the first to break in. "I swear that man is right here." The gang leader came in shortly after, saw the empty bar, and hurriedly swore an oath. He is not afraid of the iceberg, but he is afraid that the iceberg will drop the blame on his head. Bing Shan ignored it and walked to the table where Keiku and others were. There are 3 empty glasses on the table. Bing Shan picked up one of them, put it under his nose, sniffed it, and then ordered, "They should have just left. There are, at least 3 people in total." The gang leader immediately shouted, "I will take people to find them." After leaving the bar, the little boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shrank his neck. "Can't afford it." "No one can afford it." "That's good." In the safe house. The faces of Keiku and others were very ugly. Baby 5 is not in the mood to compete with Keiku and the others at this time. She has informed Doflamingo, who only told her and Bafaro to continue to cooperate with CP9's actions. A portal opens in the air. Lucci and Bruno walked out of the door. "Team leader." Keiku and others stood up. It didn't take long for CP9 to arrive at the capital of 7 Waters, and there were not many safe houses arranged. Facing local gangs, these safe houses are not safe. Rather than avoid fighting, it is better to take the initiative. Liu Qi said calmly, "There is only one kid from the beast pirates." Keiku and the others suddenly showed confident smiles. "Then do it." Pei-chan. Runty walked up and down the dock angrily. Iceberg made an agreement with her. Go to Bingshan to retrieve Peggy Wan, but she is not allowed to lead people into the city. This made Runty very unhappy, but she was more worried about her brother's safety, so she could only agree. None of the other pirates dared approach Runty, who was about to go berserk. At this time, a door suddenly opened in the air behind Runty. "Lord Runty!" The other pirates saw this and hurriedly shouted a warning. Runty turned around quickly. Unexpectedly, his eyes suddenly darkened, and a figure suddenly appeared. The secret of the 6 styles, 6 Kings Spear. Runty flew out and smashed through a building near the dock. "Kill them!" Liu Qi succeeded in the sneak attack and went straight to Runty. Keiku and the others followed the instructions and rushed towards the beast pirates. "Go to hell, mother!" Baby 5 suffered 2 losses. When he was angry, his hands turned into cannon barrels, and he bombed wildly without any explanation. Seeing this, Buffalo secretly pulled Baby 5 and whispered, "The young master only asked us to cooperate with them and did not let us fight with the beast pirates." Baby 5 spat angrily. Anyway, he vented his anger and felt much better. Facing the strong attack by Keiku and the others, the beast pirates lacked the main combat power and were quickly crushed. Hateful! With a scream that contained infinite rage, a pagoda-headed dragon wildly rushed out of the building. "It's actually an ancient species." Liu Qi expression changed slightly and disappeared instantly. Appeared again, already in front of Runty. "FK, die, die, die." Runty's forehead was covered with armed domineering energy, and he hit Liu Qi with a headbutt. Liu Qi right fist was instantly covered with armed domineering energy, and he punched out. A strong aftermath swept across. Both sides are evenly matched. Runty smiled evilly, stretched out her claws, and grabbed Liu Qi's shoulders. "FK, die, die, die." Continuous headbutts suddenly hit Liu Qi. The latter's face changed slightly and he was caught off guard. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions resounded. Liu Qi rolled his eyes and his body went limp. Runty was greatly relieved and threw Liu Qi out. Just as he turned around to kill Keiku and others, he suddenly received a heavy blow behind him. Puff! Runty spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew more than 10 meters away. Before landing, a door suddenly opened in the air on the flight path. After Runty flew in, the portal disappeared. Liu Qi was startled, then looked to the battlefield on the other side. When he saw Bruno wiping out the beast pirates, Liu Qi's expression became solemn for the first time, and he immediately took out the phone bug from his arms. The phone bug answered. Liu Qi ordered without hesitation, "I need support." Chapter 31 Doflamingo's Conspiracy. King's Heights. Doflamingo held the phone and listened to Baby 5's report, his face gloomy. "Young master, that guy captured the members of the beast pirates." The 3 major cotters of the Donquixote family all changed their faces when they heard this. Torbil looked at Doflamingo nervously. "Hey, Dove, will Kaido be angry with us?" The expressions of Diamante and Pika instantly turned gloomy. If Kaido gets angry, the Donquixote family may not know how much they will pay. But the blood factor technology currently displayed by the other party has also deeply stimulated the greed in their hearts. The ability to perfectly replicate the fruit. If we can get this powerful technology, the Donquixote family will surely stand on top of the world. So the 3 major cotters all set their sights on Doflamingo. Doflamingo was silent for a long time after listening to Baby 5's report, and suddenly laughed. "Oh Moses Rui, does he want to provoke a war between the beast pirates and the world government? Then make it bigger." As he spoke, he took the phone and called. The phone bug answered. Doflamingo smiled and said, "Lord Kaido, I just received bad news that your man was captured by the person who mastered the blood factor." Kaido was furious. "Joker, give me information." Toripole and the other 3 major cotters did not even dare to take a breath, and stared nervously at Doflamingo, the phone bug in his hand. Next comes the key. Doflamingo doesn't have any information. Cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's forehead, and he smiled and said, "Lord Kaido, I will give you the information right now." After ending the contact with Kaido, everyone, including Doflamingo, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kaido did not anger the Donquixote family. "Hey, Dover." Torbil wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Doflamingo raising his hand. Doflamingo kept calling. Soon the call was answered. Mama, Joker, if you don't bring me good news, you know the consequences." Torbil and the other 3 major cotters swallowed unconsciously. The Donquixote family still has a deal with the beast pirates, so Kaido may not be angry. But Big Mom is different. The finished product of bloodline factor technology has appeared in the capital of 7 waters. There was more cold sweat on Doflamingo's forehead, and he quickly got to the point. As long as you get the blood factor technology, you can create the giant race you have always wanted. You know the cost of cheating on me. Big Mom's tone became serious, and his powerful aura made Torbil and the other 3 cotters almost unable to breathe. For the sake of the deal, Kaido may not kill everyone. Offending Big Mom will really destroy the Donquixote family. There was more cold sweat on Doflamingo's forehead. He forced himself to swear to calm down, and even more exaggeratedly described the horror of the blood factor. Mama, I owe you a favor." Big Mom was in a good mood when he received a positive answer. He made his promise and ended the call. Diamante took a deep breath and said with an ugly face, "Dover, I don't think it's a good idea to bring Big Mom in." Torbil nodded fiercely. Doflamingo laughed. "The more chaos there is, the more opportunities we have. As long as we get the blood factor technology, it doesn't matter if we offend Kaido and Big Mom. Of course, they won't know that I have the last laugh." Ghost Island. Kaido summoned the members of the Beast Pirates. When they learned that Runty and Peggywan had been arrested, everyone was shocked. Impossible, Runty and Peggywan were really fighting, how could they be caught? Sasaki looked in disbelief. From Admiral Kaido down to the Beast Pirates, there are 2 big signs, and then there is the real fight. Anyone placed in the first half of the Grand Route can be said to be invincible. Ember. Kaido ignored Sasaki and directly ordered him. He is now becoming more and more interested in the target that appears in the capital of 7 waters. Yin nodded and immediately walked outside. Not long after, a pteranodon spread its wings and flew into the sky. Cake Island. Big Mom also summoned all the children. Mama. Katakuri. Katakuri stood up. Big Mom named her again, Bree. Mother. Bree also stood up, but was a little nervous. When Doflamingo contacted Big Mom, she happened to be there. You go to the capital of 7 waters and bring back the guy who has mastered the blood factor. Big Mom was completely immersed in his imagination. Wanguo has collected almost all races, except for a few races such as the giant race. Bloodline factor technology is undoubtedly an important means to realize her dream. Okay, Mom. Katakuri nodded and walked out with his sister Bree. Malinvondo. The Warring States period was very agitated. His face was also solemn at this moment. CP9 actually asked Marine for support. Why? Marine and CP9, which is directly under the world government, have always not interfered with each other. Now that CP9 has taken the initiative to ask Marine for support, this can't help but make her wary. Warring States cursed irritably, no matter what the reason is for CP9, we can't spare any manpower at all now. Crane was also helpless about this. This is an order from the world government. If Zifa hadn't had the accident, the Marine headquarters could still have sent manpower. Now that even Garp has gone to the East Daxia Sea to hunt down the Golden Lion, how can there be any spare manpower to go to the 7 Waters capital to support CP9? The more Warring States thought about it, the more irritated he became. He slapped the table and said, "There is no other way. Let's inform Porisalino and ask him to go to the 7 Waters capital." New World. A marine warship is chasing a pirate ship. However, the pirate ship was obviously faster than the marine warship, and it was more familiar with this sea area, so it distanced itself immediately. Lieutenant General Polo Salino, the pirates are running away. A Marine Major hurried to Porosalino and anxiously reported the battle situation. They have been chasing this pirate group for 3 days and 3 nights, and no one wants to let this group of pirates escape from under their noses. Okay, Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Porosalino held the phone bug and casually raised his hand to point at the pirate ship. A laser beam shot out from his fingertips, accurately hitting the fleeing pirate ship in front. Long live! The Marines on the deck cheered immediately when they saw the disintegrated pirate ship. The Lieutenant General finally stopped being lazy. Porosalino put away the phone and curled his lips lazily. It's really troublesome. You all return on your own. Lieutenant General Porosalino, where are you going? Major Marine was stunned. Could it be that the Lieutenant General finally realized his conscience and wanted to rise up again? Porosalino curled his lips. I have to go to the capital of 7 waters. I didn't expect that besides Vegapunk, there would be someone who has perfectly mastered the blood factor. What a troublesome guy. As he spoke, Porosalino turned into dots of light and disappeared on the deck. Only half a day passed. Countless light points gathered in the sky above the 7 Waters city, and Porosalino's figure soon emerged. Are the beast pirates here too? On the way down, Porosalino saw a ship with the beast pirates docked on the messy pier, which made him even more troubled. Bang! Porosalino landed on the dock. Liuchi, who had been waiting for a long time, came forward and said, Lieutenant General Porosalino, we have more important tasks, and the rest will be left to you. Chapter 32. All parties are present. What a headache! Porosalino looked at Baby 5 and Bafaro in front of him and scratched his head in distress. Baby 5 was very nervous. The two recognized Porosalino and couldn't believe that Liuchi had actually brought this monster. Don't be nervous, I'm not interested in dealing with Doflamingo yet. Porosalino put his hands in his pockets, passed the two Baby 5s, and walked towards the city. What should we do? Buffalo looked at Porosalino's back and wiped away the cold sweat with guilt. Although everyone is in the same camp, it is really stressful to follow this monster who may be promoted to general at any time. Let's go. Baby 5 said harshly, the young master only ordered us to cooperate with CP9, but did not ask us to cooperate with Marine. Buffalo nodded sharply. Hello. Porosalino suddenly stopped and looked back at the two of them. The two of them suddenly became stiff. Porosalino pointed at a young man in front of him and said distressedly, do you know who this kid is? Baby 5 and the two people looked at each other quickly, but they didn't recognize them. Porosalino scratched his head, raised his leg and stepped over the unconscious Peggy Wan, and continued walking towards the city. Where did he come from? Baby 5 had cold sweat on his forehead and felt inexplicably terrified. She swore that this unconventional-looking boy was definitely not here just now. Buffalo shook his head desperately. The situation in the capital of 7 Waters became increasingly strange, and the two of them felt increasingly powerless. The monster is coming to town. Buffalo carefully reminded Baby 5, hoping that his partner could give a reasonable suggestion. Walk? Still not leaving? Baby 5 gritted his teeth. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and turned into a human figure when it landed, landing next to Peggy Wan. Ember. Baby 5 both screamed at the same time. Yin heard the screams behind him, turned to look at the two of them, and asked coldly, who hurt him? The two shook their heads hastily. One of the two major signboards of the beast pirates, Fire Disaster, is famous, and the bounty of 1.39 billion belly is enough to make the two of them dare not show their previous arrogance. The mask on Yin's face hid his expression, and the brief silence made Baby 5 and the two of them feel almost suffocated. Tell Joker for me, don't forget to trade. After Yin finished speaking, he squatted down and carried Peggy Wan on his shoulders, and then walked out of the pier. I'm scared to death. Baby 5 watched Yin walk away, patting his chest with lingering fear. The aura of the big pirate with 1.39 billion belly is really oppressive. Buffalo hurriedly took out the phone bug. The phone bug answered. Young Master, the leader of the Beast Pirates, Yin, and Marine Lieutenant General Porisalino have arrived in the Seven Waters capital. Buffalo reported hurriedly. You guys are waiting for me in the capital of Seven Waters. Doflamingo explained and ended the call. Baby 5 and the two breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the dock, waiting peacefully for Doflamingo to come to the Seven Waters capital in person. Brother Katakuri, the city of Seven Waters is not as prosperous as I imagined. Bree looked at Katakuri walking out of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Her tone mixed with disappointment. Katakuri stepped forward, kicked open the door of the clothing store, and walked out. The streets were deserted and no shops were open. The news of the Beast Pirates' attack turned the capital of Seven Waters almost into a dead city. All the tourists took the sea train to escape the Seven Waters city. The locals and the pirates who came to repair the ship did not dare to face the Beast's pirates, and hid in their homes or other safe places. At the moment, Bing Shan and other boatmen and gangsters who are barely related to the Beast's pirates are still active in the city. Hey, stop! A few gangsters called Katakuri from behind. Bing Shan used the evil reputation of the Beast's pirates to ask the gang to help find clues about Bruno. They had no choice but to launch a citywide search. Brother Katakuri, wait for me. Bree chased him out of the clothing store. What an ugly woman! One of the gangsters laughed. Katakuri's eyes turned cold and he disappeared instantly. Ah! There was a series of screams, and all the gangsters had their throats crushed by Katakuri. Let's go! Katakuri threw away the body and walked ahead. Doflamingo has the same plan as me. Reddy was in the alien space created by the power of the gate fruit, looking at Bree following Katakuri with a smile on his face. After discovering that Baby 5 and Buffalo actually joined forces with Liu Chi and others, he knew that the plan to scapegoat had failed. But then the Beast Pirates arrived in the capital of Seven Waters. So Reddy kidnapped Peggy Wan and tried to let the grumpy Bracon Runty disrupt the situation and create opportunities for himself. Only chaos can take advantage of the situation. Runty did not disappoint him, and indeed triggered a battle with CP9. Reddy took the opportunity to kidnap Runty again. Just as he expected, Runty alone was not enough to counter the combination of CP9 and Doflamingo, so Kaido sent in the supermobile Yin. However, Reddy did not expect to attract not only the great Kanban Yin of the Beast Pirates, but also the future General Porisalino. By this time, Reddy was planning to run away. He is not yet sure of defeating the future General Porisalino. If you can't ask for favors, then don't ask for abuse. The genetic samples of Lunaria are very strong, but they are not necessary samples and there will be opportunities in the future. But then he saw Bree, the most important mirror fruit ability user in the plan, and he knew that he had to stay and take advantage of the fire. I'll see you later. Reddy came to the beach with a smile on his face. Returning to the present world from a different space, Reddy summoned his own clone. Reddy was quickly taken to the sky. More than an hour later, the clone landed on an uninhabited island with Reddy on its back. Reddy snapped his fingers. The clone squatted down and pressed his hands on the beach. The whole island rumbled and slowly rose into the sky. While the uninhabited island was flying towards the capital of Seven Waters, Reddy took the clone around the island. This uninhabited island is small, with a hill in the center and dense jungle surrounding it. The perfect hunting ground. The corners of Reddy's mouth raised slightly. This was an arena specially prepared for big guys like Porisalino, and it was also his hunting ground. It's late at night. The uninhabited island fell silently off the coast of the capital of Seven Waters. Reddy then asked the clone to take him back to the capital of Seven Waters, summoned the clone Bruno, and left the beach using the power of the gate fruit. Island, island. Bing Shan and other top shipbuilding technicians looked at the uninhabited island that appeared inexplicably offshore. Everyone was stunned. I just got the report from the boatmen, and they didn't believe it at all. But now I believe it. What a troublesome guy. Porisalano's lazy voice alarmed several people in Bing Shan. Lieutenant General Porisalano. A flash of hatred flashed in Bing Shan's eyes, but he concealed it well before stepping forward and asking, Lieutenant General Porisalano, do you know the origin of this island? Porisalano rubbed his chin, you'd better not interfere. Bing Shan and the others had nothing to say. At this time they also realized their powerlessness. Porisalano ignored Bing Shan and the others, and disappeared into tiny flashes of light. Bing Shan was silent for a long time and looked at the three of Delustan. Let's cooperate. We are not as strong as we thought. Only through cooperation can we gain the right to speak. The three of Delustan exchanged glances and had to admit that what Bing Shan said was right. The strength is not as good as that of others, so alliance is a must. Once the 7 major shipyards merge, even the world government cannot ignore the 7 waters capital. Bing Shan was recognized by the 3 top shipbuilding technicians and silently swore in his heart, Master, I will definitely protect the blueprints, absolutely. Chapter 33 It really depends on hard power. Damn it, where is this? Runty rubbed her head and got up from the ground. She was confused when she saw the jungle in front of her. She only remembered that she was knocked out by Lu Chi and flew into a strange space, and then was knocked unconscious by a man. When I woke up again, I was in the jungle. Runty cursed and prepared to walk out of the jungle in order to determine his position. At this time, there was a rustling sound in the jungle. Who's there? Runty immediately turned around and looked. The next moment, when she saw her younger brother Peggy Wan walking out of the forest, she was overjoyed and rushed over to force him to stick it on her. Peggy Wan turned around and ran away. Peijiang, come back here. Runty was angry and chased after him. In the sky, a pteranodon soared over the uninhabited island, holding Peggy Wan with both feet. Sister, there. Peggy Wan anxiously observed the movement on the island, and suddenly saw a familiar figure standing on the top of the mountain, and suddenly screamed in surprise. Yin then swooped down. What the two of them didn't expect was that when Runty saw them flying towards them, he immediately ran down the top of the mountain and disappeared into the jungle. Sister. Peggy was puzzled. Maybe she's not Runty. Yin's words put another question mark in Peggy Wan's mind. If it's not my sister, who is that? Yin didn't explain much, and then swooped down into the jungle. As soon as the two landed, Runty's figure disappeared in the jungle. Sister. Peggy Wan shouted loudly, but it was of no use. Seeing that Runty was about to disappear into the jungle, Peggy Wan looked at Yin anxiously. Jin thought for a moment and said, Follow me. Allah, little girl, can you tell me your name? Porisalano scratched his head and looked at Runty, who suddenly appeared in front of him, with a look of helplessness on his face. Marine. When Runty saw Porisalano wearing a cloak of justice, he immediately transformed into a human beast and stared at Porisalano warily. How terrible! Porisalano raised his finger, and a laser beam shot out from his fingertip. The speed was so fast that Runty could not react at all. There was a boom and explosion. Runty flew upside down and broke several big trees. Hateful! Runty got up from the ground in embarrassment, and there was a piece of burnt black on his abdomen. Little girl, have you ever been kicked by a light? Runty was stunned for a moment. Hey? The next moment, Runty suddenly felt an unstoppable force coming, and he flew out, breaking more than a dozen big trees in a row, and then became heavily embedded in the trunk of a giant tree. The giant tree rumbled and fell. Runty got up from the ground with difficulty and looked at Porisalano, who was walking slowly, with disbelief written on his face. Too strong. Porisalano rubbed his chin as he walked. It's so scary, I haven't fainted yet. Runty was immediately stimulated, jumped up and bumped into him. Then she flew back at an even faster speed. Poor Asalino put down his kicked right leg and rubbed his chin. It seems that the owner of this island doesn't want me to find him so quickly, so I'm sorry, little girl. Bree, don't stay too far away from me. Katakuri pushed aside a bush and reminded her sister Bree as she walked. Originally, he didn't want to take Bree to the island for adventure. There are no mirrors on the island, which greatly weakens Bree's ability to protect herself. However, Bree said that it would be more dangerous to stay alone in the capital of Seven Waters. Katakuri agreed with this explanation, so he took Bree to this uninhabited island. Sister! A cry came from the jungle ahead. Katakuri's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand to signal Bree to stop. Soon a figure burst out of the jungle. Katakuri! Peggy Wan saw clearly the appearance of the man in front of her and was immediately surprised. Yin walked out of the jungle, stood behind Peggy Wan, and said coldly, Katakuri, are the Big Mom pirates also eyeing the blood factor? Katakuri was not afraid at all. Mom wants me to bring the blood factor technology back. Brother Katakuri. Bree secretly tugged on Katakuri's scarf, not wanting her brother to conflict with Yin. After all, there is still doubt whether there is blood factor technology on the island, so there is really no need to start fighting now. Have you seen my sister? Peggy Wan chased the figure suspected of Runty all the way here, and was very worried about Runty's safety. No. Katakuri shook his head. Although he is not afraid of Yin, he does not want to have a conflict now as Bree wishes. Yin turned to look around and said coldly, it seems he wants us to fight. Fight? Katakuri looked at Yin. Don't be ridiculous. Peggy Wan admires Yin very much. Although she hasn't found Runty yet, she can't stand Katakuri provoking her idol. Yin raised his hand and put it on Peggy Wan's shoulder, pulling him behind him and saying as he walked, it's not bad to eliminate a competitor now. Katakuri smiled. The next second both sides took action at the same time. Two fists covered with armed domineering energy collided. Strong air waves swept across, like a Category 12 typhoon raging through the jungle. A large number of trees were broken down. Countless broken branches and leaves were blown into the sky by the strong wind. The earth cracks. Peggy Wan and Bree looked embarrassed as they faced the waves caused by the fight between two big pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion belly. The aftermath subsided a bit. Their eyes met. Peggy Wan had no idea of pity for her, so she transformed into the form of a spiny-backed dragon and rushed over with a wild roar. Don't hurt my sister. A huge fist covered with armed domineering force struck diagonally, knocking Peggy Wan away. Don't be distracted while fighting me, Katakuri. Yin slashed with his sword. Katakuri crossed his arms and blocked Yin's sword. Strong air waves swept across again. Both Bree and Peggy Wan knew at this moment that they could not fight in this situation, so they could only hold on to the tree trunks around them to stabilize their bodies. Katakuri and Yin fought with all their strength again. Dead sister control. Reddy witnessed Katakuri in a different space who would rather bear the consequences of his battle with Yin than leave his sister, and he cursed helplessly in his heart. In order to create this situation, Reddy used Runty to contain Kizaru, although he may not be able to contain him for long. Yin and Peggy Wan were led to Katakuri by Runty's clone. He originally thought that by fighting Yin and Katakuri, he would have a chance to capture Bree. Unexpectedly, Katakuri, a die-hard girl, refused to stay away. This is very embarrassing. Reddy watched Yin and Katakuri fighting fiercely and shrugged helplessly. Sure enough, in the end it still depends on hard power. If that's the case, let's go. The two sides collided again. The next second the two sides separated. Evenly matched. Katakuri's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly punched Bree behind him. Just at this moment, a portal suddenly opened in the air behind Bree, and Bruno's clone was punched in the face as soon as it appeared. So hard. Kataku maroon discoloration. Seeing and hearing Se Haki foresaw the future, and he also hit the opponent, but the damage of this punch was almost zero. Sure enough, it came out. Jin sneered and slashed with his sword. The clone ducked to the side. Baby 5's clone arms had turned into blades and were covered with armament-colored haki to block the slash. When Yin saw the clone of Baby 5, his expression changed slightly. Soon a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. It is indeed the blood factor. Chapter 34 Attack on CP9. Central Street Bar in the Seven Waters capital. All members of CP9 were present, but no one spoke. All eyes were on Luqi's face. No one understood why the captain suddenly pulled away and gave up the mission of this trip. Our most important task is Pluton manufacturing drawings. Luqi had a clear decision in his mind about the importance of Pluton manufacturing blueprints and bloodline factor technology. Although the opponent has demonstrated blood factor technology that is not inferior to Vegapunk, who is controlled by the world government, has not lost. In other words, the world government has a Vegapunk backing. In addition to capturing the opponent alive, it can also execute them. But the Pluton manufacturing drawings are different. Each of the three ancient weapons can easily destroy an island and completely overturn the world. There are currently no clues about Poseidon, and Uranus is controlled by the Draco. Only Pluton's manufacturing blueprints fell into the hands of Tom, the world's best shipbuilding technician. Tom has been executed by the world government, leaving only his disciples who know the whereabouts of the blueprints. Instead of going all out to seize the blood factor technology, it is better to withdraw and let Marine snatch it. The blood factor technology will eventually fall into the hands of the world government anyway. CP9, on the other hand, continued to implement the original plan, looking for opportunities to lurk around the iceberg to spy on the whereabouts of the blueprints. This is Luqi's judgment. After receiving Luqi's explanation, Keiku and the others were no longer confused. That's it, from now on. As soon as Luqi said this, the door of the bar burst open, and a large amount of debris shot out, covering everyone in the bar. Iron. Everyone, including Luqi, made the best reaction immediately. The fragments shot out and were immediately bounced away. The newly renovated bar instantly turned into a disaster scene. A tall black shadow stood outside the dilapidated gate, almost covering the entire gate. The difference in light between the inside and outside prevented Luqi and others from seeing the incoming attacker clearly at the first time. Soon they adapted to the light, saw clearly the appearance of the intruder, and their expressions changed slightly. The attacker is a monster. Luqi's heart sank to the bottom. There was a mole. Otherwise, how would the other party know that this bar is their stronghold? But the next second he denied this guess. The clone only gave Luqi and others a little time to react, then broke through the already dilapidated door and rushed into the bar. Stay alive! Luqi disappeared instantly, and the next moment the monster flew backwards faster than before. Boom! The shop opposite the bar collapsed. Next second, the clones burst out of the ruins. At this time, Luqi and the others had arrived on the street and had a wider fighting space than the bar. Weird, monster! A scream made Luqi frown slightly. Was seen. Luqi turned his head and saw several gangsters peeing and running away into the distance. His brain started to spin rapidly, thinking about how to turn passive into active. Exposed strength will become a lurking deadly threat. Keiku stays, the others go kill them, and then retreat. Luqi quickly made a decision after a short period of thinking. Witnesses must die. And the monster in front of him must be taken down in a short time. Luqi thought of this and hesitated. This solution is not the best. Team leader. Keiku raised his leg to block the monster's claw. Seeing that Luqi was deep in thought, he hurriedly reminded him. At this time, several screams came from a distance, and Khalifa and the others had already killed the few witnesses. Hold it! Luqi made a decision, A mere monster created using blood factor technology doesn't make much sense, but it can create opportunities for him to lurk around icebergs. Clear. Keiku quickly figured out Lu's plan, and his spirits suddenly lifted. The strength of this monster is not very strong, and the two deliberately preserved their strength, making both sides evenly matched. But the whole street suffered. This is also part of Lu's plan. The meeting point of the bar had to be protected, so the street had to be destroyed. Two people and a monster fought fiercely together. The central street seemed to have been hit by a Category 12 hurricane, with a large number of shops turned into ruins and completely destroyed. The clone was beaten away by Lu, once again turning a shop into ruins. The next moment, the clones burst out of the ruins again. Lu sneered and punched away. "Captain, be careful." Keiku's frightened warning voice made Lu's expression suddenly change. The clone suddenly rose into the air, and a thin figure came into view. Also a punch. Puff. Lu was instantly knocked out, spurting out a mouthful of blood and almost losing consciousness. Team leader. Keiku was shocked and immediately kicked out a slash to try to stop the opponent. But the opponent didn't even look at it, he just blocked the flying slash and continued to catch up with Lu, who was flying backwards without slowing down at all. Boom! Lu crashed through the store and was heavily embedded in the wall. The next moment, a rain of fists followed in pursuit. Lu rolled his eyes, his consciousness was like a boat in the stormy sea, and he might fall into darkness at any time. Damn it! Keiku rushed to the door of the store and happened to see the other party pull out a syringe from Lu. "Captain, lost?" Keiku was in a dilemma, with a look of disbelief on his face. The powerful captain is known as the most powerful ruthless killing weapon in the history of CP9, but now he was defeated by the opponent in an instant. Even the captain couldn't defeat the opponent, so Keiku didn't think he had the ability to keep the opponent. At this time, the thin man stood up and looked back at Keiku. Keiku immediately became nervous. But the next second, the other party suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Nanny! Cold sweat broke out on Keiku's forehead. At this moment, he realized that the other party was actually an unknown devil fruit user. Ahem! Lu coughing alarmed Keiku. Team leader. Keiku turned around and saw Lu getting up from the ground in embarrassment, and was suddenly surprised and happy. We defeated that monster to protect the Seven Waters capital. Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up holding the wall, and staggered to the door. Keiku understood instantly. "Are you guys okay?" There was a lot of commotion on the central street side. When Bing Shan and his people arrived, they happened to see Keiku helping Lu come out. "Sorry, I couldn't keep that monster." Lu glanced at Bing Shan, stood up straight with difficulty, and said apologetically, "But I won't leave any hidden dangers to the capital of Seven Waters. I hope you won't mind." Monster. Bing Shan's mind instantly recalled the monster that appeared in the capital of Seven Waters not long ago, and he couldn't help but re-examine Lu and Keiku. He recognized the strength of these two tourists very much and couldn't help but start thinking about it. Although the gathering of shipbuilding technicians can gain a certain say through shipbuilding technology, the Seven Waters capital still lacks a very important point: high-end combat power. Bing Shan thought of this and warmly invited, "Thank you for your contribution to the Seven Waters capital. Please come with me. You must heal your injuries first before discussing the countermeasures to deal with that monster." Above the blue sky, Reddy sat cross-legged on a blanket, while making new clones, and shook his head loudly. "CP9, tell your fortune." Seizing Lu's genetic sample is part of his plan. Nothing can happen to CP9 yet. Those people he led to the uninhabited island are the focus. The uninhabited island was getting closer and closer. Reddy stood up, looked at the island and whispered to himself, "It's my turn to appear." Chapter 35. Everything is ready, let's start the fight. Boom! A large number of trees fell. Yin and the clone exchanged powerful moves. The clone was motionless. Yin was knocked back several meters. This round, Yin was at a disadvantage, but he didn't suffer much loss. As long as the flames on Lunaria's back are not extinguished, they will be almost invincible. But the opponent also has nearly invincible defense, and even he can hardly cause damage to it. What's even more frightening is that the opponent also has strength, speed, and physique that are far superior to him. Lord Yin. Peggy Wan, who had transformed into a Spinosaurus, was currently being chased by a Pachycephalosaurus. Peggy Wan was depressed to death. Even if he knew that the other party was just a gadget created using his sister's blood factors, he still couldn't make a move when he saw a clone that was exactly the same as his sister. So he could only run away with his head in his arms, hoping that Jin could defeat his opponent as soon as possible and come to the rescue. She's not Runty. Jin has no spare power to rescue Peggy Wan at this moment, and can only encourage Peggy Wan to get rid of the shadow left by Runti. Peggy tried hard and gave up in despair. I really can't do it. If I knew that I was ruthlessly attacking this guy who looked exactly like her, wouldn't I be angered? Sister, will you listen to an explanation for your temper? Peggy Wan was chased by Runti's clone and was running away, and Bree on the other side was also in trouble. Brother Katakuri, I'm fine. Bree was being wildly attacked by a Spinosaurus, but the mirrors she made reflected the opponent's attacks time and time again. Although she was at a disadvantage, she still persisted, hoping that her brother Katakuri would not be distracted by her. Protect yourself. Katakuri was sure that Bree was fine for the time being, so he could deal with the opponent in front of him with confidence. Fighting him is a clone of Baby 5. Big Mom has no business relationship with Doflamingo, but it is also very interested in this very special 7 warlords of the sea and has collected a lot of information. Katakuri recognized that the woman he was fighting was an assassin from the Donquixote family, but the strength and intelligence displayed by the other party were completely different, as if they were 2 different people. It is indeed 2 people. Through this clone, Katakuri confirmed that someone did indeed master the perfect blood factor technology. Bird rice cake. Katakuri's right arm suddenly became like a long whip and whipped towards the clone. The clone's arms turned into blades, and it slashed continuously, cutting off Katakuri's right arm into pieces. Katakuri's right arm recovered and his expression was solemn. The clone's strength is not as strong as his, but it is definitely not weak, at most just a little weaker than him, and the 2-color domineering has also reached a first-class level. His moves are difficult to break through the opponent's defense. However, it is difficult for the opponent to break through his hegemonic aura that can foresee the future and cause harm to him. Is this all the information about the other party? The blood factor skills displayed by the opponent were astonishing, and Katakuri was wary and did not dare to stay too far away from his sister Bree. This also gave the LV-12 clone a chance to hold him back. What exactly is his purpose? Katakuri forced the clone back, his brain turning rapidly, thinking about the opponent's true purpose. With so many strong men gathering on this uninhabited island, he didn't believe that the other party was just trying to provoke a war between the 2 Four Emperors groups and Marine. Yes, he had discovered Porosalino a long time ago. To be precise, he, Yin and Porosalino have all discovered each other, but they all chose to remain silent. Katakuri thought about it for a long time and had no choice but to give up. It seems that the time has not come yet. Runti gasped heavily and got up in embarrassment. Hey, little girl. Porosalino still looked lazy, walking across a fallen tree with his left hand in his pocket. Kaido is scary, I don't want to take action against his people yet. Go to hell. Runti slammed into Porosalino, but quickly flew back at a faster speed, breaking a large tree as thick as 4 people could hug it. Soon, Runti pushed away the tree trunk that was pressing on her and stood up again. Please don't resist unnecessarily. Porosalino said, looking in the direction where the roar came from, and scratched his head in distress. Even before he landed on the island, he made an incredible discovery. The other party actually possesses the fluttering fruit ability of the great pirate Golden Lion, who has disappeared for more than 10 years. At this moment, he knew that he had to bring the other party back to Malinfando. Runty stared at Porisalano, not wanting to say a word. After obtaining the devil fruit in the form of an animal type, ancient species, Pachycephalosaurus, she became one of the real members of the Beast Pirates. But now she clearly understands that there is a huge gap between the two parties that cannot be bridged. She still hasn't fallen down until now. It's just that the other party didn't use much strength at all and was just teasing her. This is a shame. Runty was very unwilling to do so, and rushed over again with a headstrong head, and then flew back again at a faster speed. If it weren't for the animal-type ancient devil fruit that gave her super strength and resilience, she might have lost consciousness at this moment. Ahem! Runty climbed up in embarrassment. At this time the earth shook slightly. Porisalano was thoughtful, and his whole person turned into a point of light and disappeared in place, condensing his figure above the forest. He was not alone in this at this moment. In front of him to the right, a pteranodon rushed out of the jungle and flew into the air. Front left. Katakuri jumped to the top of the tallest tree. The three quickly saw each other. But none of the three people spoke, they just waited quietly. The island slowly rose into the sky. Runty's expression below changed drastically. The island is flying. Sister. Peggy Wan broke through the trees and rushed out. She was overjoyed when she saw Runty. Peijiang, what happened? After Runty and Peggy Wan met, they hurriedly asked about the cause and effect. When she learned that there was an imposter who looked exactly like herself and was chasing her beloved brother, Runty went crazy. Idiot, that guy is not me. I can't do it. Peggy Wan lowered his head in frustration. Runty turned her anger into happiness and kissed her affectionately. As expected, her younger brother was the best. Peggy Wanjian finally got over it and quickly reminded, Sister, someone used the blood factor to create our counterfeit, so be careful. I have to make that guy look good. Runty forcefully kept Peggy Wan by her side to avoid being taken advantage of by imposters. Peggy Wan has no objection to this. Just now, the imposter who was chasing him, the imposter Peggy Wan who attacked Bree, and the imposter who fought Yin and Katakuri all disappeared inexplicably. He was also afraid that after being separated from his sister, the other party would attack him again. Not long after, the island rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Katakuri looked solemn, jumped down from the top of the tree, came to Bree, and said in a deep voice, You go to the mirror world and wait for me. If you are responsible for taking care of me. Okay, brother Katakuri. Mountain top. Reddy put his hands in his pockets, looked at Porisalano and Yin, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Behind him stood two clones of himself, as well as clones of Bruno and Baby 5. After collecting Lu Key genetic sample, Reddy used himself as a model to create a top-match clone. As he expected, Lu Key genetic potential also reached level 13. In order to increase the chance of winning, Reddy spared no expense to transform the new clone and install an exoskeleton with super strong defense. And these 4 clones are the main combat force in this battle. Reddy snapped his fingers. The 4 clones suddenly disappeared. Everything is ready, let's get started. Chapter 36 Doflamingo invades. Coming. Porisalano, Yin, and Katakuri looked at the top of the mountain at the same time. Soon there was a loud noise in the jungle. Trees fell in the dust. Katakuri jumped into the air and looked directly below indifferently. Below. A figure jumped up high at the same speed and chased him. Before the two of them could fight again, Jin in the sky suddenly turned sideways and narrowly avoided another slashing attack. How terrible! Porisalano turned into a point of light and disappeared, and a huge slash passed by instantly, leaving a huge knife mark on the ground. The air door is closed. It started again silently from behind Porcelano. Bruno's clone launched a sneak attack with a giant blade transformed from the Baby 5 clone. The blade passed by. Porcelano was cut in two with a knife. What a terrible swordsmanship! Porcelano's upper body scratched his head, his lower body turned into a point of light, and the lower body reappeared at the fracture. The clone struck again. Porcelano pulled his hands, used the fruit's ability to condense the Tiankanjiun sword, and blocked the sword. The two sides immediately started a sword fight. Other side. Yin also encountered a difficult opponent at this moment. The clone with the power of Piao Piao fruit chases after him. The slashes roared one after another, forcing him to keep dodging. The talent of the Lunaria clan makes him immune to all damage until the flames on his back are extinguished, but it still hurts. In the jungle below, Katakuri was forced into a hard fight when faced with the clone's strategy of completely giving up defense. The clone has a super defensive exoskeleton, and its two-color domineering has reached a first-class level. What's even more terrifying is his super physical strength. Katakuri is very strong, but the attack falls on the clone and is almost completely ineffective. The slight injuries caused were almost nothing compared to the super strong physique of the clone. Reddy is in control from the top of the mountain. Even without super eyesight or top-notch domineering power, he could still understand the general situation of the three battlefields through the status of the clone. The three battlefields showed a balanced situation. Bruno's clone possesses the power of the gate fruit, has a monster-level physique, and has a super defensive exoskeleton. Combined with the giant blade transformed into the weapon fruit, the combat power is directly maximized. But Porcelano's shining fruit ability is too buggy. It also has a monster-level physique. The combination of the two makes Porcelano nearly invincible. However, Porcelano obviously hadn't used all his strength yet, and was just competing with the clone in swordsmanship. Another sky battlefield. Yin was slightly embarrassed by the clone, but the slashes issued by the clone were also difficult to defeat the Lunaria clan's talent. Likewise, Yin seemed to have his own plan. He didn't use all his strength, but just avoided the clone's pursuit. The battlefield below is considered normal. The battle between Katakuri and the clones can be described as a fist-to-fist fight. Katakuri's top-notch haki who could foresee the future took advantage of him, but the clone's super-strong exoskeleton and monster-level physique left him helpless. Reddy put his hands in his pockets with a smile on his face. This battle still has to be fought. Above the clouds, Doflamingo stepped on the transparent silk thread and hovered over the island, overlooking the island below with a proud smile on his face. He has a superb grasp of human nature. After taking the initiative to inform Big Mom and Kaido, he set off and rushed to the capital of Seven Waters. Just as he expected. Both Big Mom and Kaido immediately dispatched highly mobile personnel, striving to seize the bloodline factor technology before others. However, Doflamingo was still a step too slow. When he arrived at the Seven Waters capital, he happened to see the island taking off. Seeing the island take off, Doflamingo's inner greed could no longer be contained. Golden Lion Shiki. The legendary pirate who was the first in history to successfully escape from Impel Down had the ability to possess the fluttering fruit, which he coveted. So Doflamingo didn't even go to join Buffalo and Baby 5, and continued to hide in the dark and wait for the opportunity. After all, he can't afford to offend either Marine, Big Mom, or Kaido. Only chaos is my chance. The impact of the three battlefields on the island below was huge, but Doflamingo was still not ready to take action. He saw that the main combat capabilities of the three parties had not yet shown their full strength. The sky grew dark. The three battlefields still have no winner yet. The smile on Doflamingo's face disappeared, replaced by solemnity. It's just to this extent, what are you thinking about? The fighting on the 3 battlefields was so fierce that the island's terrain was almost changed by the aftermath of the battle. But that's all. Among the 3 of Porosalano, Yin, and Katakuri, Katakuri is obviously the weakest. But Katakuri's opponent was obviously the most mediocre. He has no fruit abilities, nor does he show super strong swordsmanship, but only pure brute force. This is no way to defeat Katakuri, who can foresee the future. For the first time, Doflamingo encountered an opponent that he could not see through. Only tonight. Doflamingo looked up at the deep night sky. The moonlight is very good tonight, but the clouds are many and thick. As long as you catch the target, you can take advantage of the night and clouds and use the ability of the thread fruit to escape. Doflamingo set his sights on the island's only mountain top. He had already discovered Ready, but the outcome of the 3 battlefields had not yet been determined, so he did not dare to take action. Now. Doflamingo grinned, hung his body upside down, and stepped hard on the silk thread that tied the 2 clouds with his legs. The whole person instantly swooped towards the top of the mountain like an arrow from a string. In just an instant, Doflamingo was already approaching the top of the mountain, and even Ready could clearly see the shock in his eyes. Who? Ready looked up at the night sky in astonishment. He only saw a black shadow suddenly falling from the sky under the night sky. Almost instantly, 2 clones were called out. The next moment, a Spinosaurus and a Pachycephalosaurus appeared around Ready. The appearance of the 2 clones caused a flash of shock in Doflamingo's eyes. The person who masters the blood factor technology is actually a fruit ability user. Thoughts flashed through Doflamingo's mind. And each of the 5 fingers of his right hand shot out a thin thread, sweeping it towards the 2 incoming clones. At the same time, his left hand shot out a transparent silk thread and tied it to the clouds, using the elasticity of the thread to ease the downward momentum. 5 blood splashes splattered on the body surface of the Spinosaurus, but that was all. The filaments stop at the body surface of Spinosaurus. Doflamingo's heart sank. At this time, the Pachycephalosaurus hit hard with its head. Doflamingo smiled ferociously, and his whole body rose suddenly, but he used the elasticity of the silk thread to avoid the impact of the Pachycephalosaurus. In the air, the filaments on the 5 fingers of Doflamingo's right hand disappeared. The next moment, the thin line from his fingertips shot out and landed on the head of Pachycephalosaurus like a bullet. A powerful burst of linear bullets. The Pachycephalosaurus was shot down abruptly and landed in front of Ready again. Ready looked at Doflamingo in surprise as he was still rising, wondering if he wanted to run away. I just want to show my strength so that I can get preferential treatment from the world government. I'm afraid you're not looking for death by trespassing at this time. Chapter 37. Both humans and ghosts are acting, only Brother Ming is being beaten. Doflamingo, this is not a goal you can covet. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, and he shot out a transparent silk thread from his right hand and tied another cloud. Use a sudden force. The whole person changed direction in an instant, just in time to avoid the Tien Kanjiun sword that was cutting off his head. Porosalano failed to succeed in his attack, and he didn't care. He stepped on moonwalk and hovered in the air. Lieutenant General Porosalano, I'm kindly trying to help you. Doflamingo smiled evilly, veins popped up on his forehead, knowing that he could no longer seize the blood factor technology. Let no one else say it, the monster Porosalano has obviously been perfunctory. It wasn't until he showed up that he got serious. While talking, an air door suddenly appeared on Doflamingo's retreating trajectory. Bruno's clone held the giant blade that Baby 5 transformed into and silently slashed a huge strike. Blood splatters. Doflamingo returned the same route at a faster speed and flew towards Porosalano. Hey, he is 7 warlords of the sea. Porosalano flew up and kicked the oncoming Doflamingo in the other direction. At this time, another clone suddenly swooped down from above, and chopped off the thank you gift from Major Yakovic in his hand. Doflamingo showed a fearless smile and allowed the clone to slash at him. Bite. A thick and long bird's beak shot from an angle and hit the blade of the knife. The tip of the half-knife tumbled in the air, crossed the edge of the island, and fell into the sea 10,000 meters below. The clone failed to succeed, so he immediately withdrew and returned to Reddy, protecting Reddy with the other two clones who transformed into beast forms. Doflamingo still has a deal with our beast pirates. Yin stood in front of Doflamingo and stared at Porosalino indifferently, the flames behind him burning brightly again. The flame behind Lunaria continues to burn and is immune to all injuries. When extinguished, it can gain unparalleled speed. It is precisely in this way that Yin can save Doflamingo at the critical moment. Porosalino shrugged, saying that he did not want to conflict with the beast pirates yet. Yin then lowered his head and looked towards the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Reddy made a request with a smile on his face, "Give me a copy of your blood, and I can let Doflamingo go." You think you can kill me? When Doflamingo heard this, veins suddenly appeared on his forehead, and his hatred for Reddy was unspeakable. The words have not yet fallen. A portal suddenly opened in the air behind him, and a giant blade protruded from the portal, whipping him out like a tennis ball. The clone succeeded in the sneak attack and did not hide again. It stared at Yin indifferently and ignored Doflamingo, who was shot away by him. Humiliated. A vein popped up on Doflamingo's forehead again, and he was burning with anger. Not the blade but the back. His pride was completely unable to accept Reddy's slight. "This is just a small warning." Reddy put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yin with a smile, as if he would kill Doflamingo if he didn't give me a blood sample. Yin fell into silence, his eyes always staying on Reddy's face. "Go to hell." Doflamingo smiled ferociously and fired a series of bullets from his fingertips. The chance to seize the blood factor technology is gone. Even if he is not ridiculed by Reddy, he is still happy to cause a little trouble for the world government. As for Yin, he had no intention of letting Reddy fall into Yin's hands from the beginning. Kaido acquires blood factor technology, which makes him useless. Without Kaido's intimidating power, the special identity he is proud of has a fatal shortcoming. Of course the Draco and Marine will not deal with him, but the other four emperors have no such fear. Especially Big Mom. Ding ding ding. The clone's arms were covered with armed domineering, blocking all the bullets. At the same time, the air door disappears. A portal suddenly opened in the air behind Doflamingo, and the giant blade struck quickly. Bite. Doflamingo had already guessed the clone's sneak attack and blocked the giant blade with a back kick. Doflamingo blocked the giant blade and was about to taunt a few words when an irresistible force suddenly appeared on the giant blade. He suddenly turned into a black shadow and flew through the air, and suddenly fell into the island, splashing a huge amount of dust. The armed Haki blocked the giant blade, but it could not stop the clone's superpower. The gap in strength between the two is clearly visible. Doflamingo climbed up from the bottom of the pit in embarrassment, with veins popping out on his forehead. At this moment, a ball of rice cake suddenly swung over and wrapped him tightly in the rice cake, leaving only his head exposed. Katakuri. Yin frowned, knowing that Katakuri grabbed Doflamingo to blackmail him. "Work together or he will die." Katakuri walked up to Doflamingo and threatened in a calm tone. Yin frowned again. He has determined that it will be difficult to bring Reddy back to Onigashima. But he didn't understand why Katakuri still refused to give up until now. Any trump cards? Boom! The rice cake was hit by a laser and exploded instantly. A figure suddenly flew out of the smoke. It was Doflamingo, who had escaped from trouble. Porosalino shrugged and lowered his right hand lazily, the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government cannot be used as a bargaining chip by you. Katakuri. A third vein popped up on Doflamingo's forehead, and he let out a roar that clearly contained endless anger. This is a shame that cannot be washed away. Katakuri just looked at him coldly. At this time, a mirror appeared behind him, and Bray leaned half out of the mirror and anxiously urged, "Brother Katakuri, let's get out of here quickly." Katakuri took one last deep look at the top of the mountain, and then retreated into the mirror. "I wanted to join forces with Yin to make a final attempt, but unfortunately Porisalino obviously didn't intend to let anything happen to Doflamingo. So he could only retreat." Lydie looked up at Yin, who was silent again, and issued an ultimatum, "Last chance, or I will really take action." Porisalino's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Doflamingo looked gloomy and said nothing. At this moment, he already knew that he had no chance of winning, and his incompetent rage would only make people look down upon. But he also knew that neither Yin nor Porisalino would let him die. Porisalino. Yin suddenly looked at Porisalino. Porisalino raised his hands and said innocently, "He is not from Marine." Yin was suddenly speechless. Yes. Reddy is not from Marine, so what if he kills Doflamingo and is wanted by the world government? The power that Reddy showed at this time was comparable to half of the Four Emperors group, even if it was not as good as a Four Emperors group. What's even more frightening is that people have mastered perfect blood factor technology and can create high-end combat power at any time. Lieutenant General Porisalino. Seeing that Porisalino refused to be threatened by Yin, Doflamingo decided to save himself. At this time, there was a sudden loud bang in the jungle. Yin and Porisalino looked down. Soon a portal opened in the air behind Reddy, and the clones came out holding Runty and Peggy Wan by the necks. Yin's eyes turned cold. Runty and Peggy Wan had rolled their eyes at this moment and were about to suffocate and go into shock. "I'm going to kill someone." Reddy put his hands in his pockets and smiled slightly. "Who said I was going to kill Doflamingo? That guy can die, but certainly not now." "You." Yin almost went berserk. "I was actually fooled by this guy. On the surface, they are threatening Doflamingo, but in fact, they are delaying time to capture Runty and Peggy Wan alive. For you." Jin snorted coldly, took off his gloves, cut a cut on his palm with his saber, and raised his hand to spit out a few drops of blood. A portal opens in the air. The clone leaned out, accurately caught the few drops of blood with a test tube, then closed the door, returned to Reddy, and handed the test tube to Reddy. Reddy snapped his fingers. The clone responded and threw Runty and Peggy Wan into the sky, who were about to suffocate and go into shock. Yin dived, grabbed the two of them with his feet, and then fluttered his wings and left the uninhabited island. Until then, a small mirror somewhere in the jungle disappeared. In the mirror world, Katakuri saw Jin leaving the island with Runty and Peggy Wan, and shook his head. "We went back, the mission failed, I hope Mom won't be angry." Chapter 38. If you're going to go bankrupt, it's not too much to find a financial backer for free prostitution. Under the blue sky and white clouds, an island is moving towards Malinfando. On the beach, Reddy and Polosalino each had a beach chair, lying under a parasol and enjoying their leisure time. Soon the clone of Baby 5 delivered 2 coconuts with straws inserted into them. "I am very poor, so I can only entertain you with this." Reddy picked up a coconut, took a sip of the cool and sweet coconut juice, and signaled to Porisalino. "Were you planning to join the world government from the beginning?" Polosalino didn't care, picked up the coconut, and suddenly asked. Reddy shrugged. Of course, scientific research requires huge funds, and world governments are very ideal partners." "Wrong." Porisalino relaxed his body lazily, took a sip of coconut water, and said leisurely, "From the beginning, you probably just wanted to take someone's blood factor, right?" Reddy shrugged, smiled, and said nothing. Porisalino continued, it's just that things developed beyond your expectations. Doflamingo not only attracted the Beast's pirates, but also the Big Mom pirates. Up until this point you still wanted to remain anonymous. You first took the blood factor of Baby 5, the killer of the Don Quixote family, and then you took the blood factor of CP9 member Bruno. Later, you kidnapped members of the Beast Pirates at the dock. You have done so many things and have always been hidden behind the scenes. Why did you come forward? Know that if you don't come forward, no one will know your identity. Reddy applauded and praised loudly, Lieutenant General Porisalino, your analysis is very reasonable. In fact, I intend to seize the blood factor of Katakuri's sister. As he spoke, he spread his hands and said, it's a pity that Katakuri loves and protects his sister. I couldn't find a chance to take action, so I had to stand up. Porisalino curled his lips and only half believed it. Reddy said with an expression like okay, I'll confess. Actually, it's because of you that I took the initiative to stand up. Porisalino squinted. Reddy shrugged, what do you think of the blood factor technology I have mastered? Porisalino thought for a moment and nodded, it's not much worse than Vegapunk. To a certain extent, the technology mastered by Vegapunk is more advanced. This is a very fair assessment. Vegapunk can replicate devil fruit abilities. However, the only thing Vegapunk can recreate is the animal-type devil fruit ability. As far as he knew, Vegapunk was working on recreating Paramecia's devil fruit abilities. But Reddy is different. He was amazed by the technology displayed by the several clones that had appeared so far. Door fruit ability. Weapon fruit ability. Animal-type fruit ability. Even Golden Lion Shiki's fluttering fruit ability is perfectly reproduced. Porisalino even doubted that Reddy could recreate the perfect Logia devil fruit ability. If the speculation is true, Reddy would be terrible. Reddy smiled and said, if I said that the blood factor technology I have mastered has drawbacks, would you believe it? Porisalino was stunned. Does such a perfect blood factor technology still have drawbacks? Reddy did not continue on this topic, but instead made a request, I need to meet with Vegapunk. I believe that he and I can develop perfect blood factor technology. Porisalino hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, Vegapunk belongs to the scientific force, I don't have the authority to let you see him. Just after saying this, Porisalino seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Reddy unexpectedly, you are showing your strength just to get the world government to agree to your meeting with Vegapunk. That's right. Reddy shrugged, I'm afraid only Vegapunk in this world can solve my problem. As a price, I can cooperate unconditionally with the world government. I need to report to the top. Porisalino took a sip of coconut water, got up and left the beach. Reddy picked up the coconut and took a sip, with a strange smile on his face. On this issue, he did not deceive Porisalino. But he only told half of it. In fact, when Porisalino appeared in the Seven Waters capital, he formulated two plans. One set uses an uninhabited island as a hunting ground, waiting for opportunities to hunt for mirror fruit abilities. Another plan is to use Porisalino as a springboard to contact Vegapunk and improve the final shortcomings of genetic technology. Reddy underestimated Katakuri's protection of his sister and had no choice but to choose the second plan. Go to meet Vegapunk in order to develop the devil fruit ability that can be used by his own body. During the battle on the uninhabited island, Reddy became more aware of his weaknesses. The body is weak. In addition, Reddy has another more important reason. He is going bankrupt. After arriving in the capital of Seven Waters, he created a total of 5 clones, and in order to gain chips, the clones were all top-quality clones. Fencing. 2-color domineering. Fill them all up. In particular, the clone that was fused with Luki gene fragment, Bruno's clone, and the clones of Runty and Peguin were all modified. This is a huge expense. On average, each clone consumed an astonishing 2.3 million energy. This is because no modifications were made when creating clones of Baby 5. The energy I got from Golden Lion Shiki in the first place was less than 7 million. Developing devil fruit abilities that can be used by the main body will require countless experiments, which will be a huge expense. There is no better partner than the world government. Malinvando. The Warring States period enjoyed leisurely relaxation for a long time. Since Zifa's accident, the sea has become chaotic. More and more pirates are entering the sea, making the already stretched marine even worse. Then the phone rang. Warring States picked up the phone, his face gradually became serious, and soon showed an incredible expression. After ending the call, Warring States was silent for a long time, and finally asked someone to invite he over. What happened? As soon as he entered Fleet Admiral's office, he asked without sitting down. Even she couldn't guess why Warring States invited her over to discuss things. Warring States said in a deep voice, "The world government wants to promote Porisalano to the new general. The capital of 7 waters." He was also startled and quickly reacted. This decision by the world government is not surprising. Porisalano's laziness is no secret in marine land. In terms of strength alone, becoming a general is expected by everyone. However, promotion to general is not only based on strength, merit is also a major factor. Porisalano is still a little short of being promoted to general. Both she, Warring States, and even Zifa all believed that Kuzan was more suitable to become the new general. However, Porisalano brought that man back from the capital of 7 waters. He undoubtedly made a huge contribution, and it was reasonable for him to be promoted to general. What's more, it's endorsed by the world government. Sengoku waited for he to digest the information for a while, and then continued, in addition, the world government requires Porisalano to be responsible for the security of the scientific troops after he is promoted to general. He was suddenly moved. The science force is no longer completely owned by the Marine headquarters, and the world government is gradually taking over the leadership of the science force. It is not impossible for Porisalano to lead the scientific force after being promoted to general. But Marine Fando is now in urgent need of high-end combat power. Porisalano was named by the world government to lead the scientific force, and his responsibility must be based on the will of the world government. Then Malinfando's work is almost in vain. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, and finally shook his head and said, "The orders of the world government cannot be questioned. We can only find a way to promote Kuzan to general as soon as possible." After a slight hesitation, he sighed, "I have a bad feeling, the man Porisalano brings back will change the world." Chapter 39 Punk Hazard is mine. Punk Hazard. When the island appeared in the sky, it caused a huge sensation. "Look, there's an island in the sky." A large number of scientific researchers walked out of the base and pointed at the islands flying in from afar. The island, the legendary Golden Lion, the great pirate. When Caesar saw the island flying from the sky, his face turned green with fright, and he fled into the base in panic. Golden Lion Shiki has disappeared for more than 10 years, and not many people know about this legendary pirate. Most of the scientific researchers in the base are homebodies and don't care much about the outside world. But Caesar is different. He and Vegapunk, known as the world's most powerful brain, were once colleagues in the same organization. After the MADS organization developed the life design technology, he and Vegapunk were captured by the world government, and they defected to the world government at the same time. In order to study artificial devil fruits, Caesar is no stranger to the fluttering fruit ability possessed by Golden Lion Shiki. When he first saw the island in the sky, he recognized it as the Piao Piao fruit ability. In his opinion, it was the Golden Lion Shiki who was going to attack Punk Hazard. Not long after, the island slowly descended and landed offshore of Punk Hazard. Soon a warship came from Punk Hazard. "Doctor ready, please." Porisalano put his hands in his pockets, took Reddy aboard the warship, and returned to Punk Hazard. "Vegapunk isn't here." Reddy scanned the crowd of scientific researchers and did not see Vegapunk, so he asked Porisalino. Porisalino signaled Reddy not to be impatient, and then announced the world government's order to the scientific researchers: "This is Dr. Reddy, who will also be the future director of the Punk Hasid Institute." The scientific researchers were immediately in an uproar. Not only them, Reddy also looked at Porisalino in surprise. "I? Director of the Institute? I object." Caesar flew from a distance, stopped in front of Reddy, and shouted in shame, "Why can he be the director of the Institute? Others think so." Vegapunk became the director of the Institute, and no one was unconvinced. But now, another director was parachuted in to replace Vegapunk, and no one was convinced. He is the person who has the most perfect mastery of blood factor technology besides Vegapunk. Porisalino was not surprised by the reaction of Caesar and others, and just repeated the arrangements of world government. In addition, Punk Hasid will be used as an exclusive research base for blood factors, and Dr. Vegapunk will go to Egghead to lead new research. Place. The noise from other researchers dropped. Their opposition to the world government's decision is not too strong. World government has redefined the research direction of the Punk Hasid Institute, and the new director is an expert certified by world government. Then there is nothing to object to. Reddy understood clearly after hearing this. It is obvious that the world government does not intend to put all eggs in the same basket, and arranged him and Vegapunk in the Punk Hasid Institute and Egghead respectively. No matter which party develops more advanced blood factor technology, the world government will be the winner. He also saw another intention of world government. The world government is trying to seize the leadership of the scientific force, and specially placed Vegapunk in Egghead, which is directly under the world government. At the same time, Punk Hasid is located in the New World, adjacent to Marine Aventur. Once he makes any move, Marine headquarters can respond immediately and arrest him. Kill two birds with one stone. Caesar was very unhappy and continued to object loudly. Aside from Vegapunk, is he the only person who has mastered the perfect blood factor? Don't be kidding. Aside from Vegapunk, I am the scientist who has mastered the most perfect bloodline factor. I object to him becoming the director of the Institute. Caesar's outcry has swayed some researchers. Yes. When it comes to who in the world has mastered the blood factor technology, Vegapunk is definitely number one. Next are Vinsmoke Judge, who founded the Kingdom of Germa, and Caesar, who is developing artificial devil fruits. On the other hand, Reddy, they haven't seen the results yet. Snap. Reddy snapped his fingers with a smile on his face. A clone modeled on him and integrated with the ability of the Piao fruit was summoned. Hiss. When they saw two Reddys carved from the same mold, all the scientific researchers took a breath of air. There is no doubt that this is a copy created by blood factor technology. Caesar sneered, I didn't expect that you are still a fruit power user. I can make 100 clones like this, but what is the use of this clone? Reddy smiled and snapped his fingers again. The clone immediately floated up. The crowd was in uproar again. Many scientific researchers had fanaticism written on their faces, staring at the floating clones, their gazes hot enough to melt steel. That's right. A clone with fruit abilities. And it's the Paramecia devil fruit ability. This is much more advanced than Dr. Vegapunk's research. At this moment, they no longer doubted Reddy's accomplishments in blood factor technology and fully accepted the new director. Caesar was stunned. Only then did he realize that it was not the golden lion that was attacking, but a perfect clone created by someone using blood factor technology. Impossible. Caesar found it difficult to accept this cruel reality. Originally, he was the number 2 person in the research institute, second only to Vegapunk. Now that Vegapunk has transferred Egghead, he should be the new director. As a result, the new director who landed in the air showed more advanced blood factor technology than Vegapunk. Apart from being tough-talking, he couldn't think of any way to compete for the position of director. You must know that once you become the director, you will have a large amount of scientific research funds, and there is no need to secretly conduct transactions with Doflamingo. I will prove that I am more suitable to be the director than this guy. Caesar said harshly and flew back to the research institute in a hurry. The research on the artificial devil fruit smile has reached a critical moment. He believes that as long as he can create an artificial devil fruit, what else can Reddy use to compete with him for the position of director? I'll give you a list later. Porisalino put his hands in his pockets, not caring about Caesar at all, and explained, "You need to reorganize the team, and the remaining people will be transferred to Egghead. In addition, I will be based in Punkhasad from now on." Reddy shrugged. This was what he expected. After all, he has just joined the world government, and it is already very valuable to be able to get the leadership of the Punkhasad Institute. It is not too much to have a monster around him to keep track of him. I will also provide you with a list later, please prepare it as soon as possible. Reddy walked towards the entrance of the institute with his hands in his pockets and said as he walked, "I will produce a satisfactory result as soon as possible to prove that the world government has not misjudged the person. Also, please prepare food for me. I like Poseidon-type meat. If you can, please arrange for me to meet with Vegapunk as soon as possible, thank you." Porisalino rubbed his chin, watched Reddy enter the research institute, and then took out the phone bug. The phone bug answered. Porisalino reported lazily, he said he would produce a satisfactory result as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Are you willing to be my assistant? That guy knows what blood factor is. He is a fruit user, and that clone must have been created by the devil fruit power. He is a liar. Otherwise, why don't you even want an assistant? Caesar did his best to spread rumors after Reddy took over the Punkhasad Institute. There is a market for these rumors. A week has passed since Reddy took over the institute, but he has never given any instructions. He just arranged a laboratory for himself. As a former member of the MADS organization and a colleague of Vegapunk, Caesar easily swayed the minds of most researchers. Since Vegapunk has gone to Egghead, Punkhasad should be taken over by me. Seeing that the rumors were spreading more and more widely, more and more people believed them, and the complaints in the institute were increasing day by day, Caesar hid in his laboratory and snickered. "Just wait, I will defeat you with the facts." Caesar was looking through the experimental records as he spoke, and his expression became uglier as he read more. "Sad, the raw material for making artificial devil fruit smile has been improved to the limit and cannot continue to improve the success rate of artificial devil fruit. Such artificial devil fruits have huge side effects." Caesar was thinking in his mind, thinking frantically about solutions, even forgetting to eat and sleep. When he feels tired, his stomach growls like crazy. Damn it! Caesar walked out of the laboratory, ready to find some food to fill his stomach before continuing to fight. "Caesar, Dr. Reddy is about to release new results." Several researchers did not forget to say hello as they hurried past Caesar. "Nanny!" Caesar's eyes were as wide as bells. "Is it so easy to achieve new results? It seems like only a week." "Must be lying." Caesar flew towards the researchers with a dark face, and together they came to the door of Reddy's laboratory. At this time, dozens of researchers have gathered here. Everyone was excited to discuss what new achievements Reddy had developed. The rumors spread by Caesar before were turned into ashes at this moment. "I don't believe you can come up with any impressive new results." Caesar was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and decided to find fault with Reddy after he came up with new results. He must suppress Reddy's arrogance momentum. Not long after, the laboratory door opened. Everyone's eyes shone brightly, and they all looked at Reddy, who came out of the laboratory. "Is everyone here?" After Punkhasad was designated by the world government as an exclusive research institute for developing blood factor technology, most of the researchers followed Vegapunk and moved to Egghead. Only a few dozen researchers remain here. From this perspective, blood factor is indeed the world's cutting-edge technology. Dr. Reddy, everyone is here. A researcher named Hurd said while looking past Reddy and looking eagerly into the laboratory. Then come in. Reddy turned and walked into the laboratory. Others followed. Caesar fell at the back of the crowd and carefully observed the environment of the laboratory. Very good. No sign of a big experiment. Caesar swore as a scientist that this laboratory was almost 100% new. Nearly 90% of the experimental equipment has no trace of use. That's it. What new achievements are there to talk about? Caesar triumphantly flew to the front of the crowd. Hoping to expose Reddy's identity as a liar as soon as possible and take over the institute as a matter of course. All characteristics of a living body are contained in blood factors. Reddy did not show the new results immediately, but used an opening sentence to resonate with the researchers. Enthusiasm appeared on all faces. This is the domain of the gods. All the researchers remaining in the Punkhasad Institute are fanatical pursuers of the blood factor. Hurry up and show your results. Caesar was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and started shouting sourly. Reddy smiled and snapped his fingers. Another Reddy came out from behind some instrument. Bah, blah, blah, blah. You wouldn't say that he is your latest research result, would you? Caesar dug a hole for Reddy with malicious intent. As long as Reddy admits that this clone is the latest research result, he will have 100 reasons to find fault. He is just an experimental subject used to demonstrate my new results. When Caesar heard this, his heart skipped a beat. How cruel to use your own clone as a test subject. Dr. Reddy, there are some pirates imprisoned in the institute. Hurd gently reminded Reddy that there was no need to use his own clone as a test subject. There may not be much else in the research institute, but the pirates are enough. Thanks. Reddy smiled and thanked him, then shook his head and said, I know you don't trust me, so I won't use too many resources of the institute until there are new results. Everyone immediately chatted. They have more or less rumors these days. I believe in you, Dr. Reddy. Hurd looked at Reddy excitedly, then glanced at the other people's faces with contempt, and raised his chin proudly. Would you like to be my assistant? Liddy was surprised to find a fanboy. Although he was a little older, he was still a man, but such a talent was worth cultivating. Hurd was immediately ecstatic and nodded fiercely, yes, I do. Others can't help but feel a little sour. Not to mention whether he has achieved results or not, his character is definitely a good superior. Then let's start showing. Reddy immediately got to the point, took out an injection, and introduced, when a person is injured, he can either heal himself through his own cells, or use drugs to stimulate human cells and enhance cell activity to heal the wound. Everyone listened very carefully. Caesar was very unhappy. That's it. Reddy continued to introduce the injection in his hand. Medicines are 3-part poisons. Any kind of medicine is harmful to human beings, but we ignore the harm of medicines to human body in order to get the desired results. This is an active agent I extracted from some Poseidon-type cells. It can greatly increase cell activity and is completely harmless. As he spoke, he took out a dagger, slashed the clone's wrist, and then injected the clone. Everyone craned their necks waiting for the results. The wound is healed. Soon someone saw clearly that the wound on the clone's wrist had healed. Less than a minute. No, to be precise, it's only 45 seconds. What an exaggerated effect. As expected of Dr. Reddy. The others immediately whispered among themselves. This active agent is indeed the best medicine they have ever seen, and it has an incredible effect on wound healing. Whoa, 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 what does this have to do with the blood factor? Caesar asked unkindly. The others were stunned and couldn't help but be shaken again. Yes. It's just an active agent extracted from Poseidon cells, and it really has nothing to do with blood factors. Reddy raised his index finger and shook it, smiling mysteriously. This Poseidon is made by me integrating the blood factors of various creatures. Those creatures all have strong self-healing power. My next research direction is to mass-produce this special Poseidon class. Everyone was in an uproar. Once mass production is carried out, doesn't it mean that this active agent that is excellent for wound healing can be mass-produced? If this technology is taken out, it will probably shock the world. Especially marine. Having this active agent can undoubtedly significantly reduce the casualty rate. Caesar had nothing to say and felt very sad. But he could find no excuse to belittle the effectiveness of Penultimate's active agents. Once this active agent is mass-produced, it will undoubtedly be a strategic invention. In the office, Porisalino put his feet up on the desk and was trimming his nails with a nail clipper. General Kizaru. The office door was pushed open, and a major marine ran in hurriedly. Dr. Reddy announced new results. Porisalino was stunned. He is not ignorant of science. Any invention requires the accumulation of time and countless failures before it can be achieved. But it has only been a week since Reddy took over the Punkhasad Institute, and he has actually come up with new results? When Porisalino came to the laboratory, Reddy was already surrounded by researchers, asking about the difficulties of this technology. Soon Porisalino learned about this new result from other researchers. After a long silence, he went to a remote place and took out the phone bug. I cannot assess the value of Dr. Reddy's new findings. Chapter 41 Thought by the Clone Soldiers of the Germa Kingdom. In front of the large culture tank, Herd concentrated on collecting data and recording it. After establishing his authority with a powerful recovery potion produced by the biochemical laboratory, Reddy left the job to his new assistant Herd. He obtained the genetic technology using cheat and is very unfamiliar with the technology of this world. However, Herd has worked under Vegapunk for several years. He may not have any personal achievements, but he is definitely a qualified researcher. Reddy only needs to give instructions, and Herd will handle the rest. And he began to prepare new trump cards. The 5 clones created in the 7 Waters capital, as well as the clone based on himself and possessing the ability of the Piao Piao fruit, have all been exposed. Creating new clones is imperative. Reddy already had a clear goal in mind. Lunaria clan. The talent of this race is very terrifying, and it was once called the race of gods. A battle in the capital of 7 Waters. Although Yin did not try his best, he was always able to handle the clones at level 13 with ease, which shows how powerful the Lunaria clan is. However, the biggest shortcoming of this clan is their physical strength. If Kaido's monster-level physique is combined with Lunaria's talent, he would be invincible. There is no need to use clones to confuse the public yet, so Reddy decided to continue making his own clones. But before that, he had to try to increase his genes to level 13. Failed again. Reddy removed the newly born genes from the gene editing laboratory and sighed. His genetic potential is incurable, only LV1. To this end, Reddy tried to fuse Poseidon-like gene fragments, but in the end he only got the LV11 gene. Single gene fusion is not enough. Reddy judged. Poseidon's physique is not weak, but it is not top-notch either. Marine's generals can kill him alone. So Reddy kept trying. Extract gene fragments that affect the body from various organisms, including Poseidon species, and then fuse them. Gene rating, LV11. Reddy shook his head and failed again. Level 11 is like an insurmountable chasm. He made countless attempts and consumed nearly 1,000,000 energy points, but the new gene rating always stopped at LV11. Continuous failures gave him a headache. Does it have to be human gene fragments? Reddy thought to himself and extracted a genetic sample from the gene bank. This sample is from a clone. The natural gene samples of LV13 have been used up, and the LV13 gene samples from clones have become the only option. Enter the gene editing lab. Reddy targets specific gene fragments and extracts them. He then inserted the extracted gene fragments into his own genes. New genes completed. Gene rating, LV10. Reddy was shocked inside. The level 13 gene sample is fused with the level 1 gene sample, and the finished product has a significantly lower rating? Leides thought for a moment, removed the new genes, and started the operation again. First, continue to extract the genes of the clones and send them to the genetic analysis laboratory for rating. LV13. Reddy then sent the sample to the gene editing laboratory, where a random gene fragment was inserted. After the new gene was completed, Reddy fell into silence. Gene rating, LV10. Ratings also dropped significantly. Reddy was silent for a long time and continued the experiment. The genetic samples of the clones are sent to the gene editing laboratory, where the clones are created. The genetic samples of the clones are collected, and sent back to the genetic analysis laboratory for grading. Gene rating, LV10. This discovery made Reddy a little dizzy and he re-examined the whole process. The process is correct. Before cloning, the gene sample was indeed LV13, but once the production was completed and then tested, the gene rating dropped off a cliff. There is something wrong with this gene. Reddy calmed down and continued the experiment. LV13's genetic samples are hard to find, so collecting genetic samples from clones is an important part of his plan. Now that there is a fatal flaw in this link, he doesn't care about creating new trump cards. Keep trying, keep failing. In the end, Reddy determined that the genes of the clones had huge hidden dangers, or that they were extremely unstable. To put it simply, it is not feasible to use the genes of clones to create clones. If the natural gene is the first generation, then the second generation gene will have great instability, causing the gene rating to drop significantly. There has to be a threshold. When Reddy thought of this, he thought of the clone soldiers of the Germa Kingdom, and gradually realized something. The clone soldiers of the Germa Kingdom are an army developed from a few powerful soldiers. However, the performance of the clone soldiers in the original work was not satisfactory. With the strength and power of Vinsmoke Judge, it shouldn't be difficult to hunt a strong man as powerful as Vice Admiral Marine. According to inference, the second generation, third generation, and even the nth generation clone soldiers should have the strength of a lieutenant general. The Kingdom of Germa should be the strongest in the world. However, the clone army of the Germa Kingdom obviously cannot reach this level. In other words, perhaps the prototype of the Germa Kingdom's clone army was very strong, but after many generations of weakening, it finally stabilized at the same level. Reddy made new discoveries and continued experiments. After consuming about 1,000,000 points of energy, he came to the conclusion. After many generations of weakening, the LV13 gene will eventually stabilize at LV9, which is comparable to the level of a Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel. In particular, the second generation clone has the largest decline. The hunt for strong men will continue. Reddy was thinking about whether he could use world government to help him hunt for powerful people. Kaido or Big Mom's genes are perfect. Dr. Reddy, this is the data from this experiment. Hood's voice interrupted Reddy's reverie. Reddy took the experimental record and looked through it casually. The scientific research project of cloning Poseidon class to extract active agents is actually not difficult. He just gave the direction. Hood is a veteran and has done an excellent job in all aspects. He successfully created the fusion gene and started cultivating it. Dr. Reddy, someone wants to be your assistant. Hood looked at Reddy, who was looking through the experimental records, and made a coy request. With a few more assistants, the progress of the experiment can be accelerated a lot. Reddy raised his head and glanced at him. Hood hurriedly explained, Dr. Vegapunk has successfully created creatures that do not belong to this world. We have all witnessed it. Reddy quickly remembered the Western Dragon in the original novel. Seeing that Reddy remained silent, Hood sighed helplessly. I know those guys have questioned you, Dr. Reddy, and I am also very angry, but I dare to swear that they have recognized you and will help you develop it wholeheartedly. Come out with more lineage factor applications. Good. Reddy closed the experiment record and handed it to Hood. Soon the institute became noisy. Everyone was almost fighting to become Reddy's assistant. Caesar witnessed these researchers going crazy for an assistant position, and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. When I create the perfect SAD, you will know who is the world's #1 scientist. Chapter 42 Attack of Caesar. Boo-hoo, Bumbo, finally done. Caesar held a test tube, smiled wildly, and couldn't wait to arrange the experimental subjects. There are many pirates imprisoned in the Punkhacid Research Institute. Pirates have no human rights. These pirates will be used by some research institutes that require clinical trials. Soon a pirate was brought to Caesar's research room. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, you should be honored. Caesar held an apple covered with strange ring patterns and floated in front of the pirate, tempting him. This is an artificial devil fruit. As long as you eat it, you will be free. The pirate shook his head violently. Caesar was so embarrassed that he grabbed the pirate by the collar and forced the artificial devil fruit in his hand into his mouth. No. Ha 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 ha, don't. The pirate laughed loudly, spitting out the residue in his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Hey, did you fail? When Caesar saw that the experimental subject had not turned into an animal, he was so embarrassed that he broke his neck, and then arranged for a pirate to serve as the experimental subject. After several consecutive failures, the sixth pirate finally mutated and his body became partially animal. Hell, the success rate is only 16%. Caesar disposed of the experimental subjects and looked through the previous experimental records, feeling increasingly irritable. The new SAD cannot be said to have failed. Compared with the pre-improved SAD, the success rate of the new SAD has been significantly improved, but it is still far from successful. In his imagination, even if his artificial devil fruit is not as good as Vegapunk, it is still a perfect artificial devil fruit. As a result, the artificial devil fruit created using improved SAD had a success rate of less than 20%. I won't let you be proud. When Caesar thought that Reddy had been praised by almost all researchers in the institute over the past year, he was so jealous that he went crazy. The new SAD is not perfect, but it can be regarded as a phased achievement. It's 100 times better than letting Reddy be in the limelight all the time. Soon, the news that Caesar was going to announce the latest research results spread in the institute. The researchers were very considerate, and almost all of them were present. The SAD developed by Caesar is indeed attractive. Apart from Dr. Vegapunk, only Caesar can create artificial devil fruits. The core ingredient of artificial devil fruits is SAD. Boo-hoo. The best way to utilize the bloodline factor is through artificial devil fruits. Caesar's first opening sentence implicitly pointed out that Reddy's achievements were just inferior inventions. After he finished speaking, he felt uneasy and simply named them directly. What kind of active agent are you using blood factors to create? Are you kidding? This is an attack on blood factors. Blasphemy of the greatest discovery in the world. The researchers looked at each other, and soon became more interested. Seeing that most of the researchers showed interest, Caesar immediately arranged for 6 experimental subjects to conduct public experiments. The artificial devil fruit created by SAD aroused a burst of exclamation from researchers as soon as it was unveiled. Boo-hoo, boom, boom, keep your eyes open. Because you are about to witness the greatest invention in history. Caesar laughed wildly and force-fed artificial devil fruits to the 6 experimental subjects. The researchers opened their eyes wide and did not want to miss this historic moment. The importance of the artificial devil fruit is no less than the active agent developed by Reddy, or even a little higher. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it was Caesar's luck that 2 of the 6 experimental subjects succeeded. Remember this historic moment. Caesar spread his arms and laughed proudly. Unfortunately, someone didn't understand and interrupted him. Dr. Caesar, I think this is premature. Herd carefully observed the 4 losers, shook his head and said, your new results have great side effects, and the success rate does not seem to be high. What a joke. Caesar was so angry that his voice broke. Isn't the success rate of about 30% high? It doesn't count. Herd insisted, no one will use this immature result, and no one dares to take this risk. The researchers are also talking a lot at this moment. Some people think that Caesar's results are indeed a great progress, while others support Hood's view and believe that the failure rate is too high and no one dares to accept the consequences of failure. After a long discussion, the researchers who supported Hood gradually formed a majority. Did that guy send you to suppress my achievements? Caesar became angry and yelled, glaring at Hood, the BD who had destroyed his prestige. Hood smiled contemptuously, Dr. Reddy's results are flawless. He is my idol. There is no harm without contrast. The active agent developed by Reddy has been clinically proven and recognized by everyone. Although Caesar's results are amazing, they are still far from real success. There were fewer and fewer supporters of Caesar. The balance gradually tilted in favor of Reddy. Hood straightened his white coat and looked at Caesar proudly, Dr. Caesar, you still need to work hard. Caesar said frantically, if you have the ability, let that guy develop a perfect artificial devil fruit. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then became excited and discussed with their colleagues whether Dr. Reddy could create an artificial devil fruit. Dr. Reddy will definitely be able to create a perfect artificial devil fruit. Hood smiled contemptuously, unreservedly trusting Reddy, and accepted Caesar's provocation for Reddy nonchalantly. Caesar changed his face and said with a sinister smile, then I will wait for him to develop a perfect artificial devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit. Reddy did not attend Caesar's new results announcement party, and was dumbfounded when he learned that Hood had accepted Caesar's provocation for him. Regarding artificial devil fruits, he didn't have any ideas. This idea came to him after he got cheat when he traveled to this world. It's just that there is obviously a better way, so why do we need this backward method? Seeing this, cold sweat broke out on Hood's forehead, and he hurriedly said, Dr. Reddy, if you are not sure, I will clarify that this is my personal idea and has nothing to do with you. It's not that I'm not sure. Reddy tapped his index finger on the experimental table and quickly asked, now everyone in the institute is expecting me to create an artificial devil fruit. Hood nodded sharply. More than just looking forward to it, I was just eagerly awaiting it. Hoping that Reddy would come up with the results within a week. Reddy snapped his fingers and said with a smile, well, our next development project is artificial devil fruit. Really? Hood was surprised and delighted. After receiving Reddy's affirmative answer, Hood immediately called in several other assistants in the laboratory, and several people quickly spread the news that Reddy had accepted the challenge. Soon all the researchers in the institute knew the news. When Caesar learned that Reddy really wanted to create an artificial devil fruit, he felt extremely comfortable and overjoyed. Sad can only be made by yourself. Without sad, what would you use to make artificial devil fruits? Chapter 43 Artificial Devil Fruit Technology. Reddy does have the idea for making artificial devil fruits. Its principle is based on blood factor technology, allowing users to obtain the ability of animal devil fruits. Reddy's idea is to extract specific gene fragments of beasts, and use a special catalyst as a medium to fuse human genes with the beast gene fragments, thereby achieving animalization of the body. Most researchers in the institute are more or less able to extract specific gene fragments of beasts. Hood is one of the best. The only difficulty lies in the special catalyst. This kind of catalyst needs to tear apart the human gene chain, and also allow the beast gene fragments to be smoothly inserted into the gene chain, and finally reassemble into the gene chain under the premise of eliminating the rejection reaction. Fortunately, this is the Punk Acid Research Institute, which has huge resources given by the world government. Reddy spent 2 days finding what he needed from a large amount of raw data. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with this kind of sample. IQ. This special plant growing on floating islands has the effect of changing the genes of beasts. Reddy once collected genetic samples of this plant on floating islands. But what made him curious was that Punk Acid also stocked this special plant. Reddy was right when he thought about it. Ever since Vegapunk discovered the blood factor, it immediately received great attention from the world government. EPUB, a plant that can change the genes of beasts, has naturally been collected, but no one has developed it until now, and it is only used as a raw material reserve. So Reddy unceremoniously used this raw material. The first is to use the system to analyze EPUB and target specific gene fragments. Then, based on the analysis results, the research direction is determined for Herd and other assistants. And he continued to eat and drink heavily and actively reserve energy. In just 1 year, his energy reserve has reached 21 million again. This was the result of him having to spend part of his time trying to win over Herd and other researchers. Otherwise, more can be reserved. Herd and others have a clear research direction and are full of enthusiasm. In just 1 week, the first generation catalyst was developed. It is true that if you have money, you can do whatever you want in scientific research. Herd and others developed the first generation catalyst and immediately urged Reddy to start experiments. The results frustrated Herd and others. Failed. The first generation catalyst can indeed tear gene chains, but it cannot fuse different genes without eliminating the rejection reaction. Reddy disagreed and comforted, "We still have a lot of time, there is no rush." Is it going to succeed? Reddy's acceptance of the challenge was an open secret, and everyone at the institute was paying attention to it, and soon the news reached Caesar's ears. Caesar looked blank. This has just been a week, right? But soon the news of the failure of Reddy's experiment spread throughout the institute. Caesar immediately resurrected with full health and said disparagingly, "Whoa, whoa, 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 does he think he is Vegapunk?" Even though he always believed that he was the world's best scientist, Caesar still unknowingly used Vegapunk as an example. And he didn't realize it at all. However, the good times did not last long. And various unconfirmed news came out intermittently from Reddy Laboratory. Caesar felt like he was going to have a heart attack. One moment it was about to succeed, and the next moment there was news of failure. Caesar's mood swings were like a roller coaster. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Reddy's laboratory has not announced the results for a long time, and Caesar suddenly has an idea. That's it. Let's just say that no one but me can create an artificial devil fruit. Half a year passed in a flash. The atmosphere in the institute has changed from the initial expectation to the current peaceful one. The researchers each have their own research projects and have almost forgotten about this matter. Until one day, Herd and several assistants appeared in front of people arrogantly. That's when other researchers remembered the challenge. Did it succeed? An anxious researcher couldn't wait to ask Herd and others for confirmation. Dr. Reddy is the first person in the field of blood factors. After staying in Reddy's laboratory for half a year, Herd and others have completely become Reddy's fans, and they all respect Reddy. The researchers were immediately in an uproar. The news soon spread throughout the institute. Even Marine, who is in charge of Punk Hazard, is no exception. "Ah la la, Dr. Reddy has developed another amazing result. It's really amazing." After receiving the news, poor Asalino could only be amazed. In just 6 months, Reddy has produced 2 results of great strategic value. There is no need to say much about active agents. Although it has not yet reached mass production, Marine Headquarters has already tasted the benefits of small batch production. As long as the person is not fatally injured and dies on the spot, a shot of active agent can bring him back. Even if he is fatally injured, if a dose of active agent is injected before death, there is a 70% chance that the injured person will survive to the hospital for emergency treatment. The new results announced next are even more amazing. Artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk has studied this technology and achieved penultimate results. However, Vegapunk is a perfectionist and believed that the artificial devil fruit he created was a failure, so he sealed it and stopped researching and developing it. However, now, Reddy has actually completed this technology. Poor Asalino came to Reddy's laboratory in amazement. At this time, the laboratory was crowded. Researchers from the entire institute have gathered here, preparing to witness this historic moment. Caesar was among them, with a stinky face, racking his brains to think about how to sabotage the announcement of Reddy's results. After waiting for a long time, Reddy never showed up. The researchers couldn't help but whisper. Caesar got excited and took the opportunity to fan the flames and said, "You see, he is a liar and can't produce an artificial devil fruit at all." Others began to waver. At this time, Herd and the others who went to look for Reddy walked into the laboratory with strange expressions. Dr. Reddy said that artificial devil fruits are not worthy of his attention, so let us publish the results. Herd's words set off the whole audience. Everyone was stunned. Are all artificial devil fruits worthy of Dr. Reddy's attention? So what research project can attract Dr. Reddy's attention? Caesar was going crazy, wishing he could bite this BD Reddy to death. It was so irritating. Herd and the others ignored the reactions of others and began to prepare in an orderly manner. Porisalino rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Not long after, preparations were completed. Herd and others only arranged one experimental subject. This move made other researchers marvel. What confidence this is! Aren't you afraid if the experiment fails? Although experimental failures are commonplace for them, the failure of this experiment will inevitably affect Dr. Reddy's reputation. Everyone held their breath and watched Herd inject an injection into the experimental subject. Ah! The subject screamed and fell down, curling up like a prawn. The expression of pain made other researchers suddenly change their expressions slightly. Caesar laughed inwardly. He also said that my artificial devil fruit has serious side effects, but your results are still the same? Let's see how you can quibble this time. The subject's screams lasted for nearly 2 minutes. Soon, in full view of the public, the experimental subject mutated. His body began to grow taller, thick hair gradually appeared on his body, his teeth became slender and sharp, and his hands and feet were mutating into wild beasts. In a short time, a panting werewolf appeared in front of everyone. Porisalino glanced at the very tired werewolf, walked out of the laboratory silently, and took out the phone bug. The phone bug answered. Porisalino scratched his head and said, "Dr. Reddy really created an artificial devil fruit." Chapter 44 Hypothesis on the Nature of Devil Fruits. New World. A warship is sailing on the sea. Reddy was lying on the beach chair, resting his head on his hands, enjoying the leisurely time, and was in a very good mood. On the other side, Porisalino was equally lazily lying on a beach chair enjoying the sun. That's not an artificial devil fruit, it's a failure. Reddy took a glass of iced juice from the small table next to him and naturally denied that he had created an artificial devil fruit. In his opinion, it was indeed a failure. The experimental subjects injected with the genetic agent have indeed mutated, and their bodies have turned into animals. On the surface, they are very close to the human-animal form of the animal-type devil fruit. But it's really not an artificial devil fruit, it's just a beast's gene fragment embedded in human genes. After the experimental subject mutated, its physical strength, and speed have been strengthened to a certain extent. But the enhancement of human beings by the animal-type devil fruit is obvious. Even if it's just an ordinary person who eats the animal devil fruit, his strength is at least comparable to that of a Marine headquarters major. The improvement is so large that it can be called miraculous. The genetic medicine he led can only improve human beings by 1/3 at most, and they are still unable to control their transformation independently. In fact, it is a bluff. Porisalino doesn't think so. Apart from Vegapunk, your result is the closest to perfection. Caesar's artificial devil fruit has serious side effects and a low success rate, so it has been rejected by the world government. But Reddy is different. Reddy's genetic medicine is indeed not perfect, but it has great potential. Once the shortcoming of being unable to transform independently is overcome, there is no doubt that it will be an animal-type devil fruit. The point is that it can be mass-produced. Regarding Porisalino's outlook for the future, Reddy smiled and said nothing. Genetic medicine achieved his goal to a certain extent, but not completely. This medicine has great hidden dangers. But it was enough for the world government to agree to arrange a meeting between him and Vegapunk. Reddy has no doubt that not only the world government is behind this matter, but Marine headquarters is also involved. The purpose is to achieve mass production of perfect artificial devil fruits as soon as possible. During the warship's journey to Egghead, Reddy listed the difficulties he faced, and only waited until he met Vegapunk to ask this man with the world's most powerful brain to provide him with feasible ideas. A few days later, the warship arrived at Egghead. It has only been a year since Vegapunk transferred to Egghead, but Egghead already has the prototype of a future technological city. There are a large number of buildings full of science fiction colors. What surprised Reddy even more was that Vegapunk actually came to the dock to greet him in person. Seeing that exaggeratedly big head, the corners of Reddy's mouth raised slightly. Vegapunk was also fooled by his results. The warship docked. When Reddy boarded the pier accompanied by Porosalino, Vegapunk greeted him enthusiastically. "You have far more insights than anyone else in the field of blood factors, especially the active agent." Vegapunk was outspoken and sincere. As soon as they met, he praised Reddy's ingenuity in using blood factor technology to develop active agents. He even called it a great invention that far exceeded the artificial devil fruit. Reddy smiled reservedly. Choosing a powerful recovery potion as a stepping stone was not an impromptu decision, but a deliberate decision. Vegapunk can be regarded as neutral and lawful, and is more interested in research in the civilian field. It's like Egghead was originally Winter Island. Vegapunk designed and manufactured an island-wide air conditioner to regulate the temperature in Egghead, literally transforming a winter island into an island with a pleasant climate. In addition, Vegapunk's penultimate contribution to medicine is also admirable. The powerful recovery potion has a miraculous effect in treating trauma, which is undoubtedly a plus in Vegapunk's heart. It is not difficult to explain that Vegapunk would personally come to the dock to greet Reddy. Using the powerful recovery potion as a stepping stone, Reddy led the topic to the field of blood factors. Vegapunk was greatly shocked and walked and chatted enthusiastically with Reddy, completely ignoring the existence of Porosalino. When talking about devil fruits, Vegapunk put forward his own hypothesis: the essence of devil fruits is the possibility of human beings pursuing evolution. This unnaturalness is rejected by the sea, so people with abilities cannot swim. Reddy retorted, "No, devil fruit should be a life form with certain intelligence. This special life form will automatically integrate into the human bloodline factor after entering the human body, and undergo some unknown mutation under the conscious guidance of human beings. It had a miraculous effect. And this variation is controllable. This is more proof that devil fruit is actually a special kind of life form." Vegapunk didn't rush to refute. He fell into deep thought, and then praised, "Your hypothesis is very interesting." Reddy smiled mysteriously, "I have more reasonable evidence." Vegapunk was shocked. He thought that Reddy had made a hypothesis about the nature of devil fruit like him, but he didn't expect that Reddy actually found reasonable evidence. Everything in the world has radiation, and the sea is no exception. The first words Reddy said made Vegapunk fall into deep thought again. Reddy was not surprised by this. In the original work, Vegapunk developed a weapon called the bubble gun, which can create a bubble containing waves of the sea to suppress espers. Is there radiation in the sea? Of course there is. Reddy believes that the waves coming from the sea are a kind of radiation. This kind of radiation can affect the stability of devil fruit, causing the gene chain to be on the verge of collapse. The gene chain is on the verge of disintegration, which will undoubtedly affect the body of the esper. This explains why espers cannot swim. Break it down further. There should be a range in the fluctuations of the sea. Radiation frequencies in this range can destroy the stability of devil fruits. The closer the frequency is to the peak, the greater the impact on the ability user. For example, if a person with abilities falls into the sea and has no strength at all, he can only wait for death unless someone rescues him. In the original novel, Luffy and Kid were still able to compete despite being handcuffed with sea stone handcuffs in Tuden prison. However, Reddy can only present this most reasonable evidence, not the most powerful evidence. You have surpassed me in the field of blood factors. Vegapunk did not object to Reddy's hypothesis, but was very happy. He pulled Reddy into his laboratory. Poor Salino scratched his head, unable to continue watching. Your hypothesis gave me new ideas. Vegapunk talked enthusiastically about his new ideas as he walked. In fact, it is a supplement to the hypothesis about the nature of devil fruits. Since Reddy has produced the most reasonable evidence, the only thing he has to do is to find the most powerful evidence. Vegapunk hopes to cooperate with Reddy to find evidence that devil fruit is a special kind of life form. The idea of verification is to assume that devil fruit is a special life form, then there must be characteristics unique to the life form. Under the leadership of Vegapunk, Reddy entered the devil fruit laboratory located on the negative floor and was stunned. He saw a man who seemed like he shouldn't exist in Egghead. Chapter 45 First Contact with Bartholomew Bear. Bartholomew Bear was reading quietly while holding a book. Hearing footsteps entering the laboratory, he looked up and unexpectedly saw Vegapunk leading a tall and thin man into the laboratory. He is the new 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Bear. Vegapunk briefly introduced the identity of the bear, and then asked Reddy to design an experiment, without any intention of introducing Reddy to the bear. Xiong watched quietly as Vegapunk discussed with the man, and a question mark popped up in his mind. Has Dr. Vegapunk started researching devil fruits again? After Vegapunk used Kaido's bloodline factor to create the first perfect artificial devil fruit, research in this area has slowed down significantly, even to the point of stagnating. Because of his daughter Bonnie's illness, Xiong has known Vegapunk for many years, and this is the first time he has seen Vegapunk so interested in devil fruits. Xiong put down the book and listened quietly as the two designed an experiment. In the field of blood factors, you are number 1 in the world. Vegapunk was attracted by Reddy's various novel ideas, which especially inspired him a lot when designing experiments, and he couldn't help praising him. The bear's heart moved slightly. His daughter Bonnie suffered from the rare sapphire scale disease. Many famous doctors came to the conclusion that Bonnie would not live to be 10 years old. In desperation, he could only come to Vegapunk, hoping that the world's number 1 scientist could cure his daughter. The man in front of me seems to be more suitable than Vegapunk. Reddy accepted Vegapunk's compliments with a smile. Dr. Vegapunk. Xiong was embarrassed to ask Reddy directly, but instead politely reminded Vegapunk to introduce him. At this time, Vegapunk introduced casually as if he had just remembered, he is Dr. Reddy. There should be no one in the world who is better than him in the field of Grandmaster blood factors. Bonnie's disease may only be cured by him. The bear's eyes lit up, he looked at Reddy with excitement, and solemnly requested, Dr. Reddy, Bonnie is only 5 years old. She deserves a better life. I am willing to pay any price. Please cure her. Vegapunk added, in order to cure Bonnie, the bear sold himself to the world government, became a Shishibukai, and accepted my transformation. Reddy glanced at the bear. There was determination in the bear's eyes. Reddy was silent for a moment before speaking, I need to, give Bonnie a checkup. I'm going to get Bonnie over right now. The bear smiled, like a child nearly 7 meters tall, and immediately stood up to find Bonnie. This is not the right place for inspections. Reddy looked at the laboratory and said that the examination he wanted to do was very simple, and the laboratory environment was not suitable for a 5-year-old girl. This. Xiong looked at Vegapunk hesitantly, his confidence in Reddy shaken. Can the condition be diagnosed with just routine examinations? So unscientific. Vegapunk shrugged and gave the bear a comforting look. The 3 of them immediately left the laboratory on the underground floor. Bonnie, he's Dr. Reddy. The bear took Bonnie's little hand and walked up to Reddy, trying to dispel Bonnie's wariness with a gentle smile. "What a beautiful stone! I'm so jealous of you." Reddy bent down, put his hands on his knees, and looked at the blue stone under Bonnie's right eye with an expression of envy and hatred. Hey, right, my dad likes it." Bonnie raised his chin proudly, feeling that Reddy was very pleasing to the eye, second only to his father. "Give me a chance, I also want to own such a beautiful gem." Reddy proposed to extract some of Bonnie's blood, and frankly wanted to find out the origin of the birth of the blue stone from the blood factor. Bonnie stretched out his arm generously. "Just pump it, I'm not afraid of pain." Seeing this scene, Seong's affection for Reddy increased even more. He took Bonnie to visit many famous doctors, but none of them, including Vegapunk, took good care of Bonnie's emotions like Reddy. Soon Reddy got Bonnie's blood sample and quietly put it into the gene bank. While teasing Bonnie, he started genetic analysis. Reddy accidentally discovered that Bonnie's genes contained devil fruit abilities, and after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. The bear sold himself to the world government in exchange for Vegapunk's chance to treat Bonnie, and it wouldn't be too much to ask for a devil fruit as an added bonus. Reddy was not interested in Bonnie's annual fruiting ability and searched for the causative gene fragment of sapphire scale in the dyed gene fragments. Sapphire scale was inherited from Bonnie's mother, Ginny, and is naturally a genetic disease. Reddy soon found the disease-causing gene fragment. The appearance in the genetic analysis laboratory is a dark green color. This dark green gene fragment is widely distributed in the gene chain, and it is not easy to completely eliminate it. Go and play, I will tell you my adventure story at the Golden Lion next time. Reddy made the diagnosis and sent Bonnie away with a smile. After Bonnie left, he couldn't help but sigh. The bear suddenly became nervous. He had a deep friendship with Bonnie's mother, and if it weren't for his Baconian identity, the two would have become a couple. After Ginny's death, he regarded Bonnie as his biological daughter. However, Bonnie inherited Ginny's sapphire scale disease and would not live to be more than 10 years old. Bonnie is now 5 years old and has the last 5 years left. I have 2 treatment options. Reddy's next words made the bear overjoyed. Vegapunk lamented, currently I have only found one possible way to cure Bonnie. You are indeed the number 1 in the world in this field. Please, Dr. Reddy. Seong clasped his hands together and looked at Reddy with excitement. Reddy shrugged, before treatment, we must first make sure that Bonnie's lesions have not spread. The bear listened very carefully. Sapphire scale can be considered a type of cancer. Therefore, gene therapy can be used, that is, exogenous normal genes are introduced into target cells, and the normal metabolism of the cells is used to correct or compensate for defective and abnormal genes, thereby curing the disease. Once the disease spreads, it is difficult to cure. Reddy already knew about Bonnie's condition. Bonnie can be cured by simply removing the disease-causing gene fragment from the gene chain. And he had 2 plans. One is to use normal means to introduce Bonnie's normal genes into the lesions, and use cell metabolism to replace the abnormal genes on the premise of inhibiting the metabolism of abnormal genes. The second is to use viruses to mediate gene transfer, that is, to use the specificity of viruses to forcibly intervene in the gene chain and correct abnormal genes. Both options have their own advantages. Reddy prefers the second option. After all, during the metabolic process, the gene chain also has a very small probability of mutating, leading to unknown consequences. I suggest choosing the second option. Vegapunk expressed a positive attitude. Dr. Reddy's plan has inspired me a lot. I can cooperate with Dr. Reddy to improve this plan. Maybe Bonnie can also gain huge benefits. Reddy looked sideways. He also guessed what Vegapunk was thinking. The premise of using virus-mediated gene transfer is to cultivate special RNA viruses and use their own reverse transcriptase to correct the disease-causing genes. Specific genes can be added during this process to give Bonnie's genes a higher potential. Simply put, this treatment is used to transform Bonnie into a superhuman. When Xiong heard this, he firmly chose the second plan, Dr. Ready, Dr. Vegapunk. Bonnie will leave it to you. Chapter 46 Bonnie, I don't like you anymore. Why do you want to take refuge in the Golden Lion? Bonnie has become very familiar with Reddy in the past few days. He generously allowed Reddy to collect blood from various places on his body. This day, after Reddy finished collecting blood, he asked curiously. Because of the power. With a smile on his face, Reddy thought about it seriously before giving the answer, my dream is to create a free country. People living here will live in peace and tranquility. To realize this dream requires strength. My dad is super strong. Bonnie is proud to call his father. The bear had been quietly watching Reddy collect blood from Bonnie. When he heard this, he took the initiative and said, Dr. Reddy, I can give you the power you need. In the past few days, he had witnessed with his own eyes the clones with the power of Piao Piao fruit, and he was completely convinced by Reddy. Not to mention the power of the meatball fruit, the Bacania tribe has the blood of giants and is also very powerful. In the eyes of bears, they are definitely an excellent sample. The Bacania tribe does have a good bloodline factor. Vegapunk floated over with his hands behind his back, and then showed Reddy his latest invention. This is my latest invention. Using the power of jet, people can master the ability to fly. Just press this. With that said, Vegapunk pressed a switch on his boots and levitated again. So handsome. Bonnie's eyes were filled with stars. What else can Reddy say, just like it and that's it. Oh, by the way, I want a pair to play with. Dr. Reddy. Xiong then returned to the original topic and was sincerely willing to provide Reddy with his genetic sample. That's not what I want. Reddy declined with a smile. He also has greater ambitions. The 3-year agreement is about to end, and he also has a power comparable to half of the 4 emperors group. Once you have a territory, you won't just be limited to hunting for strong genes like stealing chickens. Cloning another bear is useful, but it's just icing on the cake. Vegapunk understood instantly and said in surprise, Dr. Reddy also wants to create an army of pacifists. Reddy looked at Vegapunk unexpectedly. Has the world government already launched a pacifist plan? The pacifist project refers to the world government using bear genes to mass-produce bear clones and transforming the clones to strengthen the world government's combat power. The bear fell silent. This is the deal he made with the world government. However, he did not expect that Reddy actually knew about this plan. Compared to Vegapunk, who is all about rough lines except in the field of technology, Xiong's mind is delicate and inconsistent with his appearance, and he is worried that Reddy will be obliterated by the world government. Reddy shrugged. No one can refuse to use blood factor technology to create an obedient and powerful army. The bear was immediately relieved. That's right. Vegapunk is one of the discoverers of the blood factor and is also the authority. The world government cannot just use it as a shishibukai after curing Bonnie as a bargaining chip in exchange for control of the bear. If you want to realize your ideal, I can help you. Xiong was silent for a while, and suddenly expressed his willingness to serve as the prototype of Reddy's clone army and provide unlimited genes of his own. He had heard that Reddy was thinking of defecting. In this case, Reddy cured Bonnie, so there is no need for him to accept the world government's threats. He would rather be by Bonnie's side than become a killing machine without any emotions or memories. I don't like you now, hey. Bonnie had a puffy face and stared at Reddy with hatred. She is mature beyond her years. Although Xiong and Vegapunk had not been mentioned in front of her, she had guessed a few things and knew that her father had paid a huge price for her to come to Egghead. Now when he heard his father suddenly say that he could help Reddy realize his dream, Bonnie immediately guessed that his father would also have to pay the price. So her good impression of Reddy disappeared instantly. Bonnie. The bear tries to calm an angry Bonnie. Unfortunately, Bonnie didn't listen and ran away in anger. Vegapunk watched Bonnie run away with his hands behind his back, and smiled seemingly unintentionally. Even for Bonnie's treatment, you'd better accept the bear's advice. Reddy looked embarrassed. It is of course good to get the support of the bear, which is equivalent to obtaining a stable channel to obtain the genes of the strong. But Seong Tima is one of the founders of GM Army. Taking in the bear is tantamount to providing a secret lurking channel for the GM Army. Reddy has a good impression of GM Army, but not much. Especially Long's proposition, he was speechless to the extreme. Overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons, trying to persuade the kings and nobles of various countries to change their minds and continue to let these people rule the world. Listen, what do people say? It's like Long thinks that the current big boss is not good, but thinks that the supervisors below him can still be saved, so he will raise his flag to overthrow the rule of the big boss, and then hand it over to other reformed supervisors to continue management. Cheap or not? Seong may have seen Reddy's scruples and took the initiative. It is more valuable for me to stay in world government. I can guarantee Bonnie will be better off. The bear voluntarily continued to stay in the world government. When Shishibukai was naturally the best, Reddy smiled again on his face and extended his right hand to the bear. Vegapunk witnessed Reddy reaching an agreement with the bear and looked at Reddy eagerly. Reddy pretended not to see it. Don't ask, the question is just because you can't afford to support this boss now. 1 month later. Reddy took Bonnie's little hand and found Porisalano. Bonnie still has resentment towards Reddy so far, pouting very unhappy. Because today she is about to say goodbye to her dearest father. Dr. Reddy, you. Porisalano never thought that Reddy would take the initiative to end the meeting with Vegapunk. All my goals here have been achieved, Reddy said with a smile. As he spoke, he held a test tube firmly with his right hand in his pocket. What was in the test tube was the result of the past month between him and Vegapunk, and it was also the only targeted medicine to treat Bonnie. His goal in coming to Egghead is also in this test tube. Even he had to admit that Vegapunk was an absolute genius and had simply solved the problems he encountered. Porisalano glanced at Bonnie suspiciously. It was no secret to him that Bonnie stayed in Egghead for treatment. Dr. Vegapunk thought I was the perfect candidate. Reddy had already prepared a plan for this, so he was not surprised by Porisalano's reaction. He blocked his questions with just one sentence. Porisalano scratched his head and did not pursue the matter further. After all, he has been recognized by Vegapunk, and Reddy's identity is enough to reassure the world government. What's more, the premise of the deal between the world government and the bear is to cure Bonnie and give Bonnie freedom. Soon Porisalano had his warship ready. The warship slowly left the dock. Vegapunk and Seong did not come to the dock to see them off, but watched the warship leave the port from a height. Bonnie will be fine. Dr. Reddy has an advantage over me in the field of blood factors. Seeing that the bear remained silent, Vegapunk thought that the bear was still worried about Bonnie's condition, so he smiled and comforted the bear not to think too much, and was willing to vouch for Reddy. The bear nodded, turned, and walked away. When he came to a secluded corner, Seong took out the phone bug. Soon the call was answered. Seong was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, Dr. Reddy and I reached an agreement. Chapter 47 Gene Enhancement Potion. Punk hazard. The warship slowly docked. Reddy led Bonnie, who was still angry, off the warship and walked to the research institute. Behind the two men, Porisalano followed with his hands in his pockets. When can I go see Dad? When Bonnie came to Punk Acid for the first time, she felt a little timid and couldn't help but ask. She has begun to miss her father. Reddy thought for a while and gave an uncertain answer, maybe a week, maybe a month, maybe at least half a year. Bonnie was stunned. Originally, she just wanted to cover up her nervousness and asked casually. In her opinion, since this guy has reached a deal with his father, he will not let go of himself as a hostage easily. It turned out that people didn't care at all. This psychological gap made Bonnie, who was only 5 years old, a little overwhelmed. He was brought into the institute by Reddy with a confused look on his face. Dr. Reddy. When Hurd and several other assistants learned that Reddy had returned to the institute, they rushed over immediately. Reddy pushed Bonnie forward and ordered, "From today on, you are responsible for monitoring all her physiological indicators. If there is any abnormality, notify me as soon as possible." "Doctor, you have a new research goal, right?" Hood's eyes were shining, and he looked at Reddy with an expression like, "I am an excellent assistant, please take me flying." Several other assistants also had the same expression. Apart from Dr. Vegapunk, who else in the world can develop 2 strategic-level results in half a year like Dr. Reddy? No. Absolutely not. Reddy smiled and said nothing, and took Bonnie into his laboratory. "Do you have a high status here?" Bonnie looked around the laboratory and couldn't believe his eyes and ears. "I am the director of this institute." Reddy picked up a gun syringe and installed the test tube in his pocket. This potion was the result of careful preparation by him and Vegapunk. He and Vegapunk collected normal genes from Bonnie's body, transformed them into special genes with viral characteristics, and incorporated specific gene fragments into them. "After this injection, you will be able to see your father soon." Reddy smiled and motioned for Bonnie to come over and get the injection. "I'm not sick." Bonnie thought for a while and emphasized the sentence seriously, but then walked up to Reddy honestly and raised his arm. As a result, Reddy pressed him down. "We need to fight here." Reddy pointed to the blue stone under the corner of Bonnie's right eye. "You want to steal my gem?" Bonnie stared at Reddy warily and slowly backed away until he was in the corner. Reddy shrugged, "This is a deal between me and your dad." Bonnie hesitated for a moment, then with one final act of cruelty, he walked up to Reddy, closed his eyes, and muttered, "I'll give you the gem, as long as you don't hurt my father." Leidy smiled, but his men showed no mercy. Quick and accurate. Bonnie's eyes suddenly burst into tears in pain. He bit his lip and said nothing, glaring angrily. Reddy smiled, pushed Bonnie out of the laboratory, handed it to Hood's assistants to observe and monitor, and then closed the laboratory door. "It's my turn." Leidy perked up and walked to the experimental table to start preparing a gene-enhancing potion. The recipe for genetic enhancement potion comes from Vegapunk. The problems that have always troubled Reddy failed to cause much hindrance in front of Vegapunk. Vegapunk used a very incredible method to eliminate the rejection reaction caused by the fusion of foreign genes with its own genes. Reddy saw great potential in this formula. In fact, this formula has the same principle as the treatment for Bonnie's condition. It is a special RNA virus that uses its own reverse transcriptase to perfectly integrate the foreign gene fragments into its own genes. Currently, this gene-enhancing potion can only allow one type of gene to be successfully fused with one's own genes, but if he knows the principle, he can improve it into a gene-enhancing potion that can fuse more types of genes. After all, RNA viruses are single-stranded and have unlimited possibilities. Even if he forcibly fuses the 2 devil fruit abilities, Reddy has a new idea. Reddy turned on the system and entered the biochemical laboratory. He only knows the formula of the genetic enhancement potion, but has not actually completed the preparation of the finished product. What's more, when it came to injecting himself, he carefully chose an all-powerful system instead of a real laboratory. With the recipe, the rest of the work is left to the system, replacing raw materials with energy. The progress bar grows slowly. It's so expensive. Reddy clicked his tongue. Developing this gene-enhancing potion consumed a full 1,000,000 points of energy, which was at the same level as the modified clone. The clones were equipped with exoskeletons to gain unparalleled defense. Gene enhancement potions are naturally not inferior either. When the progress bar reached the last space, Reddy took it out immediately. "We still need a genetic sample from Kaido or Big Mom." Leidy held the light blue gene-enhancing potion tightly and said silently in his heart. This gene-enhancing potion incorporates genetic fragments from the Lunalia clan. Under the influence of the medicine, these gene fragments will be perfectly integrated into the gene chain after being injected into the body and spread to every cell in the body. Reddy calmed down, calmly installed the gene-enhancing potion into a gun-type syringe, and then pressed it on his neck. The blood vessels here are densely packed, allowing gene-enhancing drugs to invade every cell in the body in the shortest possible time. The medicine in the test tube dropped quickly and was injected into Reddy's body. Reddy silently felt the state of his body. Everything is perfect. There was nothing unusual about his body, except for the brief pain during the injection. After the injection was completed, Reddy put down the gun-type syringe and waited for the gene enhancement potion to take effect. In less than 3 minutes, Reddy came to feel it. My thoughts are moving slightly. A burst of flame suddenly shot up from behind Reddy. The flame was weak at first, about the size of a peanut, but it soon grew stronger. A few minutes later, the flames behind Reddy had grown to the size of a wash basin. The thought moves again. The flame behind him suddenly disappeared. Reddy gave it a little try, disappeared instantly, and appeared a few meters away. That's sloppy. Reddy looked at the wall almost next to his nose with lingering fear, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After truly experiencing it, he truly understood the power of Lunaria's talent. He currently did not have a LV13 gene sample in his hand, so for psychological comfort, he chose only a LV12 gene sample from Eugene. In addition to the Lunaria tribe's innate gene fragments, he also extracted specific gene fragments for Yin's physique, strength, etc. Reddy estimated that he was probably equivalent to a weakened version of Yin. After the flames behind him were extinguished, he gained unparalleled speed. Try defense again. With the flames reignited behind his back, Reddy returned to the experimental table, picked up a scalpel, and slashed his arm hard. After the blade passed, the arm was still the same as before. Reddy bared his teeth. Sure enough, he was immune to damage until the flames disappeared, but it still hurt. With a thought, the flame behind him went out. As long as I don't show my flames, no one will know that I have the talent of the Lunaria clan. Reddy moved his body and chuckled inwardly. The characteristics of the Lunaria tribe are very obvious: brown skin color, flames on the back, and black wings. Reddy only wanted one feature, the flame on his back, and he ignored the other two. As long as the flames don't ignite, the opponent will think that he is AST, and then he will be beaten with a single punch until he doubts his life. I'm so bad, ha ha ha. Chapter 48 Caesar's Revenge. Since Reddy returned to Punk Hazard, the number of Marines has doubled. Originally, Poro Salino would occasionally carry out Marine Fando's missions, but now he basically no longer leaves the island. Reddy didn't take it seriously, and other researchers weren't interested either. But Caesar saw it and was angry in his heart. Damn BD! Caesar stayed in his laboratory, looking through the latest experimental records, cursing. A month ago, Reddy's laboratory developed an artificial devil fruit reagent, which was so effective that Reddy once again won the respect of others. But he saw the shortcomings of this reagent. So Caesar was determined to seize the time to further improve SAD. However, the results are not optimistic. The improvement of SAD is progressing slowly, and the actual success rate is still difficult to exceed 20%. Although the reagents launched by Reddy Laboratories have flaws, no one can deny that the reagents have a 100% success rate. What the hell? Caesar threw the experimental record to the ground angrily, crossed his arms and made a wrong idea. After thinking for a long time, he took out the phone bug. Soon the call was answered. Caesar smiled evilly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I'm reporting Dr. Reddy for hiding the perfect artificial devil fruit formula. Malinvando. Warring States looked solemn, staring at the phone bug on the table and lost in thought. The Science Corps is part of the Marine. However, the world government is gradually seizing the leadership of the scientific force, and it is inconvenient for Malinfando to express his position, so he can only pretend that nothing has happened. But the contact from Caesar, the number 2 figure at the Punk Hazard Institute, made him feel troubled. The perfect artificial devil fruit. This is an important addition to Marines' currently urgently needed combat capabilities. Punk Hasid had previously received information that Dr. Reddy, who had just joined the Institute for a year, successfully developed an artificial devil fruit reagent, which was like a shot in the arm, which relieved most of his accumulated stress. However, reports of defective reagents were also sent to him. Caesar, hey, yes, the person who reported it is the one below. Warring States was a little disappointed at the time, but soon had greater hope for Reddy and perfected this magical reagent as soon as possible. In his opinion, since it can be developed, it must be improved to the point where it can be practical. Caesar's report troubled him. Real or fake? The Warring States period was silent for a long time, and someone invited the crane. After hearing Sengoku's concerns, he was surprised and said, Dr. Reddy concealed the perfect artificial devil fruit, reagent. Warring States shook his head, I can't be sure whether this information is true or false. Crane nodded. It is indeed difficult to determine whether this information is true or false. The reagent was developed by Reddy. Apart from him, who can be sure whether a perfect reagent still exists? Maybe this is an opportunity. He was silent for a moment, and suddenly came up with a bold idea, maybe Malinfando should set up a direct science class. Warring States was startled for a moment, and then became thoughtful. He understood what Crane meant. The current scientific force is being taken over bit by the world government. The fact that Vegapunk was transferred to Egghead, which is directly under the world government, is clear evidence. If it were before, Malinfando could only dare to be angry but not speak out. But now there is a genius scientist Reddy who is on par with Vegapunk. Unlike Vegapunk, who is an all-rounder and has extremely penultimate achievements in various fields, Reddy is obviously better at the field of blood factors. Does Malinfando need all those fancy inventions? Of course not. The more Warring States thought about it, the more excited he became. You are right, Dr. Reddy is the talent that Malinfando needs most. He smiled faintly, the Marine headquarters is not suitable to come forward. This kind of matter is more professional for the CP organization directly under the world government. Punk Hasid Marine Base. Porisalino put his legs on the desk and held the phone in silence. Just now, the world government sent a contact, saying that it will arrange for CP5 to come to the Institute in the near future to carry out routine investigation work to prevent the leakage of Dr. Reddy's results. Dr. Reddy seems to be in trouble. Porisalino scratched his head and quickly put the matter behind him, too lazy to pay attention to it. CP5 came quickly. Just one day later, a warship docked. The news quickly spread throughout the Institute. Boo-hoo! Caesar smiled proudly, put aside the research at hand, and Diana rushed to the dock to greet them. As soon as he saw the members of CP5, he couldn't wait to start a small report. An invention as important as artificial devil fruit technology was actually completed by a few assistants. I swear on the honor of a scientist. That guy must have the formula for the perfect reagent. The eyes of the leading CP5 member suddenly lit up. He coughed slightly, and said tactfully, we are only responsible for conducting routine investigations to prevent pirates or GM troops from stealing important inventions. Since you are very interested in the Research Institute, I understand, and I hope you can cooperate with our work. The world government will not treat the heroes badly. Caesar heard the song and knew its elegant meaning, and nodded fiercely with a sinister smile on his face. The members of CP5 looked at each other and smiled, and Caesar politely led them into the Research Institute. There was not much friction at the Institute regarding the arrival of CP5. The Punk Hasid Research Institute was once an important base for the scientific army. Routine inspections are just a routine to prevent important results from leaking and causing shock to the world. CP5 members conducted routine inspections during the day, and secretly found Caesar at night. Boo-hoo! Caesar immediately took out the evidence he concocted and said with a sly smile, this is a conjecture I made based on the honor of a genius scientist. The leading CP5 member received it and looked through it immediately. Caesar first elaborated on the significance of an important invention, emphasizing that artificial devil fruit technology is the highest honor for a scientist. But Reddy didn't take it seriously at all, and handed over all development work to Herd and a few assistants. This is very unreasonable. Secondly, Caesar elaborated on the principles of Reddy's artificial devil fruit in evidence and highlighted the prospects of artificial devil fruit technology. At the same time, he also stated in the evidence that such an important invention that can affect the world should not be sealed without reason. This is hindering the progress of science. Third, Caesar also specifically pointed out that Reddy was actually a jealous villain who deliberately suppressed himself, the world's top scientist, and implicitly stated that once he became the director, he would definitely bring huge benefits to the world government. But Reddy won't. Caesar also claimed in the evidence that Reddy and Vegapunk were actually the same type of people, emphasizing that the world government must firmly control them. Here, Caesar specifically pointed out the clones that Reddy once created, saying that the existence of these clones is a huge threat to the world government, and an authoritarian chip must be installed to ensure that the first control authority is in the hands of the world government. Dr. Caesar, on behalf of the world government, I would like to express my gratitude to you. The leading CP5 member was very satisfied with this evidence and solemnly stated that he would recommend in the report that the world government should hand over such an important research institute to an honest and reliable man. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I will definitely not let down the expectations of the world government. Caesar made the promise with a flattering look. Both parties were delighted. Caesar got the promise to take over as the next director, and CP5 also got the most important evidence. In particular, Caesar's proposal to install an authoritative chip on the clone made by Reddy really touched the hearts of the intelligence officers. Regardless of whether the evidence is true or false, they believed it anyway. Chapter 49 Running Away Again. Bonnie's signs are all good. Herd handed Reddy Bonnie's test results and stepped aside. Reddy flipped through it casually and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Gene therapy has been very successful. The test results showed that Bonnie had fully accepted the modified gene. Not only was he cured of Sapphire Scale, but his genetic rating was also greatly improved. Gene rating, LV12. When Reddy got the test records, he also got Bonnie's current genetic sample. The result is very ideal. Previously, Bonnie's genetic potential was not low, reaching level 11. This is why in the original work, she founded the Bonnie Pirates at the age of 9, and became a pirate supernova at the age of 10 with a bounty of 140 million belly. 2 years later, the bounty increased to 320 million belly. Faye and others are called the foundation of the extremely evil generation. After his joint transformation with Vegapunk, Bonnie's genetic rating increased by 1 level. Although he has not reached the general level of LV13, he is still among the top few. Continue to monitor. Reddy handed the record to Herd and once again warned not to be careless. After all, it was related to an unlimited genetic sample donor. Herd nodded, turned, and walked out of the laboratory. It's time for fun research again. Reddy moved his hands and feet and started today's experiment in high spirits. The improvement of genetic enhancement drugs is progressing smoothly. The more he continued to study, the more he realized how powerful Vegapunk was in the scientific field. Gene enhancement agents have extremely high potential in various aspects, especially when it comes to inclusivity. After several days of development, Reddy has been able to achieve the perfect fusion of 2 gene fragments from different donors in a laboratory environment. That is, the success rate is less than 40%. If he used the system, he was 100% sure that he would be able to prepare a gene-enhancing potion that would allow him to perfectly integrate another gene. Dr. Reddy. Reddy was planning to further develop a more perfect gene-enhancing drug when the door to the laboratory was suddenly pushed open and Herd hurried in. Reddy frowned. Herd is a very qualified assistant. This was the first time he had seen Herd lose his temper like this. CP. Herd spoke anxiously, and as soon as he said a word, he was roughly pulled away and pressed against the wall forcefully. Dr. Reddy, we are CP5, authorized by the world government. The leading CP5 member walked up to Reddy and showed an authorization from the world government without expression. Reddy glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a strange expression, do the clones I made need to be equipped with authoritative chips? Doctor, please cooperate with our work. The leading CP5 member told Reddy to hand over the clone and not to try to resist the will of the world government. Reddy smiled and snapped his fingers. 5 clones appear in the laboratory. Are you a capable person? The CP5 members were shocked and took a step back unconsciously. Soon the person in charge realized that he had lost his temper, and he coughed lightly, then added, I'm glad you didn't make the worst choice. As long as the authoritative chip is installed, they will still be you. Just as he said this, a big hand suddenly grabbed his throat and lifted him up forcefully. You. The man was so angry that he just yelled out a word, and the big hands that strangled his neck suddenly made him roll his eyes and almost suffocate and pass out. The other CP5 members all changed their expressions. Before they could take action, the other 4 clones had already moved. Baby 5 turned into a thick and long black chain, locking everyone together. Bruno opened the air door smoothly. The other 2 clones kicked out at the same time, kicking them into the air door. The next second, the air door disappeared. The cooperation of the 4 clones was completed in one go, without any sloppiness. In less than a second, Reddy and a confused Herd were left in the laboratory. It's a pity that he has to run away again. Reddy put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the laboratory with a look of regret. The complete facilities of the Punk Acid Research Institute are quite good, and he is very satisfied. Wait, Doctor! Herd came to his senses and hurriedly chased after Reddy, shouting at Reddy's back, you are right, it is world government that is wrong. Reddy stopped and turned to look at Herd, a little surprised. The group I just wiped out was a group of CP5s, Big Brother. Doctor, please leave this matter to me. Herd explained seriously and then hurriedly left here. Reddy was silent for a moment, seemed to have thought of something, put a smile on his face again, and followed slowly. The restaurant was crowded. All the researchers gathered together, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, whispering to each other, guessing why Herd had called everyone here. Shouldn't publishing new results be in the laboratory? We are all scientists, so we don't care about red tape. Hey, does the director want to treat everyone to dinner? Caesar, who was the only one who knew that CP5 was looking for Reddy, had a sinister smile on his face and loudly teased Reddy, his inner enemy. The other researchers laughed. The atmosphere in the restaurant became relaxed. Soon Herd came in with several other assistants from Reddy's laboratory. Caesar was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so he smiled exaggeratedly and said, did the president get into some trouble and didn't have time to come over? Herd and the others glanced at Caesar with contemptuous expressions. The other researchers were not stupid. They saw that something big was about to happen, and they all kept their mouths shut. The restaurant fell silent. Herd and others quickly exchanged glances, and finally Herd walked to the front. Science should be free. Herd raised his arms and shouted with indignation, just now, world government's lackey CP5 was trying to control Dr. Reddy. The restaurant was so silent that you could hear your heartbeat clearly. Everyone, including Caesar, was stunned. Especially Caesar, suddenly felt that the situation did not seem to be what he imagined. Reddy stepped down and became the director himself, controlling the massive funds provided by the world government? No. CP5, representing world government, was actually wiped out by that guy Reddy? Escape. Caesar thought of this and immediately moved towards the door secretly. As soon as he left the restaurant, he immediately flew to the marine base outside the institute. Caesar, where are you going? Reddy walked out of the corner with a smile and stood in front of Caesar. Whoa, 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 whoa. Reddy. Your biggest mistake is trying to stop me in this environment. Caesar rolled his eyes, smiled ferociously, and opened his hands, about to activate his ability to capture Reddy alive. In such a closed environment, the gas fruit ability undoubtedly had an absolute advantage. Before he finished speaking, a portal opened in the air behind Caesar, and a large hand covered with armed domineering force pinched the back of his neck. Caesar immediately put on a flattering smile. Dear Lord Reddy, I was just joking. I want to report that those lackeys of the world government want to frame you. Reddy smiled and said nothing, just looked at Caesar. Caesar felt uncomfortable looking at him. He smiled apologetically, and at the same time his brain was spinning wildly, trying to think of a way out of the current predicament. Caesar. Reddy suddenly spoke, with a strange smile on his face. Caesar hurriedly smiled flatteringly and said, Lord Reddy, please arrange a research project for me, please. Reddy snapped his fingers and said with a smile, I happen to have a new research project that needs manpower. Do you have any research on poison gas? Hearing this, Caesar suddenly showed a flattering expression as if everyone is the same. Lord Reddy, maybe I am the genius scientist in the world second only to you in the research on poisonous gases. The research on artificial devil fruits is just to defraud Doflamingo of a research fund that he has complete control over. He prefers to develop powerful poison gas-killing weapons. Reddy smiled slightly and was about to throw another bait when a roar suddenly broke out from the restaurant. Get rid of Marine and control Punk Hazard. Chapter 50 Reddy's followers. Get rid of Marine and control Punk Hazard. We are all free. We want to be free to research what we like. Herd stood at a dining table and raised his arms and shouted. Every roar was met with enthusiastic responses from other researchers. The world government's distrust of Reddy struck an emotional chord with everyone. They are the group of people who know the most about blood factors in the world. The technology of blood factor is enough to subvert the world. Reasonably, world government cannot interfere too much. But no one is emotionally willing to accept the interference of world government. Today is Dr. Reddy, but what about tomorrow? Under the encouragement of Herd and others, everyone's emotions gradually turned towards Reddy unconsciously. Shut up! A furious scream silenced the entire restaurant. Everyone turned their attention to the door of the restaurant. Caesar floated to the front of the crowd and cursed, Who do you think you are? Lord Reddy? Or Vegapunk? Or maybe I, the second most talented scientist in the world? The other researchers glared. Before they could open their mouths to refute, Caesar changed his face and raised his arms with a fanatical look on his face and shouted, Only under the wise guidance of Mr. Reddy, can you losers make some achievements. As he spoke, Caesar used his thumb and index finger to make a gap that was almost closed together, without concealing his contempt. Herd's assistants looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. This, are you trying to convince? Caesar's character is extremely bad, but his achievements in the scientific field cannot be denied, and he pointedly pointed out the poor performance of other researchers in the field of blood factors. The researchers were scolded until their faces turned red, and then they lowered their heads dejectedly. Mad, I can't refute it. Caesar put on a flattering smile again, pointed to the door of the restaurant with both hands, and shouted, Invite Mr. Reddy. Reddy was standing outside the restaurant at the moment, feeling so embarrassed. He just wants to use Caesar to fish, such as a certain flamingo, or a certain zoo director. Knowing that Caesar was greedy for life and afraid of death, I didn't expect this guy to be so helpless. Lord Reddy. Although Hood's assistants didn't understand why Caesar suddenly became a fanatical believer of Reddy, when they saw that the atmosphere had reached this point, they immediately raised their arms and shouted. Lord Reddy. The other researchers hesitated, and soon someone responded. Lord Reddy. Lord Reddy. Lord Reddy. Infected by others, other researchers started to shout one after another. The moment Ready walked into the restaurant, the cheers got louder again. Caesar's flattering face floated in front of Ready. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lord Ready, please tell these losers that they are nothing without your wise leadership. Revolting against world government means losing research funding. The first words Ready spoke caused the heated atmosphere in the audience to cool down. More and more researchers are gradually coming back to their senses. Scientific research does cost money. Behind any achievement is a sea of funds. Without the funding provided by the world government, can we still study bloodline factors with peace of mind? We can fund ourselves. Herd had obviously already made plans, but before he had time to say it out, when Ready mentioned it on his own initiative, he immediately shouted out. But this time the effect was not as good as before. The vast majority of researchers remain frustrated. If they can raise their own funds, most people here may not accept world government recruitment. Active agent. Herd was confident and showed a confident smile. The world government only got the formula of the active agent from Dr. Ready, but did not take away the formula for cultivating the donor. To be precise, we have not yet developed the technology to stably grow donors. As long as Mr. Ready leads us to perfect this technology, we can sell this active agent to the whole world in exchange for funds. I believe that Lord Ready cannot have only the active agent. Under Lord Ready's leadership, we will never lack research funds. The other researchers' eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. The market prospects of active agents are clear to even scientific madmen like them. What's more, Herd was right. Mr. Ready, the genius scientist who is the world's #1 in the field of blood factors, may not have other achievements with broad market prospects. In this case, do we still need to worry about lack of research funds? Caesar smiled evilly. Hey, 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 hey. Lord Ready, we can also sell our force to others. Trust me, I have a way. The other researchers froze for a moment, and no one spoke. Not every scientist can accept the application of personal achievements to war killings. Even if they are all scientific lunatics. Caesar was given the cold shoulder and glanced at these researchers with disdain. Then he put on a flattering face and looked at Ready. Selling force to foreign countries like the Kingdom of Germa is a big business. I have an ideal. Ready put his hands in his pockets with a smile on his face. Caesar and others were stunned. What are you talking about? Ready ignored their thoughts and said to himself, I want to create an utopia where there will be no war, people will live a stable life, and they can live a good life as long as they work hard. Every orphan can receive good care there. Every child has the right to go to school there. There, everyone enjoys freedom. Free to decide your future life. Free to pursue your own ideals. I hate war, but I know better that the road to realizing this ideal is full of thorns. Everyone who stands in the way of my ideals will become my enemy. I will become the most terrifying existence in the eyes of my enemies. I'm not afraid of war, but I won't take the initiative to participate in it either. Ready's tone gradually became higher and firmer, causing Herd and others to fall into silence. Caesar had a fanatical look on his face, but in his heart he sneered at Ready's ideals. How could it be easier to raise massive research funds by doing regular business than by making war fortune? It was really pedantic. I'm done. Ready glanced at Herd and other researchers, and smiled calmly. You are all free. You can choose to stay or leave, or notify Marine. I stayed. Herd was the first to speak out. I'll stay too. Several other aides also took a firm stand. When Caesar saw that he was actually a step too late, he secretly cursed Herd and the others as flatterers, and immediately put on a flattering face on the outside. I am where Lord Ready is, and even the world government cannot stop me. Caesar and several others expressed their opinions one after another. The other researchers were silent for a moment, and soon some people also stood up and expressed their intention to stay. Gradually, more and more people chose to stay. Reddy's credibility in the field of blood factors convinced them. After a while, everyone made their choice. No one was leaving or telling Maureen. Reddy put his hands in his pockets and smiled mysteriously. Since you all choose to stay, then I will reveal the true secret of the blood factor to you.